Here's Junior during a game in 1990, chasing down an outfield fly. His dad is in the building, looking on. When Junior pulls a classic Junior move and steals the catch from the left fielder, all Senior can do is laugh. There he is. The 40-year-old Griffey was teammate with his 20-year-old son. Not only that, the two were neighbors in the outfield and batted right next to each other in the lineup. In one of baseball's best-known pieces of trivia, they became the first father-son duo to hit back-to-back home runs. Sure, acquiring Senior in the first place was probably a publicity stunt, but you're going to hear these words from him quite often. Who cares? In '92, thanks to unreliable pitching, they followed up their first ever winning season by dipping far into the red, seemingly undoing years of positive momentum. They had now finished dead last in the standings for the 6th time in their 16-year history. For reasons we'll eventually get into, this wasn't such a bad thing. Meet Jay Buhner. In one of the great heists of the 1980s, the Mariners had fleeced the dreaded Yankees out of the power-hitting right fielder, giving up only Greg Phelps in return. Okay, so here's my chance to solve a decades-old mystery for people who watched Seinfeld but didn't watch baseball. Remember the episode where Frank Costanza starts yelling at George Steinbrenner out of nowhere about some guy named Jay Buhner?
What the hell did you say Jay Buhner for? You don't know what the hell you're doing!
And Steinbrenner goes on instead about some guy named Ken Phelps.
My baseball people love Ken Phelps back. They kept saying Ken Phelps, Ken Phelps.
Well, this is what Frank was so mad about. Unlike Griffey, Buhner is not a 5-tool player. He doesn't steal bases, hit for average, or field all that well. He is, however, a master practitioner of blurping. Blurping is a term Buhner himself came up with, and it refers to the act of vomiting on cue for the purpose of eliciting cues from nearby sympathy vomit. Why? These are the Seattle Mariners. We'll never be able to answer why questions. When, what, who? Sure, we can help you with those questions. But not why. Buhner demonstrated his true mastery of the craft during a game in 1992. In right field, Buhner executed a blurp, still. It must have been a remarkable performance because when left fielder Kevin Mitchell watched from about 200 feet away, he became dizzy and began puking as well. Finally, Griffey Jr. looked over from center field. He couldn't hold it in and began to vomit. The entire Seattle Mariners outfield was vomiting at the same time. Jay Buhner had just executed the triple blurp in the middle of a baseball game. By the time 1993 rolled around, Griffey's game reached new heights, and at age 23 was making history to be as great as he was, as young as he was. On July 25th, after homering in each of the previous 5 nights, this shot off Jose Mesa made him the youngest player to ever go deep in 6 consecutive games.
Bleacher Quest at Noble Night. By Phil Braze.
Then he did it again in the game after that. Then he did it again in the game after that.
First pitch from back is one. Here it goes! See you later! Upper deck! Griffey has tied the Major League record! Holy cow, the kid has got it!
Tying the all-time record at 8 straight that to this day has only been done by 2 other players regardless of age. When the dust settled on that season, he topped a batting average of 300 to go along with 45 homers. It all led to the most total bases by a 23-year-old since Hank Aaron back in 1957. At that point, Griffey's career totals included 132 homers, 1,428 total bases, and 453 RBI. That was the most career dingers anyone his age had hit since Frank Robinson. Only Mel Ott, over 60 years prior, had accumulated that many total bases, while a player so young hadn't driven in over 450 runs since Ted Williams prior to departing MLB to fight in World War II. Combined with his 4th straight Gold Glove, if it wasn't clear before, 1993 removed any and all doubt that we were witnessing a once-in-a-generation talent blossoming before our very eyes. just like the 1981 season, 1994 was shortened by labor dispute. And just like 81, 94 was monumentally weird for the Mariners. One of the most sought-after records was the single-season home run mark of 61, set by Roger Maris in 1961. In the 3+ decades to follow, only 3 guys, 1965 Willie Mays, 1977 George Foster, and 1990 Cecil Fielder, came within even 10 of that number, and those guys lost pace with them before the season was even half over. But in 1994, Griffey, who we see here in green, helped to lead an armada of players in pursuit of Maris and his record. Matt Williams, Jeff Bagwell, Frank Thomas, Barry Bonds, and Albert Bell were bum-rushing the history books. But it felt like Junior, who of course was capable of going on home run tears without warning, had the best shot. The strike wiped out the season in August, and ever since we've been left to wonder what would have happened. I'm left in a state of personal conflict here. On one hand, collective action is good, and labor strikes are cool. On the other hand, I was looking forward to seeing where the squiggly lines were going to go on my computer screen. The strike also denied us a chance to witness some history that was headed in the opposite direction. Over the years, there had been 7 teams in the AL West. With that much competition, the Mariners had no chance of contending. But in 94, the American League was realigned. They were now only 4 teams. And as luck would have it, all 4 were garbage. The strike mercifully abbreviated what probably would have ended up as the worst division in baseball history. At the end of it, the Rangers were leading the West with a 52-62 record. The Mariners, despite being as bad as ever, were only a couple games out. It was the closest they'd ever come to first at the end of the season. And if everyone else getting worse is what it took to get the Mariners into contention, so be it. Forget their win-loss record, though. Who cares? The Seattle Mariners seemed like the team of the future. They were wearing new uniforms now, with a redesigned logo and an electric blue jersey. In a time when domes were still cool, they played in the Kingdome, which sat in the shadow of the Cascades, and in the middle of a mysterious distant city whose cultural exports were computer stuff and Nirvana and the Space Needle. Around this time, I was growing up in places I found ordinary, because you always think the place you live in is ordinary. It was easy to assign its mystique to this faraway, futuristic paradise and the superhero who lived there. After some early 90s rumblings of a potential move to Florida, the anxiety of keeping baseball in Seattle had vanished as well. In a turn of events that sounds made up by an 8-year-old, a majority stake in the Mariners was bought by Hiroshi Yamauchi, the president of Nintendo. Yamauchi was a billionaire who had never been to a baseball game, didn't know who Ken Griffey Jr. was, and seemed to be more interested in expanding Nintendo of America's footprint than actually. He wasn't prepared for how happy the Mariners actually made people. As he put it was as though the money he spent was alive. Throughout its history, Seattle baseball was regularly in trouble, and its only victory was in simply being allowed to exist. Now they had real identity. They had their superstar. They were the coolest team in baseball. Somehow, things had come together. It was the perfect time for things to fall apart.
What kind of squad you've got to work with? Just looking at the roster before the season, a coach has a sense.
While the team was warming up on July 19th, 4 of the Kingdome's ceiling tiles fell and collapsed into the sea. Nobody was hurt, but Mariners games were immediately relocated to other venues, and the players' strike ensured that there would be no more Mariners home games throughout the rest of the season. The team's ownership group leveraged this to demand public money for a new stadium to replace the Kingdome, which wasn't yet 20 years old. If they didn't get this funding, they would sell the team, likely to someone who would move them out of town. There was no way this was happening again. Not now. Not the minute Seattle baseball finally found relevance after all these decades. It wasn't fair. In a different, more normal world, a baseball team would build a baseball stadium and play there, and that would be that. It's as though Seattle baseball has to perpetually fight simply to exist. As though it's running afoul of the order of the universe. It's determined that a special election will be held in September of 1995. The public will, in effect, decide whether an increase in sales tax is worth keeping the Seattle Mariners. The Mariners themselves, who have never reached the playoffs or even finished better than 3rd in their division, have no choice but to convince the public by making their case on the field. They'll be led by Lou Piniella, now 3 years into his decade-long career as the Mariners manager. and beloved by players and fans alike. Piniella had been Ken Griffey Sr.'s teammate in New York, and when he became manager of the Yankees, Sr. was traded away. A couple years later, Sr. was playing for the Reds, who hired Piniella to be his manager again, and under Pinella's watch, Sr. was traded away again. Regardless, Sr. always liked Piniella, and so did Jr. No one in recent memory can throw a more theatrical temper tantrum than Lou. He'll deliver his magnum opus in Cleveland a few years from now, in which he enters a sort of fugue state and doesn't even remember everything he said or did. After arguing a call and getting thrown out of the game, he indignantly throws his hat into the infield. He spends another moment in the umpire's face, then spins around and kicks his hat. He kicks again, more angrily this time, and just about misses his hat entirely. Lou switches course after this, punching the hat into shallow center and jawing with the umps some more. He stomps over, bends down, flips the hat back in the infield, and squares up for a kick this time, punting it further. 5 kicks, 6 kicks, 7, until he navigates back into the dirt. Finally, he picks up his cap and makes his exit, but not before he throws into the crowd with one final flourish. A hopeful Cleveland fan throws it back at him, which Lou seemed to appreciate after the game. Point being, Lou Piniella is the appropriate man to lead this team.
Well, you want the ball in his hands. A real good offensive player.
Last game for the Celtics, they pick up the win against the Atlanta Hawks. Bird, high post. Basket is good. The assist from Johnson. Johnson's got 3 assists tonight.
This is how automatic
Are
Bird
you a
is.
homeowner? At Free Tax USA, we help make your taxes easy in the form. Everyone qualifies for free federal filing, and state returns are less than $20. Our advanced features like W-2 and 1099 make tax season a breeze. We support your unique situation and maximize the refunds with no hidden fees.
Pulls it up.
File with confidence at freetaxusa.com.
So it's Johnson who brings the ball up for Boston. 6-point game. They are coming off that win against Atlanta.
Their defense was really platinum level. They didn't give up anything easy in that game.
The Mariners start the season 14-12. The evening of May 26th, the Orioles' Kevin Bass smacks one deep into right center. It's the 7th inning of a regular season baseball game in May. Griffey doesn't have to do what he's about to do, but Ken Griffey Jr. can only be great. He has no other choice. He sprints about 20 miles, takes off, throws himself at the wall, makes one of the most iconic catches of the 1990s, and hits the ground 10 feet away from his hat.
And follow his lead.
Here's what Boston's going with right now. Kevin McHale, he checked in from Exwell.
It's estimated that the Mariners, who haven't done much of anything in 6 seasons with their superstar, will be without him for 3 months.
And Johnson drops them both.
Quite simply, he's automatic at the line.
Pistons trail by 8.
Meanwhile, the Mariners and the California Angels are fighting for the division lead. While the Mariners spend June trading wins and losses at an even rate, the Angels are positioning themselves for a run, which they finally begin in mid-July. In this span, they go a remarkable 17-3, and even those 3 losses were squeakers. One was a 1-run loss, one an extra innings loss, and one a walk-off. Those 17 wins, more than half came by at least 5 runs. The Angels are clobbering the American League. In fact, up to this point in the season, they have far and away the best run differential in all of baseball. The Mariners all the way down here at +3, almost the definition of mediocre. Throughout the Angels' streak, they've gone nowhere and are now 13 games out of the lead. Time is running out. Griffey actually returns to the field a few games ahead of schedule, but nothing much changes. California is holding steady as a rock at about 25 games over 500, and Seattle is just lying there like a beached whale. This is all they'd ever done. Even now, with the public vote less than a month away and the people of Seattle to impress, the Mariners had failed to present any other version of themselves. It seemed as though they had no other version of themselves. Across their entire 19-year history, they've experienced one day at 10 games over 500. Approximately 24 hours in August of 1991. That's it. Suppose they somehow rally in this very short window and get there again. Great. They're less than halfway there. This is a team with no meaningful past to speak of, and, in all likelihood, no future. There is only the present. There's nothing to do but march. Whoa! Something terrible has happened to the California Angels. They're getting ejected. They're fighting with each other. In general, they're starting to lose it. And it's easy to understand why. Losing 9 games in a row while holding the division lead is horrifying enough. But this one is like no other. Over these 9 games, they've been outscored by 48 runs, or just over 5 per game. They've gotten absolutely thumped. Now, it's true that up to this point, there have been 36 9-game streaks in baseball history that were this bad. But look at who they happen to. Almost all of these teams were way under 500. They were already totally cooked by the time the losing streak began. And in fact, a good number of these streaks belong to some of the worst teams in the history of the game. The only team anywhere near the 95 Angels is the 1957 Redlegs, who were 61-49, but they were in 4th place, and a postseason appearance was pretty unlikely for them. These Angels were in 1st place by a huge margin. They were cruising.
Here's Curitan. Pass to Tripucka.
In what feels at first like too little too late, the Mariners finally smell blood in the water. When they wake up on the morning of September 19th, they're suddenly only 2 games behind.
Curitan, the pass to Johnson. And he hits it just before the shot clock
It's their big day.
Boy, you love the competitive spirit and instinct going right at the bigger defender.
It's required at this level. Overcoming the size and strength of NBA defenders.
That evening, they rallied from a 4-1 deficit to take the Rangers into extra innings. In the bottom of the 11th, Griffey finds himself down to his final strike. What's important to know about Junior is that he's far more than just a power hitter. Most pitches aren't home run opportunities, but many, including some well outside the strike zone, are a chance to slap one through. And with a man on second, that is all the Mariners need. Down south, the Angels lose again. Then, they watch the news and wait. With most of the ballots counted, Sadie, thereby keeping them in Seattle, currently lead by a thin margin. But these are just the voters who showed up today. Around 45,000 absentee ballots are still out there, and they were cast some time ago by voters who hadn't yet seen the lunacy that's currently unfolding. These voters have been watching these Mariners, the Miracle Mariners. But the votes yet to be counted are from people who know nothing but these.
That one goes for Johnson. Larry Birds checked in for the Celtics. Carter's checked in for Detroit. Thomas comes in for Russell. In 2 from the line that time.
1999 for 2 pizzas and 2 sides. Oh yeah, it's Domino's perfect combo.
Here's Buckner. His last outing, he had 8 points. Pass to McHale. Just 5 to shoot.
The counting continues. The next day, it's announced that with close to 500,000 votes counted, the lead has shrunk to 300. There are still 15,000 votes yet to be counted. That night, the Mariners come from behind again to knock off the A's 10-7. Down in Texas, the Angels will answer with another loss. This happens again and again. The Seattle Mariners are now leading the American League West. If they hold on, they're headed to the playoffs for the first time in their history.
Here's Wedman. This is that one. He's 0 for 1 from the phone. Pistons trail by 6.
It all happened so quickly, it's disorienting. The Angels cheated fate by dropping 9 in a row down the home stretch and keeping a comfortable lead, but then, after briefly gathering themselves, they dropped 9 in a row again. Losing streaks of this size are extraordinarily rare in baseball. Since the Angels were founded 35 years ago, they've only suffered a handful, and typically during seasons in which they were way out of the playoff race and didn't have much to play for. Now, at the worst possible time, they've suffered 2 in the space of a month. No new results from King County votes since the 21st. It's time to meet 2 more heroes. First, Tino Martinez, just another of the Mariners' seemingly endless supply of power hitters. His career will be defined by memorable clutch home runs, although many of them come after he leaves Seattle. And then, there's Dave Niehaus.
Scores in the league.
I have zero emotional investment in the Mariners, but the way their longtime broadcaster Dave Niehaus would call big moments still made my goosebumps get goosebumps. And whether it was his trademark phrases like breaking out the rye bread and mustard for a grand salami, or just his overall infectious enthusiasm that made a random Tuesday night in August feel like Game 7 of the World Series, he simply had a unique way to connect with fans and bring the game to life. Tragically, Niehaus was taken from us far too soon, shortly following the 2010 season, leaving a void that's truly impossible to fill. For so long, through years and years of misery, the one thing Mariner fans could take solace in was knowing they'd be treated to Niehaus's pure brilliance for 3 hours, night after night, starting with their first pitch in 1977 and continuing for 34 years and nearly 5,300 games thereafter.
It's a wild, back-and-forth game between the Mariners and Athletics. Down by a run in the bottom of the 9th, Tino Martinez steps in with a man on first. Listen closely here as Dave Niehaus' voice momentarily fades out before returning closer to the mic.
Here comes the pitch to Tino. Swung on and belted deep to right field. And that will be...
And the first one falls.
He was probably spinning in his chair.
I asked in part 1 why anyone would want to watch the Mariners in those atrocious early days. Well, there's your reason. Regardless of the quality or lack thereof of the product put forth on the field, Niehaus always provided an A++ broadcast.
That one misses.
Bad news comes on the 26th. The measure has, for the time being, lost the lead, but it's still alive. There are still about 3,000 ballots yet to be counted. After weeks of sniping at one another from different parts of the country, the Angels finally have to drag their sorry asses up to Seattle and meet their conquerors in person. They get thumped 10-2 thanks to homers from Griffey and Jay Buhner. It's their 7th consecutive win, and the Mariners now lead the West by 3 games with just 6 to play.
And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through 1/4 of action so far. And what do you guys think about Boston here?
The next day, it becomes clear. The vote has failed.
I love it. Basketball can be a simple game.
The Mariners lose to the Angels that afternoon, win their next 2 games against the Rangers, and end up splitting the series in Texas after getting thumped 9-2 and 9-3. They left exactly enough room for the Angels to catch up to them. Their 144-game schedule ends in a tie. It necessitates something Major League Baseball hasn't seen in 15 years, a special one-game tiebreaker between the Mariners and Angels to decide who goes to the playoffs. What comes next for the Mariners and where they end up playing next year, no one can really say. But if nothing else, this much is guaranteed. The Seattle Mariners will play one more baseball game. The final game of an absurd season will turn out to be its most absurd. For one, the timing is odd. This is without question the most important game the Mariners have ever played, and yet the first pitch is at 1 p.m. on a Monday afternoon. So at least it was the biggest story of that Monday afternoon, right? No, it wasn't.
If seeking a game fit for your family stable, Noble Night Games can help you complete your quest. Find everything you need to get your game. You can buy, sell, trade, anywhere in the world. Noble Night
been in the zone throughout this game.
Coach, they're ice cold in the offensive end.
Well, something has
Big
to
news,
change.
Mint just launched Home Minter, 5G home internet with $30 a month. And once you've got it, you're going to need a new Wi-Fi. I'll suggest the fast and unlimited. Too fast, too frugal. Wi-Fi and seriously good deal. Mint X trip savings. Unlimited 5 gigahertz ride or router. Router or router, I'm saying. And my personal favorite, Minternet 30, Vancouver Drift. Not available in Canada.
Uses the glass to finish the layup.
inside McHale is well positioned to just go to work.
It's time to meet Randy Johnson.
Johnson up top. They look to him for part of their offensive attack. Right now, averages nearly 12 points a game.
Who, at 6'10", became the tallest player in the history of Major League Baseball when he entered the bigs in 1988. Everyone thought he had greatness in him. It showed up in flashes, most notably in 1990, when he threw the first no-hitter in Mariners history. But he led the league in walks 3 years in a row, and his ERA hung around 4, placing him around the middle of the pack. And then, Nolan Ryan came to town. Before a Mariners-Rangers game in 1992, Johnson ran into the future Hall of Famer and confessed that something in his mechanics wasn't working. Ryan said, "Hey, try landing on the front of your foot instead of your heel." Randy listened. And just like that, his numbers drastically improved. He was well on his way to becoming one of the most accomplished pitchers baseball has ever seen. He was also among the most intimidating. He had a 102-mile-per-hour fastball, but his most devastating pitch was a 90-mile-per-hour slider that had so much on it that it looked like a fastball. It was almost unfair. It was called Mr. Snappy.
So with the future of the organization hanging in the balance, Seattle skipper Lou Piniella had the ultimate ace up his sleeve, as he was able to give the ball to Johnson on short rest. And it's completely clear why that seemingly risky move wasn't so risky, but was in fact the obvious call. The big unit wasn't just the team's top pitcher, but he was the very best in the entire American League by miles. In terms of both OPS allowed and ERA, no one was close to him. He notched at least 12 strikeouts in 9 games, existing on his own stratosphere relative to the rest of the league on his way to fanning nearly 300 batters despite an abbreviated MLB season. So while Seattle had the runaway Cy Young winner on the hill, the Angels ace was out of commish, with all-star Chuck Finley having tossed over 100 pitches the prior afternoon to get him to this game. That meant the Angels' hopes rested on longtime Mariner Mark Langston, who Seattle had traded to Montreal in the deal that landed on Johnson. The Mariners were easy conquerors in a game that they got to host based on the flip of a coin. Piniella saw a win as a foregone conclusion. So did left fielder Vince Coleman. And Randy was indeed an untouchable force of nature for the first 6 innings of this one, retiring each of the Angels' first 17 batters before his bid for perfection was broken up by his ex-roommate of all people. Langston was pretty good too, allowing just 1 run through 6. But then, things got away from him in the 7th. The Mariners loaded up the bases with former Angel Luis Soto at the dish, who then punched a grounder to the right that probably should have been an ending 3-1 putout, but that instead, first baseman JT Snow slumped. Snow could only watch as the ball leaped into foul territory and underneath the Angels' bullpen. By the time right fielder Tim Salmon dug it up, 2 Mariners had scored. An unfortunate set of circumstances turned disastrous when Langston's foot in the air allowed for the ultimate miss. 4 runs scoring on a ball that touched an infielder's glove for what has to be the first and only time in the history of organized baseball. Thanks to the fielding work of 2 Angels that would each win Gold Gloves that season. That is baseball for you. With the game now blown wide open, the M's could just sit back and ride Johnson to the AL West title.
You think Isaiah Thomas, you think assists, passing, when Zeke needs to, he can take over a game with a score.
Now the Seattle Mariners are guaranteed to exist for at least a few more days as they move on to make their first ever playoff appearance in the 1995 ALDS. And if this were a work of fiction, this is exactly the way he would write it.
Yeah, fearless, wasn't he, Clark, on the glass, and it pays off for him.
For sure. And the hunger that he plays with, you can't teach that.
Now here's Thomas. 12 points for him. Johnson outside. And the shot falls short this time. Celtics leading by 11. Out of bounds. stifling effort on defense needs another look.
Such great timing, defensive awareness, too. When you have to face a defender that can reject you like this, it certainly can change your approach.
And it's Thomas with the ball. He brings it up for the Pistons. Following this one, they get to host the Cavaliers. And that's the first game in a string of 3 straight at home. Here's Long. And they recover it.
Management has made it clear that if there's no stadium deal by the end of the month, they're selling, which virtually guarantees moving. Washington Governor Mike Lowry begins to arrange a last-ditch effort to fund a new park, but as it stands, it's kind of a long shot. For one, politicians are generally hesitant to counteract a public vote. For another, we're less than 1 year removed from the Republican Revolution of 1994. Washington State served as ground zero, as the spinning of a steel key saw more House victories here than in anywhere else in the country. The on-field performance of the Mariners seems to be the only variable left. If they squeak into the playoffs only to be immediately snuffed out, is that enough to move the needle? Probably not. This team, which had never seriously contended in their entire history until about a month ago, has to win something. 5 games, first of 3 takers. And again, this could not have been written any better. To this point in history, the New York Yankees had been to the World Series 33 times and won 22 of them. They were everything the Mariners were not. The Yankees played in a storied stadium that lasted nearly a century. The Mariners played in a concrete dome built on the cheap that started falling apart in 20 years' time. The Yankees were a mainstay of American culture. The Mariners had to fight for the privilege of existing. The Yankees got married to Marilyn Monroe and hung out with the Rat Pack. The Mariners made toilet jello and grew up because it was funny. In recent times, the Yankees had emerged like locusts, surfacing to contend every 10 or 15 years. In '94, the strike may have been the only thing keeping them from another World Series, as they had the best record in the American League. They decided that, once again, it was their time. The Yankees were an arch-enemy to Mets, but few, if any, shared the animosity held by Ken Griffey Jr. The 1983 incident wasn't a simple clubhouse misunderstanding. The Griffey family had been disrespected. And for Jr., a family man who famously preferred spending time with his wife and kids to living a celebrity lifestyle, it was not a forgettable event. In Ken Sr.'s autobiography, Big Red, he wrote that Jr. carried his grudge against the Yankees throughout his entire career, adding that he played his best games against them. He was right. In fact, despite all the premier pitching the Yankees threw at Jr. over the years, he hit better against them than any other team. 7 years into his career, baseball's biggest superstar is finally in the playoffs. Here is his opportunity to save the future of his team and exact revenge on another.
Chevy is more than just a name you can trust. It's everything you want, for less than you'd expect. It's power that pulls its weight, and confidence you can feel. All the capability you need, and the quick charge that keeps you moving.
Now, well-qualified buyers can get 3.9% financing for 60 months on all 2026 Equinox models. Plus, no monthly payments for 90 days.
And Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
For the love of Mother Earth. Fur babies. Changing things. Stranger things. Everything. Designed for anything you love. On anything you love it on. Redbubble.
Junior and the Mariners entered the first ever ALDS game fighting an uphill battle. For starters, after punching their playoff ticket with that win over the Angels, they didn't get into New York, their third time zone in 3 days, until after 4 in the morning. On top of that, they were without the services of their superstar ace at the beginning of the series, thanks to Johnson's heroics the day before to even get him here. But Buck Showalter's Yankees had the luxury of being able to send their top pitcher to the mound on full rest. Mid-season trade acquisition and reigning AL Cy Young winner David Cone. Cone's been red hot, having allowed just 4 runs across his final 25 innings of the regular season, and he got an early lead with a 2-run Wade Boggs homer. But, as John mentioned, having a star pitcher on the mound didn't matter when it came to Griffey. No matter how good any pitcher was, if he was wearing the pinstripes, Junior was going to dole out the punishment. And sure enough, to lead off the next inning, he cut the deficit in half with a single gorgeous swing of the bat, sending a cone split finger to the upper deck. Later on, trailing by 2 with a man on, Griffey again took a cone splitter deep to right that tied the score at 4.
Goodbye, home run!
But alas, the Yanks pulled away with a late inning onslaught against Pens reliever Bobby Ayala and took Game 1 by a score of 9-6. For Game 2, Piniella gave the ball to Andy Bettis in an all-Andy pitching duel against 23-year-old Yankee rookie Andy Pettitte, making the first start of his MLB record 44 career postseason starts. And they took a third-inning lead when left fielder Vince Coleman, a man who was an all-time great when it came to swiping bases, but had come into this game with just 27 homers through his first 11 big league regular seasons, sent a 3-2 fastball swing the opposite way, and New York right fielder Paul O'Neill could only walk sails over the fence to give Seattle the early lead. They trailed for the first time when Ruben Sierra and Don Mattingly led off the bottom of the 6th inning with back-to-back dingers. And even though they retook the lead on a 7th-inning Griffey sac fly, O'Neill hit a blast of his own to tie it back up, necessitating extra innings to decide this.
Got 6 points in the quarter.
And a couple minutes after Wednesday became Thursday, that sure appeared to be the Mariners when Griffey, facing New York closer John Weston, against whom Junior's 6 weeks removed from hitting a walk-off homer, launched this 12th-inning fastball into the
series. He drills it deep to right field, towards the gap, 385, goodbye, home run, he has done it again.
Griffey had put Seattle on the brink of tying the series at a game apiece, further validating the enormous praise lobbed his way by Mr. October himself, Reggie Jackson. But in the Yankees' last chance at the dish, Wade Boggs drew a walk to reach base before Jorge Posada pinch ran for him. It was Posada's maiden voyage on an MLB base path, and he was representing the tying run in extra innings of a playoff game. Piniella summoned starting pitcher Tim Belcher out of the pen, who promptly allowed a 2-out Ruben Sierra double that brought Posada home to stay alive.
Allow him to play a power-style game, outwork taller players inside.
After failing to score in the next 3 innings against Mariano Rivera, Belcher capped what had now broken the 24-hour-old record for longest playoff game in MLB history by allowing a 15th inning walk-off homer to Yankee catcher Jim Leyritz, giving the Yankees a commanding 2-0 series lead and compelling the Ends to win 3 in a row as the series shifted to the Kingdom.
The morning of Game 3, an update from Governor Lowry hits the papers, and it's not good. Negotiations still aren't going anywhere. Republicans are maintaining a hard line, no taxes for a new car. And if the Mariners get unceremoniously swept out of the playoffs, well, that line is probably all the easier to hold. Baseball isn't like other sports. One player can't carry his team to greatness. The greatest hitter can bat every 9 times, and that's it.
He makes the first.
It's why, in Junior's first few great seasons, the Mariners were mediocre at best. It's why, in his historically great 93 and 94 seasons, you could look at their win-loss record and never even know he was there. And it's why Game 3, on October 6th, 1995, could very well be the last game the Seattle Mariners ever played.
That one is no good. Celtics leading by 5. Here's Maxwell. 11 points for him in that last game against Atlanta. McHale left side. Rebounded by the Pistons. Lambeer's got 5 rebounds.
Coming off 2 games in the Bronx with a rabid Yankee fan base that was constantly throwing garbage on the field and hurling objects at Mariner players, Seattle was very much looking forward to returning to the Kingdom. And at least in Game 3, with their backs completely against the wall in their first ever home playoff game, they got to climb on the giant shoulders of Randy Johnson, who in 95 we know was seemingly indestructible, untouchable, and automatic.
Parrish has got 8 points.
No easy way to contain Parrish inside. That's
first 3 no-hit innings, it was more of the same. Until Bernie Williams' crushing homer in the 4th put the Yanks out, even with the M's deity on the mound. It looked even more grim with Johnson's New York counterpart, another recent AL Cy Young winner, Jack McDowell, in an absolute groove, having faced a minimum of 12 batters in 4 innings. However, that mistake to Williams was Johnson's only real blip, with Seattle taking the lead back on a 2-run bomb in the 5th off the bat of Tino Martinez, and a monster 6th inning returned the baseball world to the normalcy of being able to ride a brilliant gem from the big unit when they needed it the very most to a huge. For the second time that week, the entire season, and maybe the entire existence of the franchise, came down to Randy Johnson's left arm on 3 days rest. For the second time that week, even without his best stuff, Randy Johnson delivered. The season still alive.
And that one misses.
You think about T-Mobile home internet only being $35 a month.
We need to take your mind off of this. Come check out my new man cave.
T-Mobile's got home internet, just $35 a month, and it's guaranteed for 5 years.
I wanted to play football because the Niners were incredible.
He was the best in the game, and I was trying to be.
Game on, I'm better than you.
I don't know
that it isn't the best team that's ever been.
Henderson with it.
But to keep the plug from being pulled, Seattle would have to win another 2 games, starting mere mortals at pitcher. Game 4 starter Chris Bosio wasted 0 time showing just how mortal he was. 3 batters into the game, 3 Yankees were aboard. They all eventually scored, putting the Mariners way behind the ball just minutes in. Another O'Neill home run a couple innings later buried the Mariners into a dreadful 5-run hole. Hope was just about gone, and it may well have been completely gone if not for the presence of one Edgar Martinez.
Johnson outside. Left of the wing. With the fadeaway. It's rebounded by
Their
Maxwell.
third baseman turned designated hitter. He was coming off a couple injury-plagued seasons, but in 1995 stayed healthy and had been MLB's top batter, even though he was widely underappreciated.
Outside of Seattle, Edgar never got the enormous amount of credit he deserved, largely because he spent most of his career as a designated hitter. Well, this is the guy we were ignoring. If you want to know how good a hitter is and you only want to look at one number, OPS, or on-base plus slugging, is the number for you. In 95, Edgar's OPS surpassed 1,100, a mark that even the best hitters rarely approach in a full season. Up here is a jumble of seasons owned by the likes of Babe Ruth, Ted Williams, and Mickey Mantle. In 94, 3 guys reached the mark, but because of the strike, they only had to maintain the number for 2/3 of the normal season. Edgar's up here playing damn near a full season. From the early 60s up until this season, his only neighbor is Barry Bonds. The arc of Edgar's career is as fascinating as Bayhead. It was the precise opposite of Griffey. Ironically, when scouts came to watch Edgar in Puerto Rico, they liked his fielding, but they saw him as a weak hitter without much potential. At age 20, Junior was already an all-star, 2 seasons under his belt. At the same age, Edgar was working days at a furniture store, then working nights at a factory. As a last-ditch effort, he dragged himself to a Mariners tryout after a grueling night shift. He played on feeling, and somehow managed to show enough flash to earn an offer from the team. He didn't even play his first major league game until age 24, and didn't play his first full season until age 27, at which age Griffey had already played so much great baseball that he could have retired on the spot and still probably made Hall of Fame. Edgar was 32 now, and his OPS of 1.109 across his entire career. Junior never did that. It's impossible to overstate just how great this guy was.
And when the next opportunity to hit for Seattle rolled around, they got 2 men on before Edgar strolled to the plate. It was time for this superhero to put on his cape and bring the kingdom to life with a towering 3-run shot. That cut the deficit to 2. They eventually took a 6-5 lead behind and forgive me if I'm starting to sound like a broken record, Ken Griffey Jr. home run. In the roller coaster that is Mariner baseball, they allowed the Yanks to pull even heading into the bottom of the 8th, with Edgar who was 4th. The first 3 all reached base, which is a pretty good way to tee up the AL batsman. A meatball was served right down the middle of the plate by poor John Wetland, and if you make a mistake like that to Martinez, he'll rip your heart out with the grandest of smiles. To not only become the first player to ever drive in 7 runs in a playoff game, but also bust the game wide. Almost not wide open enough though, as Bernie Williams nearly hit a miraculous game-time homer when the Yankees were down to their last out, only to settle harmlessly into Junior's glove. Outside of a compound ankle fracture suffered by their Mariner Moose mascot, it was magical. Against all odds, the Mariners had tied the series at 2 games apiece to force a winner-take-all Game 5 the following week. The eyes of the entire country descended upon the Kingdome for this one. The first day with but a single nationally televised game since Joe Carter's World Series winning walk-off about 23 and a half months earlier. Unlike Seattle, New York got to rely on their ace for the do-or-die affair, though even he knew no answers existed for Edgar.
Thomas up top, Henderson defending. Pass to Tripucka.
The first couple innings were scoreless, thanks in large part due to the bottom half of the second frame when Seattle had a runner in scoring position with none out, then 2 in scoring position with just 1 out, only for David Cone to escape the jam by striking out the side. But then in the third, just like Vince Coleman's remarkably unlikely homer in Game 2, 30-year-old Mariner second baseman Bill Cole scoring by going deep for just the 8th time in more than 2,000 career at-bats. O'Neill answered the next inning to put the Yankees on top, with the M's trailing by 2 in the bottom of the 6th. A leadoff double by Edgar again gave Seattle a runner in scoring position with none out, and again Cone struck out the side to neutralize the threat. More deja vu for Junior's next time at the plate in the 8th, when his 3rd homer of the series off Cone was also his 5th overall, matching Reggie Jackson's record for the most in any postseason series and pulling the Mariners within 1. As the inning drew on, a completely gassed Cone lost any semblance of control as his pitch count approached 150. He issued a couple walks to help load the bases before yet another freebie to pinch hitter Doug Strange capped Seattle's 2-out rally and tied the game heading into the 9th, where the party was just getting started. The Yankees were on the verge of feeling a death blow when they got 2 on with none out in the top of the order duo against Mariner reliever Warren Charlie. In other words, desperation time.
He puts just enough power behind him.
Celtics have gone 1 of 3 since starting the second half.
And we all know who's risen to the occasion time and time again when it's desperation o'clock.
Here at Noble Night Games, we've been carefully growing the world's largest selection of tabletop games going on 25 years. Fresh pick new releases, finally aged vintage classics. Hard to find info. You can buy, sell, trade, and play with them at our store in Vicksburg, Wisconsin. Or shop online 24/7 from anywhere in the world. Just like nature is. We're on fresh daily at Noble Night Games.
solid from the line.
So he makes one of two as the second one misses. For Detroit, they've gone 3 of 8 so far in the third quarter, looking to
Less
lock in
than
that
48 hours removed from throwing nearly 120 pitches, with over 240 across the previous 6 days. For a very limited appearance, Johnson was somehow available out of the pen. His legend grew when he sat down the heart of the Yankee lineup in order, getting the ends out of that bleak situation unscathed.
First free throw is
The
good.
bottom half of the ninth was the Mariners' turn to reach the doorstep of victory, knocking Mariano Rivera on the ropes with a series-winning run in scoring position and just 1 out. New York responded by calling on McDowell for his first career relief appearance, and he likewise rose to the challenge to keep the game tied as the Game 3 starters were now dueling in extras to decide the
We've gone about
5th
3.5
game
minutes into
for
the third
all
now.
the Marlins.
Pass to Maxwell.
And they stayed with Johnson pitching another inning and striking out the side in a Herculean effort that left every ounce of everything he had on the field.
Thomas down low. Henderson defending.
The 10th inning turned into the 11th inning, and what was initially supposed to be a break glass in case of emergency situation to get on out, 82, had now turned into a third inning. And finally, at this point, the effects of his monstrous work started to cause some cracks, with this Randy Velarde go-ahead RBI single, a brutal punch to the gut, sending the Mariners into the bottom of the 11th, 3 outs away from utter heartbreak and devastation. Joey Cora was set to lead off, and at that point, he'd attempted 36 career butts with the bases empty. 15 of them resulted in a hit, including one the day before. Now make it 16 out of 37. Tying run aboard. Griffey continued his torrid stretch by singling him over to third. Tying run 90 feet away, ALDS winning run aboard. Into the batter's box stepped Edgar Martinez.
A dozen years ago, when he was working the night shift at a General Electric factory in San Juan, Edgar never could have imagined himself in this moment. He doesn't even need a hit to tie the game. With the speedy Cora at third, any outfield fly should do just fine. And even with 1 out, they still have Junior on base. For Ken Griffey Jr. to score the run that ends the New York Yankees season, well, that's the type of moment he's been waiting on for 12 years.
Free throw shooting is a constant
And the opportunity to call a moment of this magnitude is something Dave Niehaus has waited for since the very beginning, nearly 20 years ago. This moment belongs to these 3 men.
They would lob a base hit into the gap, and they could win it with Junior speed to stretch. And the 0-1 pitch on the way to Edgar Martinez. Swung on the line, that's what you want. Here comes Joey. Here's Junior to third base. They're going to wave him in. The throw to the plate will be late. The Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship. I don't believe it. It just continues. Edgar Martinez with a double. Whip down the left field line, and they are going crazy. That's the kingdom.
Well, you got to like the intensity. He really went at him that time.
This is his second trip to the line in this one.
It's so beautifully, obnoxiously fake. The superstar slides into home to beat the bad guy.
Fireworks are lit off indoors above a nylon field. The team just played for its life and won. There are two mobs here. One swarms around Edgar, who will spend his entire career in Seattle. This is the hit that will one day push him over the top and get him into the Baseball Hall of Fame, and it's popular to consider it as the hit that saved baseball in Seattle. As overdramatic as that might sound, it's probably accurate. In the aftermath, opposing politicians lamented that the public's excitement for the team was putting them over the barrel. A couple weeks later, funds for the stadium were delivered. Edgar's double into left field is likely the reason the Seattle Mariners are here today. Someone in the other pile of bodies is Junior, who did it with his legs, flying in all the way from first base. Almost no other power hitter than Darryl would have been able to lay that one out. When he did, he exacted revenge on a team that he resented since he was 13 years old. He helped to save the future of his own team. Junior's barely visible within this tumbleweed Mariners. On the ABC broadcast, he emerges for just a handful of frames. The images will always remember him more. Yelling like an idiot, pure disbelief that he's playing two dragons at once. This is a moment that belongs to another world. One where cycles close and stories end. Where there are heroes and heroes win. A moment like this has no business anymore.
So good to see two guys on the same page like this.
I know, it's like you and I. It's like they finish each other's sentences.
Yeah, we know that feeling.
Oh, we do.
Or in this case, one finishing off the other's perfectly thrown pass.
Here's Henderson after the basket by Detroit. And that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle and 2 shots coming up.
Well, the defender that time a little out of position. Johnson smart enough to take advantage of it.
And a chance to catch up on some numbers here. Scoring breakdown for Boston.
Well, you know, their offensive rebounding throughout this one has been clutch, timely. I mean, it's kept the ball out of the enemy's hands and gotten them lots of second chance points. That's a winning recipe.
They're also finding a lot of points tonight off transition play. Running the floor and using the fast break to beat the defense down the floor.
Boston making a switch here. McHale's checked in. And the Pistons making a change
so I've been
here as
creative
well.
over a decade,
Benson
and
is checked in for
creative
Livingston.
has gone every step of the way.
As a multidisciplinary artist, my work moves between design, photography, video, and physical projects. Here's why I choose Adobe Creative Cloud Pro over Affinity.
Thomas.
With Creative Cloud Pro, I can get features and AI-powered tools that complement how I already work. Some of my most used features right now are Photoshop's generative fill, select subject, and remove tool with distraction removal. These features eliminate friction, speed up my process, and help me move from idea to execution with ease. That's why Creative Cloud Pro is the tool I rely on for workflow. So, if you're looking for creative tools that can grow with you, try Adobe Creative Cloud Pro.
The shot's good from Parrish.
And just remember,
Parrish has got 5 points now in the quarter.
That's an excellent move inside, keeping pace here.
Thomas passes to Tripucka. Here's Long. He's got 8. From 15 feet away, a shot by Tripucka.
After taking down the Yankees, the Mariners ultimately fell to the Indians in the 1995 ALCS, 4-2, but, as always, who cares? We'll stop just long enough to note Junior's weird feud with Cleveland pitcher Dennis Martinez, in which the two were constantly pausing play out of nowhere to throw one another off. When Seattle was sent home after a brutal shutout loss in Game 6, Griffey was crushed. But he still found it in him to pay a visit to his opponent's locker and congratulate him. No one ever does that. Ultimately, the Mariners got what they came for. A senseless season, one in which 1,000 different things went exactly right, permanently settled the existential threat that has plagued Seattle baseball throughout its history. Now, the team of the future is graduating into the team of the present. Now that stadium funding is coming in, Mariners fans' remaining source of anxiety was the threat of Griffey leaving at free agency. For years, he's spoken idly about someday heading to Cincinnati, where his father played for so many years, and the Reds had been talking to his agent for weeks. But ultimately, Griffey decided to sign a 4-year deal to stay in Seattle, and, unbelievably, his best years were still ahead of him. In 1996, Ken Griffey Jr. ran for President of the United States as part of a promotional stunt with Nike. What started as a goof quickly got a lot less fun for Griffey, who was suddenly fielding political questions from beat reporters. though he would later become perhaps the first superstar athlete to say he would gladly play alongside a gay teammate, he found himself well out of his depth in the political arena. Junior definitely had a cranky side, and it was coming out. He hated the whole thing. The merits of his candidacy are for political historians to decide, but whatever the case, it ended in September. He found that life on the campaign trail was vicious and kept him from sleeping until noon and watching Ricky Lake, forever proving the axiom that someone who's obsessed with television can never be president. On the field, the Mariners' absolute embarrassment of talent was about to get even more embarrassing. You see, in this time, the MLB draft had a pretty strange format. In even-numbered years, the worst National League team got the #1 pick, and in odd-numbered years, it went to the worst American League team. When the Mariners finished 67-95 in 1986, it wasn't the very worst record in baseball, but it was the worst record in the AL. Lucky for them, the following draft was in an odd-numbered year, allowing them, of course, to spend the top overall pick on Junior. Now, remember that 92 season when they kind of crashed and burned out of nowhere following a couple years of positive momentum? Well, here they go again. Once again, the #1 pick was waiting for him in the following odd-numbered year. Last time, they rolled the dice on a 17-year-old, and it worked out pretty well for him. So, they did it again.
He's got 10.
That is how you use the shot fake, folks.
If you're not a baseball person, you know Alex Rodriguez as J-Lo's husband and the guy you've seen on 37,000 different CNBC shows on mute in an airport bookstore. Let's catch up on all the weird giggles you've been missing. Here he is on Closing Bell Access. Here he is on something called Squawk Alley.
Just together, right?
And here he is on Squawk Box, which is different from Squawk Alley somehow, I think.
I'm still mad about that.
And here he is on Mad Money.
By the way, this bag I asked for.
And here he is on CNBC Make It.
I'm exhausted.
God, he's such a herb. I love him. As a rookie, A-Rod was a perfect mark for a legendary prankster like Griffey. Griffey was once in the habit of betting manager Lou Piniella at steak dinner that he could hit home runs in batting practice. At some point in '95, Junior hit a cold stretch, losing bet after bet. He now owed Piniella an enormous amount of beef. One day, Piniella opened his office door and found his winnings. A live, 1,200-pound cow Junior had borrowed from a nearby farmer and smuggled in. Piniella wasn't as bothered by the cow as he was by the absolutely biblical dumps it had already taken on the floor. This stunt, though, was even funnier. When A-Rod was just 18, Griffey tried to convince him that all the stars on the team were plotting to monetize their genetics by selling their sperm, even bringing in a buddy to pretend he was a doctor. Junior asked him if he wanted in, and he ended the goof once it was clear that A-Rod was actually starting to believe him. But like Griffey, A-Rod is a far more interesting person than he's typically given credit for. In this pantheon of baseball gods, the legacy of A-Rod is by far the most complicated. Right now, though, the year is 1996. A-Rod is 20 years old, and his greatness is bewildering. So let me start by saying this. Throughout the first 49 years of the integration era, the period starting in 1947, nary a single infielder had ever whacked 90 extra base hits in a season. Not even anyone that played the classic slugging position of first base. Then came year 50, and in A-Rod's very first full season as a big leaguer, he racked up 91 as a shortstop in his age 20 season, which is the most stunning part of all. To be that good, that young, it goes without saying he broke all sorts of youth records. There are a million different things 96 A-Rod was the youngest player to ever do, but irrespective of what a neophyte he was, he still fathered more baseballs than any other infielder of any age since Jimmy Fox 58 years earlier. Through the 2019 season, that remains the lone instance of a shortstop hitting 90. And in fact, let's even expand the scope a bit to all left side of infield players to even incorporate third baseman. Still a top leaderboard. That brings me to Edgar Martinez. Staying on that extra base hit field, Edgar kicked that season off, taking it to a whole nother level. Here are each of his first 311 at-bats in the 1996 season. That's a whole lot of baseballs given a good ride. 66 to be exact. Allow me to repeat myself. In 1996, Edgar Martinez recorded an extra base hit on 66 of his first 311 at-bats. And this was by the time the M's had played just 84 games, barely half the season. Historically, that stacks up pretty well. In the modern era, no one's even come all that close, with the 60 threshold remaining otherwise unreached. Combined with Griffey, who had a typical peak season, that gave the 96 Mariners 3 players who topped an OPS of 1,000, sort of cornering the AL market of those guys and becoming the first team with such a trio since the 1929 Cubs. Oh, and all their fourth best bat did was smash 44 dingers while driving in 138 runs, with an embarrassment of riches up and down their lineup. The 96 M's offense soared to near unprecedented heights in becoming the integration era's first squad to ever produce a team-wide OPS of 850. They also scored at least 5 runs in 107 games. If that sounds like a lot to you, you'd be right. They were the first team in 46 years to have even 100 such games, a feat that remains exceedingly rare in modern times. Add it all up, and they scored nearly 1,000 runs at a time when no one prior to that season had even reached 900 since the 1953 Dodgers. And yet, somehow, some way, this team found a way to miss the postseason. Sure, their pitching was lousy. Reigning Cy Young winner Randy Johnson missed 3 months in the middle of the season due to a holding disc in his back. Returned in August with 6 appearances out of the 10, then was shut down for the season. But that's still quite spectacular for that lineup to spend all of October on their couch, or like drinking coffee at grunge concerts. Maybe that would have been a bit more understandable in the pre-1969 days when the entire postseason was just the World Series, or even up through a few years prior when the postseason included an LCS and thus just 2 teams from each league made it. But this was year 2 of the implementation of the LDS, thus producing 4 playoff teams per league. Somehow, it still didn't matter. Fantastic work, Ems.
How many years have we been trying to sell you on the idea that the Mariners are the future of baseball? This will be year 6, right? Come on, guys. Don't make me look stupid. Thank you.
There are 5 offers that can get you money every single week. Complete simple tasks on offer walks for high payouts on free. Take short, surveys and earn rewards fast. Sign me to see rewards for extra cash prizes. Refer friends and earn commissions on their activities. Complete featured offers for exclusive high-paying tasks. Get started today with free cash. Download the app and start earning now.
The putback. Rebound Boston. McHale's got 12 rebounds here tonight. Big time effort. There's the drive. Here's Buckner. And it's Russell with the rebound. Pistons trail by 8.
Using his quickness on the interior, Thomas is a bad.
These 4 first played together in '94, but the strike wiped that season out. Griffey was hurt for most of '95, Randy was hurt for most of '96, but in '97, all 4 stayed healthy for just about the entire season. A-Rod didn't quite set the world on fire like he did the year prior, but he did have a terrific season. Randy served up the best season of his career to that point, and almost won another Cy Young award. The rock-solid Edgar was one of the best hitters in baseball again. But it was Junior, the 1997 American League MVP, who found his zenith. 3 years after the strike ended his pursuit of Roger Maris' single-season home run record, he once again took a shot at the most obsessed-over record in American sports. He went yard in his first at-bat of the season.
One run and Belton! Deep to right center field, and we are tied!
And did it again in his second at-bat. Both were given up by the same David Jones, who gave up 3 dingers to Junior in the '95 ALDS.
Buddy, I'm sorry. Near the end of April, Junior was on pace to hit upwards of 90 home runs. Everyone knew that would cool down, and it did, but even as his pace slowed, he was still on track to break the record halfway through the season. And then came an excruciating 25-game stretch in which he hit just one home run. Like most baseball slumps, it seemed to happen for no real reason. Griffey wasn't terribly bothered because the team was winning, and he suggested that sports writers were overly obsessed with stats and charts. I have absolutely no idea what he's talking about. Anyway, Junior ended up with 56 homers. While he did miss the mark by 5, he still produced one of the greatest power-hitting seasons of all time. Along with Mark McGwire, who finished with 58 over in the National League, Griffey accomplished something that no one but Maris had since the outbreak of World War II. I'd like to take a moment to appreciate the fact that these four were playing in their peak years on the same team at the same time. The argument could be made that all four of them were the best ever to play their respective positions. Is it a winning argument? Maybe not, but bear with me for just a minute.
It's Thomas on the wing. Shot clock at 3. From down.
First up, Junior. By his age 27 season, his wins above replacement stood at 59.2, better than any other center fielder of that age aside from Mickey Mantle. There's a little bit of room to debate Griffey versus Mantle if you want to. For instance, you could try and argue that Griffey was a more well-rounded baseball player and point to his fielding ability. Chart these same guys by defensive WAR, and Junior is all the way at the top, with Mantle in pretty mediocre territory. Ultimately, though, I think I have to concede that Junior, at this point in his career, is number 2. Now Edgar, whose case is much easier. The DH is a relatively new position, and one that players often don't occupy for the majority of their careers, so this competition is a lot thinner. Among those who spent at least 60% of their careers as a DH, the only player in the same universe as Edgar in terms of WAR is David Ortiz. Edgar is clearly the best pure DH ever. Randy is a lot more difficult to assess. Okay, so here's every pitcher ever with a WAR above 50. At 103.5, Randy places in FM radio territory, puts him at 9th all time. I'm going to ignore these guys from the dead ball era because while they were great relative to their peers on the mound at the time, they never had to face scary home run hitters. So that leaves us with Lefty Grove, Tom Seaver, Roger Clemens, and Greg Maddux, and Randy. This is extremely rickety logic because it means we're not even considering, say, Pedro Martinez or Bob Gibson or Sandy Koufax, and it fails to account for any kind of quantity versus quality considerations. We can point out that he won 5 Cy Young Awards, more than anyone but Clemens, and he's number 2 in strikeouts, behind only his buddy, Nolan Ryan. I can't rank him definitively, but on the all-time greatest roster, I think we could pencil him in as our number 5 starter without sounding completely ridiculous. And finally, Alex Rodriguez. A-Rod actually only played his first 10 seasons at shortstop before eventually moving on to third base, so it's a little unfair to compare his WAR at shortstop to guys who spent their entire careers there. And yet, despite playing only half as many games as the leaders on this chart, and completely sweeping some of his best seasons off the table, A-Rod shows up as one of the all-time best. There are some notable absences from this chart. Ernie Banks, Robin Yount, and Cal Ripken. Shortstops who, like A-Rod, moved to different positions midway through their careers, so let's stack those guys up. Yep, at shortstop, I'm going with A-Rod every time. If you're not mad at me, you should be. This entire argument requires a fair amount of goalpost moving and cherry picking. Are all 4 the greatest of all time at their respective positions? No, but you could make the argument without being immediately laughed out of the room, right? For one of your players to be in that conversation is great. 2 is practically unheard of. 3 is a ridiculous notion. And 4 is this. The 1990s Mariners. The modern murderer's row.
So adept at running the pick and roll. Bird doesn't force anything. Instead, he takes what the defense gives him.
Because this is an unfair assessment of talent, the Mariners had, a few months prior, traded away another player who could have eventually joined this pantheon. The year prior, the team was dragged to Appleton, Wisconsin for an exhibition game against their minor league affiliate, the Timber Rattlers. When the game was rained out, the teams decided to hold a home run derby to at least give the fans something to look at. Junior hit a few out, and so did A-Rod. But both of them were upstaged by the Timber Rattlers' 20-year-old first baseman. His name was David Arias, and according to a couple of accounts, he hit multiple home runs, not just out of the stadium, but onto the highway. That is 650 feet away. That couldn't possibly be true. But what they said, Junior was watching in disbelief. A-Rod was freaking out. He'd later say that night, he wanted the Mariners to call Arias up on the spot. Ultimately, Arias was traded away a couple months later, and he started going by a different name. You know him as David Ortiz. While all this was going on, they had one of the greatest power hitters of the 21st century just kind of hanging out in their minor league system. You see what I mean? It was as though divine intervention was feeding transcendent baseball talent into Seattle. Did I mention they still had Jay Buhner, who hit 40 home runs again? And that his 40th home run was a 484-foot annihilation into the upper deck? And that this home run officially gave the 1997 Mariners the all-time record for most home runs by a Major League Baseball team, a record that stood for 21 years throughout the entire remainder of the steroid era, and that they had Paul Sorrento, who hit 31 home runs, and Jose Cruz Jr., who hit 26 dingers in just 104 games, nearly won Rookie of the Year, and was traded away mid-season because they didn't need any more hitting.
A fadeaway, and it's wide right. It's off the rim.
It was true. The Seattle Mariners really were the team of the
that shot missing. And well, Detroit shooting just 35%.
In a first-round series that honestly isn't even really worth getting into, the Mariners' bats stopped working, the bullpen fell apart, and they were brushed aside by the Orioles in 4 games.
You think about T-Mobile home internet only being $35 a month.
You need to take your mind off of it. Come check out my new man cave.
T-Mobile's got home internet that's $35 a month and it's guaranteed for 5 years.
I wanted to play football because the Irish were incredible. It was the best team game, and I was trying to game on. I'm better than you. I don't know that it isn't the best team that's ever been.
And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
To those of us who grew up in this time rooting for teams far away from Seattle, the Mariners were sort of our second favorite team, our vacation team, for all the reasons we talked about. We wanted this team in the World Series so badly, just for the privilege of watching them. And if these Mariners weren't good enough, when was it ever going to happen? I remember thinking, well, maybe it's time to root for the individual now. Maybe things like the home run record are what matter. Junior's pursuit of history didn't depend on the good fortunes of his team or a pitifully small sample of games in October. The next year, he'd get a full season and a fair shot to hit 62 home runs, and he chased the record again. Unlike the previous year, Junior avoided that July slump. On August 1st, he was still on pace to hit 62 by year's end, and he never fell far off that pace. What happened next, I never saw coming. It stopped mattering.
Boston leading by 8. The Celtics call time.
Over in the National League, Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa eclipsed him in August and never looked back. It was their story now. Junior once again finished with 56 home runs. No other player in the history of baseball, not even Babe Ruth, had done that twice in a row. But we just didn't care. He wasn't alone. An old friend of his was being ignored as well. In many ways, Barry Bonds and Ken Griffey Jr. were reflections of one another. Both were sons of star baseball players, had a reputation for getting cranky from time to time, and were transcendent all facets of the game. Up until this point, Bonds and Griffey were the 90s. They were numbers 1 and 2 on the 1990s home run leaderboard, and unlike so many of their neighbors on this list, they were great at everything. Both complemented their power at the plate with base stealing ability few others possessed, with Junior stealing more than 100 bases in this time, and Bonds 300. While other power hitters tended to be kind of bad in the field, both these men stood out as excellent outfielders, with Bonds winning 7 Gold Gloves, and Junior 8. In '98, which was only his age 33 season, Bonds joined the 400-400 club, 400 home runs, 400 stolen bases. To this day, he's the only player ever to do it across their entire careers, regardless of age. Incredibly, the only player ever to come close to matching this feat was his father, Bobby. And while some in baseball recognized the magnitude of this accomplishment, America generally didn't care or even notice. It's comical to look back on how little we acknowledge something that was plainly obvious to everyone on Earth. In '98, Bonds looked basically the same as he did at the start of the decade. The same could be said of Junior. Mark McGwire, on the other hand, had transformed from a normal-looking guy into a cartoonish Soviet artillery prototype that took 3 days to reposition and 25 men to operate. His eventual admission that he loaded up on steroids to smash the record with 70 home runs wasn't necessary.
Thank you, David.
Back in 1987, when Griffey was a lonely 17-year-old playing the Arizona Instructional League, Bonds, then in his second Major League season, would take him out to dinner. The two have been close ever since. One night after the '98 season, Bonds had dinner at Griffey's home. In his book about Bonds, sports writer Jeff Pearlman describes a conversation between the two that evening. As the story goes, Bonds finally let it all out. He was sick of playing it straight. He played clean for a decade and accomplished incredible things, only to become a footnote, watching as others juiced up largely without scrutiny and were lauded as the saviors of baseball. He was going to get his too, he decided. Griffey, for the record, says this conversation never happened. Whether or not it did, it at least did accurately represent a fork in the road he certainly faced around this time. And the general consensus is that he never used any performance-enhancing drugs. I have kids, he later said. I don't want them to think their dad's a cheater. Cheating in sports is cool. It's more than that, it's beautiful. It's no fun when your team's on the wrong end of it, but generally, getting mad about cheating is like walking out of the movie theater because you disapprove of the actions of Darth Vader. Sports allow humanity to be what it is, warts and all, at its most base or brilliant, without any real consequence. The rules are not laws, they're dares. When we orchestrate elaborate sign-stealing operations, we express our ingenuity. And when our dumb schemes blow up in our faces, we give the world something to laugh about. When, for example, we throw an illegal spitball for decades, literally write a book called Me and the Spitter, and end up in the Hall of Fame anyway after everyone has a giggle about it, we demonstrate how little any of this actually matters and how arbitrary our standards are. Bonds allegedly cheated for years, looking like Super Shredder in front of the entire world, taking down baseball's most hallowed records. And the powers that be couldn't do anything about it. It's high comedy, but if cheating is valid, practicing virtue is every bit as valid. Did Junior ever use PEDs? No one can know for certain aside from YouTube commenters. They're all medical doctors who are very well connected in the baseball world, and they're bound to know if you ask them. Again, the general consensus is that he did not use PEDs. I choose to agree with this consensus, and I celebrate it. Not because he was doing the right thing, because who cares about that? Because he did what he wanted to do. He turned down the opportunity to graduate from a baseball superhero to a baseball god. Instead, choosing the opportunity to remain himself. Besides, it wasn't as though Junior's production was the problem. Randy Johnson had spent years pitching his guts out for this team. If it weren't for him leaving every bit of himself on the field in '95, the succession of miracles that kept the Mariners in Seattle probably wouldn't have occurred. After the intense workload sent him to the disabled list in '96, he'd returned in '97 with his best season yet. But the Mariners, tasked with keeping all four of the Beatles on the payroll at the same time, wouldn't, and maybe in a sense couldn't, offer him a contract extension. Randy spent the final season of his contract feeling completely disrespected, and the bad energy seemed to radiate throughout the clubhouse. The thing to do was trade him. At one point, the Dodgers offered a package that included the legendary Wilton Guerrero. The season prior, Guerrero had used a corked bat. He was caught when the bat shattered on an infield grounder and sent the cork flying. He was really caught when he ran around trying to collect the evidence instead of running to first. He would have made the perfect Mariner, but the team announced Randy was off the market. Things took a turn for the worse after a clubhouse shoving match with David Segui in July. Randy's numbers were awful by his standards, and the Mariners were all but out of the playoff hunt. Right before the deadline, they shipped him to Houston out of desperation. The knock on Johnson had been the 1996 injury and concerns about his future health. A mediocre 1998 suggested that his best pitching might have been behind him. But, as though morale had been the problem all along, Johnson caught fire the second he left town, finishing with an unreal 1.28 ERA in Houston and helping lead the Astros to the playoffs. Randy Johnson would end up pitching until past his 46th birthday, along the way winning a World Series MVP award and 4 more Cy Young awards in 4 consecutive years. As soon as he was eligible, he was nearly unanimously voted into the Hall of Fame. The loss was catastrophic for the Mariners, who had never lacked for hitting, but relied on Randy to keep their pitching from scuttling the team entirely. In both their playoff seasons, their ERA was far worse without him on the mound. What could this team do without Randy Johnson? In 1998, we had our answer. Here we see the Kingdome, just about a week before the Mariners' opening day. And you know what? It's not so bad. It's only 23 years old. No tiles have fallen since the 1994 incident, more than 5 years ago. And it offers the ideal controlled environment for Junior, who has a real shot at breaking the all-time home run record one day. The permanently closed roof ensures that the wind won't blow his home run balls back into play. The field dimensions aren't all that unfriendly to him either. All in all, the Kingdome seems like the perfect place for Junior to make history and establish himself as the all-time... Shit. No, crab apples.
Can you save money and still get reliable phone service? With Tello Mobile, the answer is yes. In an era of overpriced everything, Tello Mobile comes with an excellent phone service that actually has the best prices. Super customizable phone plan options that start at just $5 a month and go up to only $25. And the best part, you're free to tailor your plan to fit your needs and budget. Tello Mobile, phone plans just the way you like it. Visit Tello.com to discover more.
From Griffey's 1989 debut until that ballpark swan song on June 27, 1999, Griffey had hit 377 career home runs, 198 of which came at the Kingdome. And whereas about 50.4% of all MLB homers came at home during that time, Griffey's 198 constituted about 52.5% of his career total. An uptick over the average big leaguer that's nothing to sneeze at. But their subsequent move into Safeco Field, their new $500 million home following the '99 All-Star break, meant trading a closed, controlled environment for one that was exposed to the whims of the Seattle elements, which would cost about 10 to 15 feet worth of carry off a hitter's bat. On top of that, Safeco's right field fence was about 15 feet further back than that of the Kingdome. Griffey was not a fan of the new park or the dimensions of a stadium ironically dubbed the house that Griffey built. So despite Junior's heroics keeping the team in Seattle and getting said house built, in true Mariners fashion, its architect didn't even stick around for its first full season. In the wake of his neighbor and golfer Payne Stewart's tragic death, Griffey realized he wanted to be closer to home and his family. Having rejected a $140 million extension, about a month after the conclusion of the 1999 season, he met with team management seeking a one-way ticket out of town, eventually settling on his native Cincinnati as the destination of choice to continue his career. Just like that, the man who brought Seattle baseball back from the dead, who revitalized an entire fan base, and whose sheer will and refusal to lose got a new stadium built to keep the Mariners in town, was gone, leaving the entire organization reeling and uncertain as to what lay ahead. As a testament to how short of a time the Kingdome lasted, the Mariners plan to bring in Diego Segui, who threw the first pitch in Kingdome history back in 1977, to also throw the last pitch in Kingdome history. His son David was on the Mariners roster. It would have been a beautiful moment, but the team messed up and somehow failed to pay for his plane ticket, so he turned around and went home. It was enough to make you wonder whether this team could do anything right. Seattle had a ballpark. It was burned down by a serial arsonist, so they found another one, but it was full of mud. So they built another one, but there was poop everywhere. So they built another one, but the sky literally fell. So they built another one. But for reasons that still confound us, they decided on field dimensions that were inhospitable toward the face of their franchise, a factor that fed into his decision to leave town. The Kingdome finale wasn't the final game of the season, but for everyone who had spent all decade marveling at this team, it showed us everything they, and we, were about to lose. In the fourth inning, Griffey dug his cleat into the center field wall to rob Juan Gonzalez of a 3-run homer and preserve the lead. A lead he'd created in the first place with a 3-run homer of his own.
The pitch on the way to Junior, swinging a drive deep to right field down the line. There it goes!
It was the most beautiful swing in baseball. It's the one we always emulated as kids. That's what was going away. An unreal player sending the ball into a concrete sky, watching over rolls and rolls of manufactured grass. There was something saccharine about all of it. Even the story of saving the local baseball team that was ripped straight out of a stupid movie. Of course, in reality, the team had been far more than just him, but to those of us who had marveled at this team all decade, they seemed now like an empty coat. But this is Junior we're talking about. Before him, the Mariners produced nothing but static. From the day he arrived, all the way up to the present day, this team has had meaning. Everything that has happened in the 21st century, no matter how chaotic or bizarre, has made a certain amount of sense. And though no one knew it at the time, Junior had left the Seattle Mariners one last parting gift. The footage we're about to see was forgotten for years and years. It's sort of a miracle that this moment is preserved on film at all. No one could have imagined the significance we would one day find in it. It's 1995 in Cincinnati. Junior's gone out to dinner with a camera crew in tow because he's meeting a special guest midway through his tour of America. Junior has even brought along Senior, as well as his son, Trey. You most recently saw him with the Pittsburgh Steelers. The player we're about to meet is a 22-year-old who is already extraordinarily talented. Although it'll be another 5 years before he plays his first Major League Baseball game, Junior presents him with his very own number 24 jersey. The young man's in awe. Like all young players everywhere, he idolizes Griffey. And in fact, not long after this visit, he'll begin to express a profound desire to play on the Mariners one day. This meeting is likely the moment his journey to Seattle began. I think you might know his name too.
Creative Cloud is designed to be almost like a playground. It's a collection of applications. If you are more like an illustrator or a graphic designer, you have your own app. If you are more like an editor or you want to animate, you have your certain app to do that. Whichever app you choose, you enter an infinite realm of possibilities. Adobe Creative Cloud has the tools to get you there. A-Rod's team now, and in 2000, he made sure everyone knew it. It can be safely argued that despite missing 2 weeks due to a concussion, he pieced together the greatest individual season in Seattle Mariners history, even to this day.
He finished with an incredible wins above replacement figure of 10.4. If you choose to take that literally, you could say the Mariners, who barely snuck into the playoffs after narrowly holding off Cleveland in the wildcard race, had Rodriguez to thank. There should have been hope in Seattle. After all, their 91 wins were a new franchise record, but the city had lost Randy Johnson one year, and Junior the next, only to spend another year wondering how in the world they were going to keep A-Rod in town. He was set to become a free agent at season's end, and nearly a dozen teams were ready to drive truckloads of money to his door. This might happen again. It couldn't happen again. After making short work of the White Sox in the first round of the playoffs, they advanced to the ALCS to meet the Yankees. The ancient beast they seemed to have awakened when they beat him back in '95. While the Mariners had spent the rest of the decade watching their massive potential go to waste, Griffey's old arch-rival promptly turned around and won the World Series in '96, '98, and '99. A-Rod beat the hell out of him in that series, hitting .409 and leading both teams in total bases. But he confronted the same immutable truth Junior had year after year, that no player, no matter how great, can do it himself. The Yankees sent the Mariners home in 6 games, en route to yet another World Series title, their 4th in 5 years. The loss tore A-Rod's heart out. He had a decision to make now. He could take Junior's road and stick it out, which ultimately ended with him getting homesick and heading back to Ohio without ever having caught his whale. Understandably, A-Rod took the money instead, signing a 10-year deal with the Rangers to complete what was then the largest contract in the history of sports. And being paid what he was worth, he became the villain everywhere he went. Incredibly, both Rodriguez and the Rangers would later say they regretted the deal. A few years later, Rodriguez himself ended up on the Yankees. In a level of vengeance that reads like the Old Testament at this point, the former Seattle fan favorite was bashed relentlessly by New York media and resented by Yankees fans despite putting up incredible numbers. He was just eaten alive out here. It's tempting to wonder how it might have been different. In 1995, when Edgar Martinez hit the double to save Seattle baseball, the batter on deck was a 20-year-old Alex Rodriguez, who hadn't yet done much of anything in the major leagues. You may have noticed him off in the margins of that unforgettable shot of Junior. What if Edgar hadn't hit that double, and A-Rod had a chance to step in and take one of the most consequential at-bats in the history of baseball? Would he have remained a Mariner for life after that? Would his legacy have been different somehow? It's impossible to say. But he was on his own road now. As for the Mariners, their 1990s fever dream had passed. They lost Junior one year, Randy the next, A-Rod the year after that. Edgar was still around and hitting well, but he was 38 years old all of a sudden, and he had been battling issues with his eyesight. He'd had trouble tracking the ball, a terrifying problem for a hitter, and required daily vision exercises just to stay in baseball at all. The aging Jay Buhner was still on the roster, but his career was all but finished. During that Mariners-Yankees season in 2000, Seattle fans had camped out in line outside Safeco Field for World Series tickets. They'd sat out there in the rain for days on end. Among them was a woman there to buy tickets as a gift for her mother, accompanied by her little pet ferret, dressed up in a matching Mariners jersey and ball cap. After days of being rained on and made fun of by passers-by, they packed up and went home with nothing. The party was over. What the fuck was that?
Coming off that franchise record 91-win season, the Mariners exploded for an MLB record-tying 116 wins, matching the 1906 Cubs. They were among the best in MLB at everything. scoring more runs than everyone and allowing fewer runs than everyone. A pretty significant reason for this domination of the entire MLB landscape stemmed from internal improvement of guys already on the team. Starting pitchers Freddie Garcia and Aaron Seeley each had what was ultimately the best year of their lengthy careers. The ageless Jamie Moyer continued his agelessness as he approached his 5th decade of life, painting corners with his 85-mile-an-hour fastball and off-speed craftsmanship, and joining Garcia in the top 4 of AL Cy Young voting. Arthur Rhodes, Jeff Nelson, and closer Kazuhiro Sasaki spearheaded MLB's best bullpen with an unheard-of for that era ERA of 3.04. Their offense still had Edgar at the tail end of his peak, and they got the best season from the career of Griffey's center field heir apparent, Mike Cameron, in year 2 in the Emerald City. But 2 new bats in particular were what really catapulted a very good team into an absolute juggernaut. Second baseman Brett Boone signed a free agent deal with the Mariners prior to that 0-1 season. The 10-year vet came into the year a career .255 batter who'd never had a 100 RBI season, while homering on about 3.2% of his at-bats. From out of nowhere, a suddenly jacked Boone batted .331, drove in his 100th run on August 1st, and had a home run rate that spiked to just a shade under 6% in 2001. Quite serendipitous. And, while Buhner missed most of the season with a foot injury, the sun had set on his time in right field regardless, ceded to a new Mariner who was ready to take everything we thought we knew about baseball and flip it completely upside down. To take every limit, ceiling, or boundary we might naturally expect from a ball player and blow it to smithereens. The 2001 American League Most Valuable Player, Ichiro Suzuki.
Where to start? Okay. We think of the balance between science and sentimentalism as a sliding scale, right? If you're more of one, you're less of the other. Well, Ichiro is both, in extreme measure. Take his bats, for example. The scientist in him would travel with a custom-built dehumidifier to regulate their moisture content and adjust it according to the climate of the city he was in. The sentimentalist in him once felt so guilty about throwing his bat in frustration that he took it back to his hotel room and tucked it into bed that night, and later wrote a letter of apology to his manufacturer. It is incredibly difficult and almost impossible to innovate as an offensive baseball player. While sports like football and basketball have evolved dramatically over the years, in baseball the cake is pretty much baked. To me, only 4 offensive players have really stood out as iconoclasts whose statistical footprint made clear that they were playing a different variant of the sport, that they found greatness by doing what no one around them was doing. First, Babe Ruth. For the first 50 years or so of baseball, virtually nobody hit more than 20 home runs in a season. Then Ruth set the all-time record with 29, then nearly doubled his own record the next year with 54, and the dam broke after that. Then there was Rickey Henderson, who set the modern single-season stolen base record with 130. No one's come within miles of it in decades, just like no one else has ever stolen anywhere near 1,400 bases. But it was more than just that. He was also a great hitter who was masterful at drawing walks, and was far better than most base stealers at getting on base in the first place. There's only ever been one Rickey Henderson. Of course, we have to acknowledge Barry Bonds, although not for his home run inning. An on-base percentage of at least 500 is almost unheard of. Only 10 guys have ever done it. Bonds did it 4 times in 4 consecutive years. The 4th and final member of this club is Ichiro, the first ever Japanese position player to break into Major League Baseball, and one of only 32 players ever to retire with 3,000 hits. This shouldn't have been possible. Unlike the other 31, who typically began their Major League careers around age 20, an agreement between Japanese and American baseball prevented Ichiro from entering the majors until his age 27 season. It was a shame, since Ichiro had wanted to play alongside Junior and A-Rod for years, only to finally end up in Seattle right after they both left town. He really had to bust his hump to get into this 3,000 hit club. Junior didn't make it here. Neither did Babe Ruth, Barry Bonds, or Ted Williams. Against all logic, despite showing up nearly a decade late, Ichiro did.
In the wake of having spent the first 9 professional seasons of his career in Japan, when he finally arrived in Seattle, his effort to make up for lost time far exceeded anything we'd ever seen in MLB history. From day one, and for a decade moving forward, Ichiro piled up over 2,200 hits. Not only is that by far the most that any player's ever had in any 10-year stretch, but for the most part, Ichiro didn't even need 10 years. He surpassed 2,000 hits during his 9th season. After 2009, he could have actually just been like, nah, I'm good, taken the ensuing season off, and still have been the first player since Pete Rose to have cleared 2K in any 10-year run. There's no one else you can even mention in the same breath. Ichiro simply existed in his own universe of batting wizardry.
3 main factors brought him here. The first was his incredible ability to stay healthy and in shape. In 2017, keep in mind, Ichiro had been in the States for more than 15 years by this time, Tom Brady reached out to him to ask about his workout regimen. Ichiro had no idea who he was. Second, his masterful ability to hit anything and place the ball anywhere. We have hit location data dating back to the 1988 season. From then until now, Ichiro has more singles up the middle than anybody, and has more singles to the opposite field than anybody. Within this same window, we can look at every player who managed at least 2,500 hits. In general, their hits landed to a preferred side of the field, or in the middle. They only hit the ball to the opposite side of the field about half as often. Ichiro, meanwhile, was less predictable than anybody, hitting toward left field and right field almost equally as often. Now, a lot of these were infield hits, which brings us to his third superpower, his speed. Again, within this same window, Ichiro legged out more infield hits than anybody. Stat heads will rightly point out here that he only has that many in the first place because his batted ball stayed in the infield so often, which isn't optimal. Who cares? Just watch him in the 2001 All-Star Game, which naturally is in Seattle. Facing off against our old friend Randy Johnson, he dinks one over to first. This should be a guaranteed out, but this is what made Ichiro so exciting. Virtually any ground ball was a 3-second thriller. Remember this, it's 90 feet from home to first, but just 60 from the pitcher's mound to first. Ichiro has 50% more ground to cover than Randy does. Now, let's play it again from the top.
Can lead the Knicks with 100.
Ichiro just made up a 30-foot disadvantage in 3.5 seconds. He ran like this on every batted ball in every game he played for years and years. Even if they did throw him out, every ground ball he hit produced a fire drill. I'm not sure there's ever been a more exciting baseball player. Just as compelling as his statistical footprint, which seems to belong to a player from a different age, is the man himself. Ichiro, you bat left-handed despite being a natural righty. Why is that? I don't know. Ichiro, haven't you been intimidated by all these big, strong American pitchers? No. Ichiro, who do you ask for advice when you're in a slump? Me, Ichiro. In just your 8th Major League Baseball game, you made one of the throws of the decade to nail Terrence Long from right field.
Terrence Long, the throw by Ichiro, beautiful, Peggy got him!
How did you do it? Why did he run when I was going to throw him out? Ichiro, what's your dog's name? I don't have my dog's permission to tell you that. Ichiro, what will you do once you retire? I don't know, I guess I'll die. There's something I find really inspiring about Ichiro's friendly, matter-of-fact stubbornness. You can see it in his words and in his play. None of this was supposed to work. None of it was supposed to carry over from Japan. But Ichiro knew it would. And he wasn't going to change a damn thing about the way he played baseball. Analyst and former player Rob Dibble declared at the start of the season that if Ichiro won the batting title, he'd get an Ichiro tattoo on his butt and run around Times Square in a G-string. That season, Ichiro hit .350 and won the batting title, the Rookie of the Year award, the MVP award, a Silver Slugger, and a Gold Glove. Thanks for playing, Rob. Like Junior, Ichiro is one of the most thrilling and unique baseball players the sport has ever seen. And just like the Mariners of the 90s belonged to Junior, the Mariners of the odds belonged to Ichiro.
Ichiro was a player unlike any other when it came to game-to-game reliability. He was a metronome who had 5 different seasons in which he got a hit in at least 130 games. Not only has no one else ever had more than 2 such seasons, but Ichiro alone counts for nearly a third of all the times that's been done in the integration era. That's just for games with at least 1 hit. How about games with multiple hits? Well, he also had 5 seasons in which he did that in at least 70 games, when, again, no one else has more than twice in this time. That's 5 seasons where he could have been reasonably considered to have a near coin flip chance of multiple hits each and every time out, which, again, accounts for quite a significant chunk of all such seasons. But one of my favorite Ichiro things I've discovered is that in 2004, throughout the 60 games the Mariners played between June 30th and September 4th, he accumulated 120 hits. Put down your calculators, I gotcha. That is an even 2 hits per Mariners game for a period stretching more than 2 months. I was curious if anyone else has ever sniffed a similar cluster of hits across such a lengthy amount of time. Turns out, not really. Here is every instance going back over 70 years of an MLB player reaching even 100 hits across any 60-game stretch of his team season. It's extremely rare. Just not for Ichiro. Propelled by those couple scintillating months, Ichiro put himself in position to wage an assault on George Sisler's 84-year-old record of 257 hits in a single season. A 5-hit outburst on September 21st in Anaheim meant 2004 Ichiro became just the 2nd player to surpass 240 hits since the Hoover administration, joining 2001 Ichiro. They then wrapped up a lengthy road trip with Ichiro standing at 256 hits, just 1 shy of Sisler's mark with a 3-game homestand against the Rangers on deck to wrap up the season. In what was supposed to be a weekend honoring the retiring Edgar Martinez in the final few games of his career, Ichiro wasted 0 time in providing plenty of more festivities to celebrate. To lead off the series, he hit this chopper that found its way to left field.
Strikes on him. And a ground ball, 1 out, and there it is! There's the tie, there's number 257!
Record tied. But things could have soon gone very awry when Ichiro lost his footing while attempting to make a play on this 3rd-inning foul ball. It's cool though, since he's a cyborg, Ichiro was totally fine to lead off the next frame for his 2nd at-bat of the game, where he officially relegated Sisler to a silver medalist with this bouncer up the middle.
And a ground ball back up the middle, and there it is! He's a new all-time hit king in Major League history, number 258.
Seattle was overflowing with pride. Japan was overflowing with pride. Ichiro had reached immortality. He tacked on another 4 hits across his final 12 at-bats for good measure to finish up at 262. Records are meant to be broken, but it would be stunning if this one doesn't last until the sun burns out. On a more macro level, that was the 2nd of 5 career seasons in which he topped 220 hits. No one else has ever done that 5 times, and in the integration era, no one's even close, with Ichiro once again single-handedly accounting for an outsized portion of all such seasons. In the 2001 postseason, despite being on the wrong end of the 2nd most lopsided playoff contest ever in Game 3 of the ALDS in Cleveland that had him on the brink of elimination, they did rally to reach the ALCS and a date with those Yankees. Again, they dug themselves into a mess of a hole, dropping each of the first 2 games at home. Again, they tried to rally with a blowout Game 3 win in the Bronx, followed by this Brett Boone homer that broke a scoreless tie and gave him an 8th-inning lead in Game 4. They were on the verge of tying up the series if their bullpen, unflappable all season, could cleanly record just 6 more outs. This is the Mariners we're talking about, so Arthur Rhodes, awesome all year, gave that run back to Bernie Williams in the bottom half of the 8th.
It'll be a 3-2. Swung on and high in the air to deep right. That ball is high. It is far. It is gone.
Before Kaz Sasaki, awesome all year, allowed Alfonso Soriano to walk the thing off in the 9th in what proved to be the dagger to Seattle's heart.
And he swung on, hit high in the air to deep right center field. That goes Ichiro on the track at the wall. She's gone!
Seattle had this inconceivable baseball force fall right into their lap. And after falling short that first year together in 01, not even Ichiro could drag the M's back to October baseball. Not in 2002, when an impressive 93 wins were only good enough for 3rd place in the suddenly hyper-competitive AL West. Not in 2003, when they seemed destined for the playoffs, only to suffer a 4-game sweep in late August in Boston. The Red Sox, led by Seattle's old friend David Ortiz, used the series to pull even in the wildcard standings and launch into the postseason over the 93-win Mariners. Since the 1995 advent of the LDS, no other team has ever won 90-plus games in back-to-back seasons, while seeing their invitation to the postseason dance get lost in the mail both years, let alone to have won 93 in each year while residing in a tiny division. So the post-01 drop-off was shocking. In fact, following that season of pure magic, the Mariners' playoff drought that immediately commenced extended far past just those next couple seasons. It spanned the final 8 years of the aughts, then the entirety of the 2010s, and indefinitely into the great beyond. When the NFL's Buffalo Bills snagged a wildcard spot in the last week of the 2017 season, it bequeathed to the Mariners the longest active playoff drought in the Big Four North American sports leagues. They're the only team that could possibly go from teasing a fan base with a season of record-breaking success directly into a historically long run of ineptitude.
If you're only interested in winning and losing, this is the end of the story. 43 seasons, the vast majority of them losing seasons. 3,219 wins, 3,622 losses, 0 championships, 0 World Series appearances. At least some of you will stop watching, and at this point, we don't mind. I mean it, it's really okay. But as far as Alex and I are concerned, it's only now that we've gotten to the entire point of all this. The Seattle Mariners challenge us like no other team. By this, I don't mean that they test our patience, although that's certainly true. I mean that they offer us an opportunity to appreciate sports as something more than endless conquest. They've never won a World Series, but ask yourself honestly, does this look incomplete to you? Far be it from me to tell any lifelong Mariners fan how to feel about any of this, but for the rest of us, what is it truly missing? Is it this? Is this what you want? Is it really? Okay, here, take it all in. There's Randy Johnson, shut out against the Marlins in Game 1 of the World Series. There's Edgar, whose 11th inning single drove in the winning run of Game 4. And A-Rod, who dove around the tag to take a 3-1 series lead. There's Buhner, who came off the bench in Game 5 to crush a pivotal pinch hit double. And there's Junior, who stepped into the box in the bottom of the 9th and delivered a winning run, championship clinching walk-off. The Kingdom went crazy. What a moment that was. If that's what you wanted, you got what you wanted. Now, of all these stories, what's your favorite? What's the story you're telling first? If that was the one, you aren't ready for this team yet. The Mariners aren't special on account of their lack of success. It's just that success is entirely irrelevant. We've entered another realm here, one that's far larger and doesn't operate on the dead currency of winning and losing. Unless you let those limits go, you're an astronaut who brought your wallet. The Seattle Mariners are not competitors. They're protagonists. Still, there's no denying the heartache. They had already seen the moment pass once. When a second 4-year window opened out of nowhere, they won 393 games, more than any other team in Major League Baseball. They didn't win a World Series or even get to one. That was their shot, and they missed it. If you're having a hard time with this, that's okay. So were the Mariners, starting with manager Lou Piniella. A very real consequence of putting a baseball team in Seattle is that it's just so far away from everything. It's baseball's moon colony, far flung from even its closest neighbors. It's what Junior found so difficult as a rookie years ago. It's one of the reasons he left for Cincinnati in 2000. It's part of being a Mariner. Piniella was from Florida, which, as the crow flies, is closer to Brazil than it is to Seattle. After the 2002 season, the man who took the Mariners to the playoffs 4 times, and the only manager ever to do it at all, left town to manage the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. For a manager of a perennially winning team to up and leave for any other team is virtually unheard of, especially if he's on good terms with the front office, which it seems that Piniella was. But this is the team he left for. The Devil Rays lost 106 games in 2002. They were a horrifyingly bad baseball team. Lou Piniella had traded this for this. But that didn't matter to him. It's testament to just how badly he needed to go home.
We already know all about the Mariners' Randy Johnson trade and how he reached supernova levels immediately upon leaving town. Well, eventually, history would repeat itself with another Randy. Randy Winn originally broke into the majors in Tampa during the late 90s, blossoming into an all-star outfielder there by 2002. Upon the conclusion of that season over in Seattle was when Piniella wanted out of his contract so he could manage a club closer to his Tampa home. A club like, say, Tampa. The Mariners obliged, but only if they got significant compensation in return. The Devil Rays thus dangled Winn, and a deal was consummated. Winn provided a couple of years of above-average play for the M's, all the way up through July 29th, 2005, when he went 4 for 5 with a homer. Then immediately following that game, GM Bill Bavasi flipped into San Francisco ahead of the trade deadline for a box of Cracker Jacks and a half-eaten ham sandwich. All Winn did down the stretch as a Giant was hit better than just about anyone else in the league, outside perhaps Todd Helton of Mile High, Colorado. In fact, in September of that 05 season, he became just the 8th player in the integration era to amass 100 total bases within a single calendar month. It's an accomplishment that, as of 2020, no one had done in the generation since Winn did. So if you're a baseball team in need of a historically strong half-season jolt, just call the Mariners and see if you can pry a Randy loose.
Oh, and you want to guess where Randy Winn was from? The Bay Area. He played college ball in Santa Clara. Clearly, he just needed to go home.
Let's fast forward just a bit to 2007. I went to school in Seattle, go Dogs, so I've always sort of just kept a corner of my eye out on the M's, since you never know what kind of weirdness they might be up to next. And one thing I noticed as the 2007 season moved along was that, while maintaining a good overall record, they frequently came up on the short end of games that weren't particularly competitive. Here's the run differential of every team to win exactly 88 games within the modern 162-game schedule. Most have a very strong differential. all have a positive differential, except for the Mariners, the worst in this sample by miles. They existed in isolation, quarantined off from the rest of the pack who behaved like normal 88-win teams.
Ichiro aside, the Mariners' best player in the back half of the decade was third baseman Adrian Beltre, who they landed in 2005. By the time he finally retired in Texas in 2018, he did so as a no-doubt future Hall of Famer. The season before he headed to Seattle, in fact, he enjoyed the best year of his career with the Dodgers, hitting .334 with 48 home runs and very nearly winning the MVP award over Barry Bonds. So, what's this about? Well, you see that M shape right in the middle of this chart? It corresponds perfectly with the 5 years Beltre spent in Seattle. It's like the Mariners dug up their old logo and used it as a pastry cutter to squeeze down the prime years of his career. And as soon as he showed up in town, his wins above replacement fell from 9.6 to 3.2. He wasn't injured either, he was just not the same. After 2009, he left for Boston and his WAR immediately more than doubled, and remained pretty steady until he started to battle injuries nearing age 40. I have never seen a player turn his statistics into visual art like this. Fascinating man. After spending 3 years in the cellar, manager Mike Hargrove was finally turning the team around. He'd been hired after the 2004 train wreck and steadily improved the team from 63 wins to 69 to 78. And in 2007, his Mariners were 11 games over 500 by the end of June. They'd won 7 games in a row, something they hadn't done in 4 years, and were setting themselves up for a strong playoff run. And then the next morning, Hargrove quit. There were no health issues. There was no disagreement with the front office. His heart just wasn't in it, he said. Maybe he was just tired of baseball. He was 57 years old. That happens. Except, only 2 months later, he accepted an offer to manage the BJs, a semi-pro team in Little, Kansas. And by this point, you can probably guess why. Hargrove grew up nearby and played for the BJs in the early 70s. He gave up a big salary, a shiny new stadium, and a winning major league team for this. He just had to go home. Managers don't leave winning teams they're on good terms with just so they can manage somewhere else. This never happens. It happened to the Mariners twice in 5 years. Power hitter Richie Sexson was home, more or less, having grown up in Washington State. When the Mariners signed him to a long-term deal in 2005, it should have been a great fit. At 6'8", he satisfied the team's historic interest in tall guys, and his legendary pranks made him a natural fit in Seattle. It's reported that years prior, he would acquire alligators with their mouths duct taped shut and hide them in teammates' lockers. Okay, to pause on this, do you have any idea how hard it is to tell a story about powerful rich men that last 32 years without an instance of someone doing something morally wrong? These guys never hurt anybody, they just had foibles and misadventures. Stick to taking cows on weird field trips, they don't care. We almost made it all the way to the end of this thing. You blew it, Richie. Anyway, the guy could mash, and we have the cherry picking to prove it. By his age 28 season, he had 2 45-homer years under his belt, putting himself in the company of some of the all-time greatest power hitters. But injuries had thrown a wrench into his career. His home run ability was diminishing, and his batting average, which was never very high, was plummeting. 2008 would turn out to be his final season at age 33. By the 8th of May, the Mariners were already getting cooked, well on their way to one of their worst seasons in franchise history. 2007 was an aberration. This was the new normal. In the 4th inning of that night's game against the Rangers, Richie steps in and does something I have never seen before or since. He takes a pitch from Kason Gabbard that appears to be right over the plate, acts like he's been shot, charges the mound, and chucks his helmet at him. This has to be the only instance in baseball history of a batter throwing at a pitcher without the pitcher throwing at the batter. Richie Sexson was suspended and later traded away mid-season. The Mariners finished with 101 losses that year. They paid a lot of money for the privilege, becoming the first team ever to lose at least 100 games with a payroll of at least $100 million. Ichiro is now the only man left from that magical 2001 season. He'd seen it all fall apart. At the end of the season, a reporter asked him what the team needed to fix. He sat there fanning himself and said through his translator, "We don't have time to explain." Days prior, an anonymous player went to the press claiming that Ichiro's teammates disliked him for his, quote, selfish style of play, whatever that meant, and that one player threatened to knock him out. These largely disappointing years were overseen by General Manager Bill Bavasi, who took the job in 2004. Being a GM of a baseball team is an exasperating job. Players either get better or worse for no apparent reason, they suffer freak injuries, and you often have no control over whether or not they get along. Throw in the ridiculous and arbitrary nature of baseball itself, and it's enough to make you lose it. Apparently sensing his days in Seattle were numbered, he made a last-ditch effort to unify his team by attempting a mass citizen's arrest of some kind. Oh no, you can't do that, Bill. People have been thrown in jail for less, Bill. He was fired shortly thereafter. This team wasn't rebuilding, it wasn't a lovable loser, it was just busted. The Seattle Mariners were certainly no strangers to being bad, but after more than 30 years, it seemed like for the first time, they were truly unhappy. And I don't know about you, but at this point, I don't care much about winning. In a perfect world, happiness is all I would want for these people. I want Ichiro to have a good time. I want his old hero Junior to come back so they can play together like Ichiro always dreamed about. I want him to, I don't know, run around the clubhouse and get in tickle fights. I think we've wanted a lot of things.
Mike Blowers was a local college baseball star and spent 3 different stints playing for the Mariners in the 90s before landing a broadcasting gig with the club following his playing days. And it's perhaps in that latter role where his true legacy lies, because that platform allowed the whole world to realize just who Mike Blowers really is, a spiritual medium. Don't believe me? Well, allow me to introduce you to their ball game in Toronto on September 27th, 2009, and Blowers' pregame prediction for Player of the Game.
Pitch the click, final game of the series. Mike, who's yours?
I think clearly it's going to be Tuiasa Sopo today. He's swung the bat well the last few times that he's got an opportunity to play. I expect him to hit his first big league home run today.
Second baseman like Tuiasa Sopo accounted for 189,487 of MLB's at-bats in the Yachts, 4,222 of which resulted in home runs. That's about 2.23% of them, meaning a roughly 1 in 45 shot of correctly pinpointing a particular at-bat in which a second baseman will homer.
Second at-bat.
As Blowers did in specifically identifying Tuiasa Sopo's second at-bat of the game.
He's going to get a fastball from Talent.
Talent was a relief pitcher throughout most of his 10-year career, but he was a starter in 2009. It was by far his busiest season, notching over twice as many innings as any other, and thus reaching a 3-1 count on 70 different occasions, of which he threw a fastball 80% of the time.
He's going to hit it out of left center field, probably maybe in the second deck.
Of the 30,260 homers hit by right-handed batters in the 2000s, 17,296 of them were pulled toward left, which amounts to about 57.2%.
On a 3-1 count. On a 3-1 count?
About 2.61% of the decade's 1.66 million at-bats ended on a 3-1 count, or roughly 1 in 38.
And that's inside ball 3. 3 balls I've never been straight center on the 3-1 count in my life.
That's the absolutely incredulous Dave Niehaus on the call.
3-1 pitch on the way. Swung on and belted by the left field. Just missed the second deck. Wide way. I don't believe it. I see the light. I believe you, Mike.
At the time, he was in season number 33 calling Mariner games. He had seen it all, or so he thought. Babe Ruth in the 1932 World Series gets the most love for a called home run shot, despite being, Babe Ruth. Blowers confidently called his shot for a 23-year-old fringe big leaguer batting 8th in the lineup who'd yet to ever hit even a single homer, while also including every detail imaginable. And he nailed it all. If there has ever been a more eerie sports prophecy, I have not seen it, because it does not exist.
The same season, another Mariners' luck turned in a different direction. You see, Adrian Beltre famously didn't wear a cup at third base. When he was a rookie, the Dodgers tried to get him to wear one, even fining him every time he didn't. He refused, and they eventually gave up. All was well. Until August 12th, 2009. The bad energy of the moment seemed to emanate throughout the stadium, spreading bad vibes and disrupting electronics. The home plate camera pulled all the way out, which it never ever does on an infield play. The third base side camera didn't really catch it. We don't really get a good look at it. Maybe it's for the best. Incredibly, Beltre stayed in the game and even scored the winning run in the 14th inning. But it would be a few weeks before he played again. Even then, he refused to wear a cup throughout the rest of his career, reasoning, "I already had 3 kids. I don't want any more." Fair enough. September 1st. It's his first at-bat since the injury. His walk-up music plays.
But you're a word or so at the mound. And here comes Beltre, who's missed 18 games.
You hear that? You recognize it? Prior to the game, one of Beltre's teammates secretly arranged to have his walk-up music changed to the Nutcracker Suite. Who would be so juvenile? Who on earth would do such a thing? Some would point out that the Mariners' re-signing of Ken Griffey Jr. was little more than a crowd-pleasing concession. Who cares? He was 39 now, about the same age his father was when they signed him as a publicity stunt decades ago. Jr. certainly wasn't anything close to the player he used to be, but he still had a little power in his bat. More importantly, he immediately turned the clubhouse culture around. While 2008 was rife with finger-pointing and temper tantrums, an older, wiser Jr. sort of loosened everyone up and pulled the team together. In particular, he made a point to bring Ichiro into the fold. What largely went unsaid during Ichiro's career is that it was often a lonely experience for him. Like Jr., who mostly wanted to spend time with his family and play Nintendo, Ichiro mostly just wanted to go home to his wife, dog, and comic books. And although he'd picked up some English over the years, the language barrier was still very real. Those around Ichiro said they'd never seen him so happy in the clubhouse. Ichiro and Jr. were inseparable. And Ichiro would later say that his friendship with Jr. was, quote, close to a miracle. Their lockers were right next to each other, and the two late 30-somethings were constantly seen shoving each other around and giggling. The only way they could have been more adorable is if they routinely got into tickle fights in the clubhouse. Which they did, constantly. It was a perfect world. Ken Griffey Jr. probably knew by this point that he was never going to play in a World Series. He had never had any say in that, no matter what he did with his bat or his glove. But this he could change, and he did. He fixed this team. With the benefit of hindsight, we know that on-field contention wasn't in the cards for the Seattle Mariners, and has never been to this day. That was never happening. The only fight left was for happiness. For a year, at least, it was a fight they won. Junior's years in Cincinnati didn't go the way anyone wanted. In his 8.5 seasons there, the Reds were never a serious contender, leaving him once again to his individual pursuits. The big one, the one everyone wanted to see, was Griffey's challenge of the all-time home run record. Nobody expected him to keep up this breakneck pace throughout his career, but soon after he landed in Cincinnati, his numbers fell off a cliff. He just kept getting hurt. It's one of the most frustrating things I've ever seen as a sports fan. Over a 6-year span, he'd missed more than 400 games, about 2.5 seasons worth. His bid to become the greatest home run hitter of all time was over. Junior was never reaching the mountaintop, not as a member of a team, and not individually in the short term or the long term. By the time he finally returned to Safeco Field as a visiting player in 2007, the future we'd all imagined for him had disappeared, but Mariners fans didn't care about any of that. They went nuts for him. And when Junior's bat came back to life at the end of the 2009 season, everyone went nuts for him again. He hit 3 home runs in the final homestand and smacked a single in his last at-bat. After the game, teammates threw Junior and Ichiro up on their shoulders and paraded them back to the dugout. Alex and I have spent months dwelling on the Mariners. What they mean, what they're for, how to appreciate them. The ultimate irrelevance of on-field success, the importance of celebrating a team for what it is and not for what it could be. And then I watched this. It's as though this team and these fans understood it all along. I was late to the party. You're looking right now at a team that isn't going to the playoffs. They didn't even really come close, but they're getting a standing ovation and waving their caps in gratitude. This is Whoville. I have never ever seen another team do this. This team and these fans aren't celebrating any kind of on-field accomplishment. They're celebrating one another. They're celebrating themselves. In this moment, the baseball gods offered Junior the perfect ending to his career. Something like a World Series title would have compromised the lesson here. His career should have ended at this moment, one in which he was the subject of unconditional love. But Junior didn't take the baseball gods up on this offer. He would return for one more year. Things can never be simple. Things will never end the way they're supposed to. Not for Ken Griffey Jr. Not for the Seattle Mariners.
Birds got 10 points in just the second half. Thomas passes to Tripucka. Back to Thomas. Here's Long. Pass to Tripucka. Here's Long, covered by Johnson. Lampier with a screen on Johnson. Long. Detroit, no good.
Can be overwhelming. But actually doing so is a different matter. It's 1986. The Yankees are a few innings into a game. Their left fielder, Ken Griffey Sr., is supposed to be there, but he's not. He's so miserable as a Yankee that he's decided to stay home across the river in Jersey and skip the game entirely. The team has sent a state trooper to check on him. Sr. ignores him, walks to his car, and drives south, as far away from the Bronx as he can get. After an hour or so on the Jersey Turnpike, Sr. turns around and drives back. Junior returns for another year at age 40, playing exclusively as a designated hitter. He's hitting 184. He's awful. By certain measures, owing to the level of production expected from the DH, 2010 Ken Griffey Jr. is on his way to becoming one of the worst players in the history of Major League Baseball. Weeks ago, a couple of teammates leaked to the press that Junior has been found sleeping in the clubhouse in the middle of a game. Junior didn't deny it, but the betrayal hurt him. Everything hurts, in fact. It's the bottom of the ninth inning on May 31st. He's sent to pinch hit with a man on first. He's got a bad knee, and it makes his swing terrible. His old swing, the most graceful swing baseball has ever seen, belongs to the past now. He slaps the foul. They put up a pylon to tease us with what everyone in the building wants to see. Just one more Ken Griffey Jr. walk-off home run. He hasn't hit a home run all year. That is not going to happen. The next pitch is low and away. Junior gets to love these. He reaches at it like a shop owner shooing a rat outside, serving up an almost custom-made double play. But Justin Morneau can't dig the throw out of the dirt. Junior's safe, despite having lurched to first like a kid wearing his dad's boots. A pinch runner is called. They lose the game.
Timeout, Pistons. Totally unacceptable, inexcusable. The number of points they're allowing
that night, Junior picks up a couple bottles of Mountain Dew, gets in his car, and drives east. He tells nobody. His old buddy, Jay Jr., gets a call from a friend, insisting up and down he just saw Ken Griffey Jr. filling up his car at a gas station in Montana. That's impossible. The Mariners have a game in Seattle this week. But it's him.
couldn't stay another minute. He couldn't wait any longer. He misses his family in Orlando, Florida immensely, and he's driving home to them without stopping to rest. It's a journey that, by his account, takes 43 hours. You can doubt him if you'd like. Just remember who you're doubting. He calls his dad 3 times along the way and tells Senior how happy he is with what he's doing. He just has to go home. There's no president, no ceremony, no parade. Just 2 headlights in the dark. Welcome to the Felix Hernandez era. The crown jewel of recent Mariner history carried the team off his back for years. Well, at least as much as a starting pitcher can, because, you see, no matter how well one pitches, it won't put any runs on the board for his own team. And when it came to run support, forget halfway, Mariner bats generally couldn't even beat him one step of the way. For instance, in 2010, the 24-year-old Hernandez pitched magnificently, yet didn't even make the All-Star team, as his 7-5 record was deemed too underwhelming by voters stuck in the Stone Age. When the season wrapped up, his 13-12 record was even worse. That's because the Mariners scored a pitiful 513 runs that year, the fewest by any team in a full season since 1972. And for Felix, it was somehow even worse. Take a look at the run support his lineup gave him in his 12 losses. Plating 4 in Anaheim actually serves as an outlier here, having scored an embarrassingly low 10 runs across the other 11 games. Obviously, none of this is any sort of indictment of Hernandez, who was clearly the American League's very best pitcher. Fortunately, there was no doubling down on his egregious All-Star snub, and he was able to rightfully win the AL Cy Young Award. To put in context how meager the help he got was, here are each of the 110 instances a starting pitchers won that award through 2019, sorted by the percentage of their decisions constituted by losses. Before Felix, no starting pitcher to win Cy Young had a mark north of 40. Hernandez at the very top is all the way at 48%. In the time since, Jacob deGrom's topped 40, but that's it. No one else has ever even come close. It requires a special brand of incompetence to take a season so special by a pitcher, yet not even have any inherent advantage in the ballgame when he's on the mound. He also did something that's only been done by 2 other AL pitchers in the 21st century, possibly 7 innings, while allowing no more than 2 earned runs in over 20 different games, with no one in 2010 even in his neighborhood. The Mariners managed to take one of the very great pitching seasons in recent history and completely waste it. Oh, by the way, the other 2 AL pitchers who have done so this century, 2009 Felix Hernandez and 2014 Felix Hernandez. But I want to focus on a game from 2012, specifically the afternoon of August 15th with the Tampa Bay Rays. Though they would have been better off just pushing the snooze button and not bothering even showing up.
Now they're just hoping to end with something they can build on.
Here's Trapuka. Back to Thomas. From deep. Pass to Wall. And here is Thomas.
And really, after Felix sat everyone down the first time through the lineup, his own outfielders, for the most part, didn't even need to be there either. Trayvon Robinson, Michael Saunders, and Eric Thames could have just not taken their regular posts in the field after the 3rd inning, and with the exception of just one Ben Zobrist flyout, it would have had 0 implications in how the game played out. Because the other 17 of Tampa's final 18 plate appearances resulted in 10 strikeouts and 7 weakly hit balls to infielders. It was also one of just 4 times ever a pitcher struck out a dozen in a perfect game. Combine that with barely ever allowing a ball to even leave the infield, and a reasonable case can be made that this was as dominant as any pitching performance in the history of baseball. It all culminated at 3:02 p.m. with this corner-kissing changeup that left Sean Rodriguez more frozen than absolute zero in what was truly a crown-earning masterpiece authored by King Felix. And given that Seattle scored a par for the course, lone, singular run, anything less than that likely wouldn't have been enough. But he made that move because through and through, Felix was
in the season, coach.
34 years, 119 games, it finally happened. A perfect game by the Seattle Mariners. It was done by the Kings.
That is what's known as the King's Court, the special section in left field reserved by the team every time King Felix takes the mound. No one else ever got that offer, not even Junior. See, even among this pantheon, Felix is special. These were fans who, just a few weeks prior, had to watch their most beloved superstar walk out the door. It was a trade Ichiro had requested. Not only that, it was a trade to the Yankees, who the Mariners were hosting for a 3-game series. His first at-bat in pinstripes, just hours after leaving the Mariners, came in Safeco Field. Were this or any other city, this could have been ugly. And yet, nothing was going to change their love for Ichiro Suzuki. They cheered him when he gave a bow, and they cheered him again when he smacked an 0-1 pitch in the center field.
Look at that space hit up the middle.
It was a decision Ichiro had made out of love. He knew that he was expensive, that his skills were declining at age 38, and that room had to be made for the Mariners' rebuilding efforts. The Seattle fans, by and large, really seem to get it. As silly as it feels to reduce an entire fan base to a monolith, it's felt that by this point, they graduated to an elevated appreciation of the sport. They love the game, and the team, and its people. When you appreciate sports in this way, your happiness is no longer staked to these stupid D&L charts. There are no limits in them. The love you can send is endless. You can give it to the one who's wearing a different uniform now, the one you're supposed to hate the most. And of course, you can also give it to the one who stuck around. Felix stuck around for 15 seasons, longer than any Mariner in history aside from Edgar Martinez. The following winter, at the peak of his powers, he could have entered free agency and gone wherever he wanted. Instead, he stayed. While the Mariners did pay him well, Felix surely passed up truckloads of money to stay with his team. The one that had been terrible almost the entire time he's been here.
The Spurs have gone 0-3 for the field to start the game. Banks passes to Gilmore.
Virtually anyone else with his transcendent ability never would have done that. Junior did. Randy did. A-Rod did. Felix did. And in so doing, he paid a price. In terms of wins above replacement, these are the top 50 pitchers of the 21st century, plotted by the number of trips each of them took in postseason. A lot of Felix's peers have appeared in the playoffs on a regular basis. The vast majority have been at least 4 times. Nearly all have been there multiple times. Felix, having lashed his fate to that of the Mariners, is the only one who has never appeared in a single playoff game. Not that he didn't come close. He came so close. Major League Baseball had expanded its playoff format to allow for a second wildcard team in each league, and in 2014, the Mariners and Athletics battled for that final spot. The win-loss chart looks like 2 people trying to avoid a party. Once the A's began to falter, the Mariners timidly abandoned their positive momentum and hid behind them. On the morning of the final game of the season, the spot was still up for grabs. A Mariners win that afternoon, coupled with an A's loss down in Texas, would force a 1-game tiebreaker that could spring Seattle into their first playoff appearance in 13 years. And guess who got the ball? The first pitch of the A's game was scheduled about 1 hour before the Mariners game. Seattle fans in the stadium are likely to hear the final score of that one in the middle of this one. They'll need a distraction, and they'll get one in the form of a Felix Hernandez masterpiece. Felix mowed down the first 2 Angels, then gave up a single to Albert Pujols. It's all they would get out of him, as he immediately sent Pujols back to the basement with a third out. He was throwing gas, at one point striking out 4 in a row, then coaxing out 6 straight infield grounders. The ball hadn't even left the infield in more than 3 innings. After 5 innings pitched, no earned runs, 1 hit, no walks, 7 strikeouts. On this Sunday afternoon, King Felix was invincible. Mariners fans are intently watching 2 things, the game on the field and the game on the scoreboard. As any baseball fan will tell you, the latter is an especially nerve-wracking experience. It tells us so little, but it does tell us that in the bottom of the ninth, with a man on first, the Rangers have the beginnings of a rally going. On the field, meanwhile, the Mariners' newly acquired superstar, Robinson Cano, singles to lead off the bottom of the 5th. Here, everything is as it should be.
And it's over. Congratulations to the Oakland Athletics. They hung on.
The Spurs have gone just 1 of 4 to get this game started. Shot by Gervin, no good. And it's Henderson with the ball for the Boston Celtics.
A foul ball sails into King's Court. A fan makes a beautiful barehanded grab. They're going crazy. They haven't heard yet, but Felix has. His face here says everything. In his 10 years with the Mariners to this point, Felix Hernandez has never come anywhere near this close to playoff contention. And to this day, he's never come this close again. Thank God how he wanted it. With the playoff race over, manager Lloyd McClendon gives Felix the rest of the day off. He sends him out to the mound in the 6th, just so the fans can send him off with an ovation. And as such, Felix is officially credited with 5 1/3 innings pitched. This is every start of exactly 5 1/3 innings between 1904, the earliest our available data stretches back, and the end of this 2014 season. In total, there were 9,777. They're plotted here by game score, which is a metric developed by renowned baseball writer Floyd James. Game score is a rating meant to assess the overall quality of the pitching performance. Felix's game score that day was 73. It appears likely to have been the greatest start of exactly 5 1/3 innings in the history of Major League Baseball.
Hey, last one's outside the Ultras. You're on.
He's off on the first.
Just a lethal play.
The Mariners have taught us time and time again that no player can do it alone. As a pitcher who, at his best, was capable of completely taking over a baseball game like no one else could, Felix Hernandez came closest to breaking this rule. But even when he can, he can't. The Mariners are out in the great beyond now. Throw away your compasses, they don't work out here. While normal teams experience years-long phases of success and recovery, since 2013, the Mariners have had a losing record, a winning record, a losing record, a winning record, a losing record, a winning record, and a losing record. There's no reasonable way to set expectations for where they'll end up in any given season. This is the footprint of a team that refused to truly, fully rebuild. And who can blame them because rebuilding is boring. Instead, they did something they'd never really tried before. In the 90s, they built their team from the ground up, drafting Junior and A-Rod, landing Randy in a trade as an afterthought, and signing Edgar out of the General Electric factory. The makeup of the unbelievable 2001 team was a lot different. They landed one megastar at a great price and surrounded him with a rock-solid supporting cast. In the aughts, they became relatively big spenders in the free agent market for the first time, landing Adrian Beltre and Richie Sexton. But this time, they seemed to wonder, what if we pay an absolutely gigantic pile of money to one guy? Hey, what was that lesson we've been learning over and over and over for the last 30-plus years? That one person can't bring a team to greatness? Nah, what the hell.
Down low, here's Roberts. Kick out to Moore. Outside Banks.
It was one of the most unexpected free agent signings ever. And it was as though they were trying to counteract the time of history. Randy Johnson later went on to become a Yankee. So did A-Rod, so did Tino Martinez, so did Ichiro. Thanks to his undying blood feud, the Yankees never could have had Junior, but they could have had just about anything else they wanted. And yet, it was the Mariners, the team that almost never made a splash in free agency, who came out of nowhere to try a superstar second baseman out of New York. 10 years, $240 million. The Mariners, of all teams, had given out one of the largest contracts in the history of sports. And the architect behind the deal was his agent, Brodie Van Wagenen. Do me a favor and remember that name for a minute if you could. Anyway, Cano and Van Wagenen made off like bandits, because at the time of the deal, Cano was already 31 years old. There was no denying how great of a player he was, but the Mariners should have known he'd regress in his 30s. He did. Though Cano was still quite productive, only 2 of his 5 seasons in Seattle were Cano caliber. In 2018, Cano was popped for allegedly violating the league's PED policy and suspended for 80 games. After the season, the Mariners were lucky enough to escape this deal when they flipped into the Mets, who assumed most of the remainder of his contract just in time to watch the numbers completely bottom out. Aside from Cano, the big loser was Brodie Van Wagenen, who pulled off one of the most one-sided deals of the century. The big loser, clearly, was the Mets GM. Who was Brodie Van Wagenen, who went from big-time baseball agent to front office exec, a career jump I have never heard of before, just in time for him to accept the butt end of his own deal. I have no explanation for this. Maybe he was just trying to be polite. At any rate, Robinson Cano did make the Mariners a slightly better team than they would have otherwise been. The 2016 squad deserves your sympathy. They had the 4th best run differential in the league, scoring 61 more runs than they allowed. That ought to be enough to get you in the playoffs, especially in the new 5-team format. But while their neighbors did, they didn't. By a wide margin, the Texas Rangers won the AL West instead, despite a far less impressive run differential. Pythagorean wins and losses solved for this by presenting the record you would expect from a team based on their run differential. Looking at the Mariners differential, you'd expect 87 wins, which is almost exactly what they got in real life. But looking at the Rangers, you'd expect far fewer than 95 wins, only 82 in fact. This suggests that the Rangers got lucky and scored at the right times throughout the season, and if it weren't for that, the Mariners would have handily won the West. This is a make-believe tool for nerds with nothing better to do than count beans all day. That describes me accurately, so let's continue. Here we see the differences between Pythagorean wins and actual real-life wins of every team in the integration era. There are nearly 1,800 teams here. Some got incredibly unlucky, ending with far fewer wins than their run differential would suggest. The vast majority ended up about where you'd expect, give or take a couple of wins. Some got really lucky, but the one team that got absurdly lucky, luckier than anyone in modern times, was that 2016 Rangers team. That outrageous amount of luck is what kept Seattle out of the playoffs that year. Now, the 2018 Mariners, who won 89 games and missed the playoffs, do not feel bad for them. Here's the run differential of every team to win exactly 89 games within the modern 162-game schedule. Most have a very strong differential. All have a positive differential, except for the 2018 Mariners, the worst team in this sample by miles. Let's visit this chart again. On the list of luckiest teams of the modern era, these Mariners are right behind those Rangers at number 2. If this sounded familiar, it's because I stole Alex's script word for word when he talked about 2007, when the Mariners pretty much did the exact same thing. The modern Seattle Mariners are not cursed, they're not hopeless, they're free. The burden of greatness is gone. The age of expectations is over. They're free to luxuriate in what seems today like an endless epilogue, rudderless and profoundly weird, just like they were in the early days. It's certainly true that strange, stupid things happen to every baseball team, but put simply, the Mariners have a gift.
Speaking of Mariner gift, arguably as shocking a home run as there's been in big league history. Let's reach back just a bit to 2008, now that you're familiar with Felix. We already know all about his pitching prowess, but back when he was just a 22-year-old kid, he pitched this grand slam against the Mets in Shea Stadium on just his 9th career at-bat. From the Mariners' 1977 birth through the 2019 season, that was one of 233 bases-loaded plate appearances by an AL pitcher. It was the only one to result in a grand slam. Okay, that's neato and unlikely. But want to know what made it exponentially more neato and unlikely? That lone, unique Grand Slam of its kind was hit off the pitcher who had the very best ERA in all of Major League Baseball that season. In fact, Johan Santana was in the midst of what was arguably the greatest season of his career, a career that earned multiple Cy Young Awards. On top of that, he hadn't allowed a Grand Slam in nearly 5 years and over 1,000 innings. And that streak was snapped by a pitcher, an AL pitcher, a pitcher who, by his own admission, had never hit a home run at any level of the sport since Little League. There is nothing on this planet that makes less sense than baseball. It turned out to be the penultimate Grand Slam ever hit by a road player at Shea Stadium. The very final one, also hit by a pitcher, the Cubs' Jason Marquis. Again, nothing about this sport makes a lick of sense.
Chevy is more than just a name you can trust. It's everything you want, for less than you'd expect. It's power that pulls its weight, and confidence you can feel. All the capability you need, and the quick charge that keeps you moving.
Now, well-qualified buyers can get 3.9% financing for 60 months on all 2026 Equinox models. Plus, no monthly payments for 90 days.
And Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
In 2010, the Mariners took a reasonable gamble on Eric Burns. Once an MVP candidate, Burns was signed for the minimum after a couple of injury-filled years that nearly took him out of baseball altogether. The first few weeks were really rough for Burns, who was hitting just .111. But the Mariners were playing .500 baseball. On April 30th, they took the Rangers to extra innings with a chance to snag a winning record. In the bottom of the 11th, with Burns at the plate and Ichiro on third, manager Don Wakamatsu calls a suicide squeeze. If successful, there are few more exciting ways to win a baseball game. The idea here is that Burns bunts. The lightning-fast Ichiro bolts for home before the ball is even left the pitcher's hand, and he slides into the plate before Frank Francisco can cleanly field the ball and toss it to the catcher. This is always an extremely risky call, because the whole thing all depends on Burns being able to make contact with the bunt. If he doesn't, Ichiro will be completely hung out to dry. Burns has to get his bat on, no matter what. The 11-year veteran squares the bunt. Francisco delivers. The pitch is headed low and outside. What are you doing?
Here's Paxton.
It defies explanation. With Ichiro's fade on the line, Burns pulls back the bunt. He seems to immediately realize his mistake, reflexively poking his bat back over the plate, even though the pitch has been thrown already. This is now a homicide scheme. Ichiro, because he's Ichiro, almost pulls it off anyway, getting to the plate mere milliseconds after the tap. This would have been the game winner. Instead, Ichiro's out, Burns strikes out to end the inning. The Rangers win it in the 12th. The Mariners kick off an 8-game losing streak. They never get anywhere close to 500 again, and they finish with 101 losses, the worst record in American League. Remember the story of Junior's epic 43-hour exodus from Seattle, the one that happened a month later? Well, here's an extremely poor man's version of that story. After that suicide squeeze debacle, Burns went to the clubhouse, got on his cruiser bike, rode through the stadium tunnel, nearly ran over his general manager, and kept on riding out at Safeco Field all the way to his home in downtown Seattle. This was his life now. Eric Burns retired shortly thereafter, becoming a triathlete, and now rides his bicycle thousands of miles across the country. This is like something a sim would do. In literally riding out of the clubhouse on a bicycle, he seamlessly and immediately reassigned himself from baseball player to cyclist. Amazing. Spectacular. I'm in awe.
Throughout the first 43 years of Seattle Mariner baseball, 331 of their 1,921 regular season road losses came when their opponent was batting and walked off victorious. That was more than every other team in their league except Toronto, but they found one way to lose that escaped even the Blue Jays. While the overwhelming majority of the Mariner walk-off losses obviously stemmed from allowing game-winning hits, in their quest for thoroughness, they managed to lose on a play in which they recorded a strikeout on September 29, 2010. The M's are nursing a one-run, 8th-inning lead in Texas before a bases-loaded wild pitch from Seattle reliever Dan Cortez enables the Rangers to tie it up. Interim manager Darren Brown leads Cortez in the game for the 9th, where Mitch Moreland draws a 2-out walk to get the game-winning run aboard and bring Nelson Cruz to the plate. With 2 strikes, Cruz chases this slider in the dirt in what would have ordinarily sent the game to extras. But it's yet another wild pitch from Cortez, and a poor throw by catcher Guillermo Quiroz goes sailing into right field. Moreland gets on his horse and commences a 270-foot victory jaunt around the base path to punctuate a bizarro Ranger victory. And if a baseball game ending on a walk-off strikeout isn't wacky enough, Cruz flirts with somehow making it even way more outlandish. See, upon reaching first on Quiroz's throwing error, Cruz decides to turn and go charging towards second. Logic that would be totally sound had the Rangers been down 1 or 2 runs, but they were tied, meaning with a man on, Cruz represented an irrelevant run. Furthermore, since there were 2 outs, it's not like he was trying to eliminate the potential of a subsequent double play ball. It was an affront to all rational risk-reward calculations. Fortunately for Texas, the natural instinct in that situation is to fire home, and thus Cruz's brain fart was ultimately harmless, ensuring Seattle the ignominy of the rarest all walk-off loss.
Walk-off strikeout, nice strikeout, Belly.
In July of 2011, the Mariners lost 17 consecutive games. To this day, it's the second longest losing streak in the last 30 years of Major League Baseball. But what makes this one special is that during a chunk of it, they managed to fall 10 games out of the standings in a 10-game span. On the morning of July 6th, the Mariners were sitting at 500 and only 2.5 games back from the AL West leading Rangers. Just 10 games later, they were 12.5 back, well out of contention. The odds of your 10-game losing streak perfectly coinciding with a division leader's 10-game winning streak are extraordinarily remote. To simplify things a bit, let's just suppose your odds of winning the game are 50-50, which for both teams is more or less the case. Logically, the odds of you losing and your division leader winning are 25%, or 1 in 4. For that to repeat over the next pair of games, well, that's 1 in 60. As you'd imagine, the number balloons very quickly from here. Now, the probability does move up a little bit for this 4-game stretch since the Mariners and Rangers played each other. A Mariners loss automatically met a Rangers win, so the odds of fulfilling the conditions expanded to 1 or 2. Plus, by the end of it, the coin flip odds of this 10-game stretch sit at about 1 in 65,000. This has happened at least once before, most recently to the 2002 Detroit Tigers, but that was at the start of a season with low expectations to begin with. The Mariners suffered this humiliation in the middle of the playoff race. They were right in the thick of it, but at the end of the season, when they finished 29 games out, never would have known it. Well, now that we've reached this era of Mariners baseball, we can finally talk about 2 players who are very near and dear to me. The first is Jack Wilson. An extraordinary defensive shortstop who on one occasion committed back-to-back errors when they tried to make him a second baseman. In keeping with the Mariners' time-honored tradition of piecing out without asking anyone's permission, Wilson was so dejected that he went straight to the clubhouse at the end of the inning and decided not to come back out. In terms of defensive wins above replacement, Wilson ranks among the top 50 defensive players of all time. He's pretty underappreciated, in part because he wasn't a great hitter, and in part because he spent most of his career playing for terrible teams. But he made some incredible plays, the most memorable of which is probably this one from April 4th. Wilson manages to drag his toe across second, then turns to play to first despite his momentum carrying him in the opposite direction. Jack Wilson only played for the Mariners for a short time, but it's all the time he needed to perform the 2 miracles necessary for Goofus Maloofa's sainthood. The first came in July of 2010. Near the end of a 13-inning game, Wilson runs down a bouncing ball from the middle, spins, double clutches, and with a grand flourish, whips it to first. I can hear the sirens of the baseball police getting closer. Let me guess, you have to have the baseball in order to throw the baseball? Let's see what you're thinking. The second of his miracles is more understandable in context, but it's still really funny looking. An errant throw to first sends the ball into foul territory. After initially chasing it down, Wilson does what is probably the correct thing to do, which is to peel off and let Ichiro take it. It's just the way he does it.
One of the cruelest things about sports
most of us saw this play as an animated GIF. In fact, most of us knew Jack Wilson just through GIFs. This is all we saw or knew of him at the time. A tremendously talented man. A man with a soul. A man with hopes and dreams. Who bottled up into a dozen of the funniest looking frames of his life. Our other hero is Raul Ibanez.
Up top, Tucker.
The way you see an idea in your mind and shape it into something that could only come from you. This is how website creation should be. Wix Harmony, the new way to create.
Old Spice Pizza gives me 24/7 freshness. It's done on my skin, and it's mine.
Thought we had no secrets.
Hey, I just wanted something for me.
That's why I got all this Old Spice Pizza for me.
Oh, yeah.
Whose career arc is one of the strangest I have ever heard of. For one, he had 3 separate careers with the Mariners. He was sort of a passing comet, having visited during the Death Star years of the late 90s, as well as the Marines in the mid-aughts, before making a farewell tour as a 41-year-old in 2013. Far weirder, though, is how late of a bloomer he was. In fact, as power hitters go, Ibanez was the latest bloomer in the history of baseball. These are the guys who hit the most home runs from their age 30 seasons onward. In this category, he hit as many as Manny Ramirez, and nearly as many as Willie McCovey and Ted Williams. If you're shocked to see him here, believe me, I was too. Now, let's take these top 25 and see how these same guys rank all-time in the under 30 home run category. As you'd figure, all the usual suspects like Barry Bonds, Hank Aaron, Babe Ruth, and Willie Mays were also one of the best ever young home run hitters. Some were late bloomers, with Andres Galarraga ranking around number 500 and Nelson Cruz in the 700s, but nobody is in the same universe as Raul Ibanez, whose home run total before age 30 ranks number 1,925. He only hit 27 home runs in his 20s, and while he hit the vast majority of his home runs in his 30s, what's unbelievable is that he hit nearly twice as many home runs in his 40s as he did in his 20s. It's bewildering, but it's in left field where he achieved the 2 miracles necessary for sainthood. On August 6, 2013, video made the rounds of Ibanez chasing down the ball, squaring up toward the infield, and throwing it to 27th base. He's not the only one ever to do this. Once in a blue moon, the ball just slips out of the fielder's hand. It happens. But I knew I'd seen him do this before. May 3rd, 2008. Today, this moment, in which he did the exact same thing, lives on only through a gift. It probably would have been instantly forgotten were it not for our Mariners blog, Lookout Landing. Take a look at all these games. More than 2,000 of them since 2005. And know that the bloggers and commenters of Lookout Landing were telling the story of nearly each and every one of them, inning by inning. They could tell you stories for hours and hours. Stories Alex and I have no clue about. If success were all that mattered, these people would have failed a decade ago. To stick around requires what they might call madness, but what I would call an evolved spirituality, a superior understanding of sports and what they can offer us. Oh, hey buddy.
On September 13th, 2014, the Mariners woke up with an 80-66 record and were right in the very thick of the AL wildcard picture as they prepared for the second game of a huge series versus A's squad that we already know Seattle was in fierce competition with for a playoff spot. Both teams have their aces now, so runs are likely going to be at a premium. The Mariners look to get on the board first when Logan Morrison draws a one-out walk. Next, catcher Mike Zunino hits a sharp ground ball to Oakland second baseman Eric Sogard, who flips to shortstop Judd Lowry to try and initiate a double play. Now in baseball, you see base runners from time to time take pretty wide slides in an effort to break up potential double plays. But the rule is that when sliding into a base, your body has to stay within arm's length of the bat. here is Logan Morrison's attempt to break up the double play. Unless he plans on Morrison mid-slide into Inspector Gadget, this is problematic. Morrison's a big dude, listed at 6'3", and honestly, I'm not sure he's even within body length of that, let alone arm speed. The umps make the easiest interference call of their lives in a Ward-Oakland inning-ending double play. Maybe it wouldn't have mattered and Zunino would have been thrown out anyway, but we'll never know what may have happened. What we do know is the Mariners went on to lose that game by a single run. Had it gone the other way, the Mariners, not the A's, would have snagged the AL's second wildcard spot. Sometimes the Mariners are contagious, and just being on the same playing field as them can infect you with Marineritis, such as the next year on July 26th with the Blue Jays in town, when Toronto picked off the top of the fourth by getting runners on the corners with none out. Up comes second baseman Ryan Goins, who hits a ground ball to Mariner first baseman Mark Trumbo, who promptly steps on the bags for 1 out. One Blue Jay, Kevin Pillar, gets caught in a pickle. Then the other Blue Jay, Ezekiel Carrera, gets caught in a pickle. Somehow this inexplicably ends with a rendezvous between the two at third base. That is not allowed in the sport of baseball, so the latter inhabitant, Pillar, is ruled out. But wait, there's more. From out of nowhere, an extremely muscular ghost descends upon Safeco Field to shove the other Blue Jay, Carrera, off the bag. Tag applied, third out. I have not seen every triple play in the history of baseball, but I'll be damned if that's not the stupidest.
If anything about this story has reminded you in any way of the larger world out there, the one in which these decades have felt like centuries, that was a pure accident that I sincerely apologize for. This is the value that baseball brings, the Mariners especially so. Nothing necessarily belongs to a greater theme or narrative arc, although it sometimes does. Nothing is scripted, nothing is achieved, nothing is taught, nothing is learned. Things are only meaningful as long as we decide they are. It's purely a celebration of human beings at their best and weirdest, and the bizarre, accidental stories they tell within this moon colony. The Seattle Mariners game is a window into what our world might be like if we didn't have important things to do all day. The Mariners have been a reflection of their time in one way, albeit by accident. Their era coincides perfectly with the rise of the individual in our culture. The idea of doing things collectively ebbed in favor of doing it all yourself, whether through the 80s barrage of self-help books, the pull yourself up by your bootstraps lunacy of the 90s, or the rise and grind bullshit of modern times. Similarly, the only plaques or trophies these people could win were the ones they could go and get themselves. The Mariners are almost like an MMA training camp in this way. They don't compete for team titles, they provide a platform for the pursuit of individual greatness. As always with this team, this requires you to reconsider what a team is and what a team can be. It's not a shortcoming, it's simply the way they operate. Randy Johnson was the first in this pantheon to enter the Baseball Hall of Fame. After his years in Seattle, he started a new, entirely different baseball life at age 35, winning 4 straight Cy Young Awards and leading the Arizona Diamondbacks to a World Series title in only their 4th year of existence. And that's how the Diamondbacks, a franchise 21 years younger than the Mariners, saw their hat represented on a Hall of Fame plaque before the Mariners ever did. Of course, Seattle didn't have to wait long.
See how this team responds moving ahead. Kevin, back to you.
All right, David. Boy, Clark, that was tough to hear, but...
Yeah, it's an absolute shame, Kevin. It looks to me like a very serious injury.
I'm not sure any American athlete has ever been more universally loved than Junior. Junior even melted the hearts of the notoriously cranky Baseball Writers Association of America. The ballots are confidential, and the last 5 or 10% of the voters are Holstein cows who leave Immortals completely off the ballot for reasons they'll never have to explain. More than 5% failed to vote for players like Ricky Henderson and Willie Mays, which should tell you something. But even Mays showed up for Ken Griffey Jr. He wasn't merely a Hall of Famer. He was a man who received more than 99% of the Writers Association vote, the most in the history of Major League Baseball at that time. More than Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, or Willie Mays. A man who had never played in a single World Series. A Seattle Mariner. In his Hall of Fame speech, Junior paid tribute to Senior, thanking him for everything he'd done for him.
And he made a decision to play baseball to provide for his family.
Now here's Henderson.
Because that's what men do.
Looking at his point production, he averages almost 8
And I
points
love
a
you for
game.
that. Both men will barely get through. It was a far different story for Edgar Martinez, the night shift factory worker who managed to claw his way tooth and nail into professional baseball. Didn't play his first Major League season until age 27, suffered injuries that relegated him to a DH role, and overcame vision problems that almost ended his career. Somehow, through all of that, he became one of the most dependably great hitters in the history of the game. Edgar is one of just 18 players to finish with an OPS of 1,000. At least 5 times, while taking at least 600 plate appearances for each one. That's where the dependable part comes in. What's most remarkable is, while the others started racking up these seasons in their early 20s, Edgar didn't even get going until age 32. He did it through home runs, yeah, but also through an unparalleled ability to smash doubles, hit in all directions, and practice unbelievable play discipline. He mastered the art as almost no one else ever had. If he hadn't, would the Mariners have gotten every single one of the wins they needed to force that tiebreaker in 95? Would someone else have hit that double? Would the Mariners exist today?
Outside. Floating with a screen on Johnson. Shot by Gervin, no good. The Celtics have gotten exactly half their shots to go down here in the second, 5 and 10. And they'll get another chance. And it's Parrish missing. The Spurs trail by 6. Shoots a fader. And it hung on the rim, but wouldn't fall for it. Well, the Celtics shooting in the second quarter around 42%.
My number one college essential is that I have to spend at least one night a week with just me and my roommates, and of course, some good food. So let me show you what we did last night for our movie night in. If I'm spending the night in, I want to be comfy. So of course, I have to put my PJs on, my lit a candle, and don't put the factory stove or hobby decoration up. Finish any last homework that I have because I don't want to be stressed about anything. Then we all claimed our spots on the couch, got nice and comfy, and decided what movies we were going to watch. But we're 4 college students. We're busy, and we did not feel like making our own dinner, so Domino's came and collected tonight. Domino's brings us together, and it's the one thing that we can all agree on because it's so delicious, convenient, easy, and there's always something for everyone. Tonight we opted for the perfect combo deal. It comes with 2 medium, 1-topping pizzas and 2 16-piece bread bite orders. A little bit of everything tonight. We did a buffalo chicken pizza, we did a cheese pizza, we got the Parmesan bread bites, and we got the cinnamon ones that we know we need to feature. Back to the couch, enjoyed our food, finished our movie, and it was the perfect roommate night in, thanks to Domino's.
Edgar's status as a career DH severely damaged his Hall of Fame candidacy, as though it was his fault that the DH is a position in baseball. Like all players, he had 10 years of eligibility to break the 75% threshold necessary for a plaque. In the first 6 years, his candidacy went nowhere. But Junior and Randy started campaigning for him. So did other stars around baseball, who told stories of how scary he was to pitch against. Whatever the reason, in true Edgar fashion, he peaked late. And in his final year of eligibility, he was voted into the Hall of Fame. Along with Junior and Randy, he joined Dave Niehaus, who received the Ford C. Frick Award from the Hall just a couple of years before he passed away. The only remaining question mark from these years is A-Rod. After leaving Seattle, he turned heel. He was resented by fans and the media for any reason that he could think of. How much money he made, his contract dispute with the Yankees, the fact that he was not Derek Jeter, the steroid use he eventually admitted to. Meanwhile, he was busy cobbling together not 1, but 2 Hall of Fame caliber careers. This is the OPS of every man in baseball history to play at least 1,000 career games at shortstop. And this chart is the same story, only for third base. A-Rod, who's traded the Yankees necessitated to move to third, fares pretty well on both leaderboards. By this standard, he is the very best hitting shortstop of all time. He is also, by a nose, the very best hitting third baseman of all time. A-Rod is the anti-junior, the team phenom from Seattle who did choose to use steroids, who was willing to play for the Yankees, who did eventually win a World Series ring. It's a hobby among baseball fans to wonder what Junior might have accomplished if the States hadn't taken a sledgehammer to his 30s. Well, maybe an Alex Rodriguez can see the answer.
Thanks to his admitted steroid use, there's no telling exactly what the voters are going to make of A-Rod when he becomes eligible for voting in a couple of years. Maybe it hurts him, maybe he's been rehabilitated by his second life as a CNBC dork. I really hope he makes it in. I love this piece.
In 2019, the Mariners started off by winning 13 of their first 15 games. That was the very most in Major League Baseball, and in fact was so remarkably good that going back over 7 decades, 21 of the other 29 teams have failed to ever begin a season by winning that many of their first 15 games. The Seattle Mariners had never started this hot. Even in their historic 2001 campaign, they only won 11 of their first 15. But then, the 2019 M's immediately dropped 37 of their next 49. Also the very most in MLB, and a run so remarkably bad that 6 other teams throughout that same period have never suffered that many losses in any 49-game stretch. Again, a preposterous fluctuation of historical highs instantaneously plummeting to historical lows. Only the Mariners. All part of the season where, thanks to no shortage of injuries, ineffectiveness, and blowout losses, Seattle used 42 different pitchers, the most in Major League Baseball history. They broke the record that they themselves tied just 2 years earlier. The Mariners had now gone a literal generation wandering through the MLB upstairs. There are actual human beings on this earth, born after October 2001, who have reached adulthood without ever having existed during the Mariners playoffs. And across those pesky 18 seasons that followed their 0-1 postseason qualification, in which they failed to make a single return trip, 28 of the other 29 MLB teams have secured multiple playoffs. And even the Marlins get a party for parlaying their lone trip into a world championship.
Henderson outside. Maxwell the pass to McHale.
This was the year the last two great Mariners said goodbye. When they began their season with a series in the Tokyo Dome, a 45-year-old Ichiro Suzuki suited up to play 2 final games. It was purely set up as a crowd pleaser, as his abilities were mostly gone. In Ichiro's final plate appearance, the oldest outfielder to start a game in more than 100 years, came this close to legging out an infield single. Junior had made the trip to Japan so he could be there to greet him. Also there was Felix, who was now the last truly great Mariner left. For the last 30 years straight, the Mariners had always had at least one iconic player on the roster. But while Ichiro was a guaranteed lock to enter the Hall of Fame the second he's eligible, things aren't as simple for Felix Hernandez.
Man who worked hard, sweat hard, all sides sweat. So Coach thought I was slacking. You see this? He sweat, so I trained constantly. Took my old size swagger and got a drill named after me. The dribble. Broke a record. Broke my leg. Broke my record with a broken leg. Until Coach said, I underestimated you, son. Sometimes a man must overcompensate.
Did you know cold calling nearly doubles your email reply rate even if you don't connect live? Abstract's omni-channel approach ensures your message is delivered to the right B2B decision. If you have more solid meetings and flow more business, visit abstractmg.com.
Felix's fastball regressed, and as he struggled to adapt, his effectiveness has disappeared. In a hurry, he went from great to good to average to terrible by Major League standards. Being a Seattle Mariner, pennants and World Series titles were never in play for him, leaving things like a Hall of Fame plaque the only hardware he could aspire to. 5 years ago, he seemed destined for one. In 2020, as he approaches just his 34th birthday but struggle to remain in the major leagues at all, it doesn't seem likely. Felix had stayed in Seattle, and had given this team and these fans every piece of himself until there wasn't much of anything left. The team was going to move on. When he took the mound for the last time, everyone knew it was the last time. It's true that his final start was a loss that dropped his record to 1-8 on the season, that he allowed 5 hits and 4 walks in 5 innings and change, and that the Mariners were lucky to only be losing 3-1 when he left the mound. It's true that just weeks later, the Washington Nationals would win a championship, leaving the Seattle Mariners as the only team in Major League Baseball that has never even appeared in a single World Series. But when I watch them say goodbye, and when I watch the Kings Court pour out enough love to last them through whatever comes next, I mean,
his fourth one final time.
Who gives a shit? What is next? Well, I suppose it's a matter of whether the last 43 years were an accident. Did the Seattle Mariners stumble blindly into the most bizarre stories of fascinating people, generation after generation, purely by chance? Or are there reasons? Are they eccentric because their lack of conquest on the field affords them to be? Are they so geographically remote that the ceaseless march of the normal can't reach them? Do their fans love them so unconditionally that they're allowed to ferment into something so captivating? Are they touched by God? Will they always be like this? Before he vanished forever, nearby resident Roger Smotis, who suggested the name of his team, also supplied an explanation for why he liked the name. I've selected Mariners because of the natural association between the sea and Seattle and her people, who have been challenged and rewarded by it.
You get to choose when you do it and when you don't.
Okay, I think I'll do it now.
Now works, yeah. But if it doesn't, you can also set your schedule around your other commitments.
Good, because I have a lot of those.
Tell me about it. So whenever it works well for you, you can make a few extra bucks.
I guess I do have an hour to kill.
And when earnings are your time, you can enjoy more quality time. Make money on your time. DoorDash. Sign up today.
Here's Maxwell. 8 points for him. Just 5 to shoot.
Like a relentless need, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep coming back. Break away to what's possible with Tremfya, with rapid relief in 4 weeks. Many people experienced remission at 1 and even 2 years. Some saw 100% visible healing of their intestinal lining. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Tremfya is now approved for Crohn's disease. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
In October of 1968, near the end of the greatest season a pitcher has ever had, Bob Gibson still had one miracle left in the bag. His opponent in Game 1 of the World Series was the Detroit Tigers' Denny McLain, who, like Gibson, would take home his league's MVP and Cy Young awards at the end of the season. McLain was pulled from the game after giving up 2 runs, which, against 1968 Bob Gibson, may as well have been 20. Gibson allowed just 6 Tigers on base on his way to a complete game shutout. He finished with 17 strikeouts. Delivering that last pitch, he looked like a man who could go another 3 hours if he felt like it. Finishing with that signature follow-through that dragged him into another zip code. You see the camera has to jerk over just to get him and the batter in the same frame. 50 years later, those 17 strikeouts are still a single-game World Series record. Of the 574 World Series starts since that day, only 2 even made it to 12 strikeouts. No one has equaled this. No one has even come close.
And if you're just joining us, we've played
in the same month of the same year, a man with the same name would achieve something even more astonishing.
Spurs trail by 6. Moore up top. Henderson defending. Moore passes to Gurley. Here's Gilmore. That time from Gurley. Drives to the hoop. And it's good. 2 points. Bird's got 12.
The long jump is one of humanity's most elementary exhibitions. You take a running start and you jump as far as you can. It's also one of our oldest competitions. In 656 BC, an Olympian named Jonas of Sparta is thought to have jumped 7.05 meters, or 23 feet 1.5 inches. Whether this was a world record or for how long it stood isn't really known, but if that mark is to be believed, it's only modestly beaten in the 2,500 years to follow. In 1901, Ireland's Peter O'Connor leaped 24 feet 11.5 inches. With the return of the Olympics as an international pursuit, the record is challenged by countless track and field athletes, and in 1935, Jesse Owens extends the all-time best jump to 26 feet 8 inches. This holds for 25 years until fellow American Olympian and gold medalist Ralph Boston adds 3.5 inches in 1960. What follows is a back and forth between Boston and Russia's Igor Karavanesian, but the scale of their ambitions is getting smaller and smaller. They're dealing in fractions of inches. In 1965, Boston beats his own mark by a patch of sand they may as well count in individual grains. If you stand far back enough to observe the entire jump, you have to squint to see the progression of the world record of the last 30 years. And it's important to note that thanks to the rise of the modern Olympics and college sports, track and field has absolutely exploded in popularity since that time. Many of the world's best athletes dedicated themselves to the long jump at one point. And yet, collectively, this is the best humanity can do. What is the maximum distance that our anatomy allows us as human beings to jump? In the 1960s, it appears as though we've answered that question. The boycott was among the most effective tools of the civil rights movement, utilized to challenge racist institutions and help accomplish hard-fought victories all across the United States. In 1968, more attention turned to athletic institutions, including the New York Athletic Club, which, while notorious for refusing membership to people of color and Jewish people, was more than happy to boost its ticket sales by inviting black athletes to compete in their events. One such event, on February 16th in the brand new Madison Square Garden, is ticketed by hundreds of people protesting their membership rights. Most black athletes refuse to compete, but the University of Texas at El Paso track team shows up anyway. Their star long jump specialist, Bob Beamon, leaps 26 feet 3.5 inches. Nothing special by competitive standards, but more than enough to surpass the spin-down competition. Beamon and his teammates had discussed whether to join a boycott, but ultimately doubted its effectiveness. After all, UTEP's football players had organized a sit-in months prior, and it seemed to accomplish nothing. But more acutely, the 21-year-old Beamon is lonely in El Paso, and lacks the means to visit his hometown of New York on his own dime. The all-expensive paid trip to compete in front of his friends and family is just too much for him to turn down. A week later in Oakland, Beamon jumps a much stronger 26 feet 11.5 inches. Someone, who is apparently angry about his appearance in New York, emerges from the stands and tells him something could happen to this weekend. Nothing comes of the threat, but Beamon is shaken up. Around this time, he takes to writing poetry, more for himself than for anyone else. Beamon is one of the most promising track and field athletes in America, and he's on track to compete in the Mexico City Olympics later in the year. And he is in anguish over whether to throw it all away to protest the racism he experiences day in and day out. How must I be lonely, he writes. Why can't you love me and want me until the end of time? Beamon continues to jump, and in March he sets the indoor world record with a leap of 27 feet, 2.75 inches. He's very quickly becoming the man to beat in Mexico City. For Bob Beamon and his teammates, things are immediately and completely different. Any prior conflict and indecision has now disappeared within a UTEP track team that is scheduled to compete at BYU, a school that teaches that black people are inferior as a matter of policy. In protest, Beeman and 7 other members of the team refused to make the trip. UTEP officials now have an opportunity to show solidarity with the athletes they're so proud of. Instead, they kick all protesting members off the team and revoke their scholarships, essentially kicking them out of school entirely. In a further act of reprisal, Beeman's wife is fired from her job. 5 months removed from the Olympic Games, Bob Beeman's track and field career is evaporating.
Just over 2.5 minutes gone by.
Lacking the resources to travel all over the country, Beeman stays in Texas, jumping in track meets as an independent. In San Antonio 2 weeks later, he posted stunning win at 27 feet 4 inches. Wind assistance is an unfortunate but common disqualifier. Many outstanding jumps have been ineligible for the record books because the wind speed was greater than the maximum allowable 4.47 miles per hour. Beeman's jump is inflated by a wind speed of 8.9, but he impresses the crowd all the same. He joins the Houston Striders track team a few days later, jumping and keeps him present. In June, he finally jumps 27 feet 4 inches with no wind assistance. It's only 3/4 of an inch from the all-time record. Beeman has 2 goals. The first is to make the U.S. Olympic team. The second, and far more outrageous goal, is to register a 28-foot jump. This would require him to shatter Ralph Boston's record by about 8 inches. In modern times, this record has never been broken by more than 6 inches. The record progression has been entirely stuck in the mud. It hasn't budged even a 1/4 inch in 3 years. But Boston, the veteran who's become Beeman's mentor, thinks he can do it. So does the great Jeff Villona, who suggests that the altitude will help out. Mexico City, host of the '68 Olympics, sits nearly 7,400 feet above sea level, and high altitudes have proven to be slightly advantageous to long jumpers. After essentially punching his ticket to Mexico City with a 26-foot, 8.75-inch jump at the Olympic trials, the altitude theory is put to the test on September 14th. Beeman jumps at South Lake Tahoe, about 6,200 feet above sea level. On this day, he's further aided by a record disqualifying wind speed of 7.1 miles per hour. Even with both these advantages, he can only jump 27 feet, 6.5 inches. An incredible leap, but still about 6 inches away from his goal. 28 feet just doesn't seem feasible.
When I started my record label, the business side of things, taxes, finances, definitely felt like adulting. But just because you start your own thing, doesn't mean you have to figure it out on your own. It's been amazing to have a TurboTax expert to bounce ideas off of. Even if I'm in the studio alone at night, I have access to a TurboTax expert. I handle the music, they handle the tax.
File your taxes with confidence with TurboTax experts.
Gervin for 3. It's rebounded by Maxwell. Maxwell's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one.
Start the year strong and take all year long if you want. Pay with 12 months, same as cash. Enjoy a worry-free ownership option Grover and pay the cash price anytime this year. Start the new year right and on your own time at Glenna Center.
Fires from 14. A rebound by the Spurs. To break this scoring drought, Mike.
To compete for a medal, Beeman must first pass the qualifying round, in which he's allowed 3 attempts. On his first jump, he steps just over the line, and the try is disqualified. Disaster strikes when the second attempt is disqualified for the same reason. Especially tragic because Beeman could easily qualify with even an average jump. One sports writer later suggests that just to play it safe, he should have jumped a foot before the line to easily clear the mark. He doesn't. Despite the circumstances, Bob Beeman goes for broke. And this time, he avoids the foul. 26 feet, 10.5 inches. Still more than a foot away from his goal of 28. But he's in. He takes a few heaving breaths and fades into a sprint. The wind is blowing within legal limits. This will be a record-eligible jump. Later, Beeman will say this week, I felt alone.
Here's Edmondson. 5 points in the game.
He hits the sand with such violence that his momentum carries him out of the pace. It's a great jump. Even though it's early in the round, he's clearly a front runner for the goal. But did he hit 28 feet? As the officials perform the measurement, Beeman plays a series of guessing games and ultimately concedes this. No, he probably didn't. It feels like he came close and ultimately settles on 27 feet 10 inches as his best estimate. If true, this would not only virtually guarantee him a gold medal, it would shatter the world record by more than 5 inches. Given the tiny margins by which this record has been broken over the years, beating it by 5 1/4 would be monumental, probably far enough to stand for years and years. The measurement is taking a while. Beeman watches as the judges take the unusual step of bringing out a tape measure. After 20 entire minutes, the distance is officially announced, 8.90 meters. Like most Americans, he doesn't quite understand how far that is. When someone tells him the distance in feet and inches, he is no closer than
Discarded by Johnson. Irvin in the post. Johnson on him. Irvin, great positioning on the putback.
What hustle on the offensive glass, finding ways to capitalize, paying off that hard work.
For Boston, they've gone 5 of 7 from the field in the third quarter. Let's see if they can keep it up. Now here's Henderson. 10 points for him. On the wing, Bird. Now here's Parrish. Not a lot of room.
Is it just me, or has this guy grabbed every rebound tonight? What a terrific performance.
True effort out there. He is fighting, clawing, just willing himself to get everything.
Now here's Irvin. Following the miss by Robert Parrish. Count that one.
Beeman collapses to the ground. He'll be fine. He's experiencing what is later diagnosed as cataplectic seizure, in which one system is so overwhelmed with emotion that one's muscles temporarily stop acting correctly. He cannot physically process what has just happened. He has done something impossible.
Confident shot. He was ready to fire the moment he touched.
The contest is over, and everyone knows it. Fellow competitor Igor Taro-Venezia, who once held the record himself, says, "Compared to this jump, we are children." Days prior, fellow American medalists Tommy Smith and John Carlos had displayed black power suits on the Olympic podium in protest against racism. IOC President Avery Brundage, who during the Berlin Olympics decades prior had no issue with the Nazi salute, was outraged. He successfully demanded for Smith and Carlos to be expelled from the Olympic Games, lest he ban the entire U.S. track team altogether. Bob Beeman and Ralph Boston didn't care. They made protests of their own on the podium, with Boston standing barefoot and Beeman rolling up his pants, revealing black socks in a protest black poverty. I could find no evidence of Brundage seeking retribution against them or even commenting on the matter. Maybe he simply realized that he lost. 50 years later, Beeman's jump remains the Olympic record. It stood as the overall world record for decades until it was just barely beaten by Mike Howe in 1991. For half a century, no other human being has been able to touch it. This jump remains one of the most astounding athletic achievements ever.
Pass to Edmondson. Back to Moore.
After this unforgettable year, athletes named Bob began to retire, and fewer showed up to play. The end was ahead. But there is always a party at the Mitchell World. Even in this era, Bob continued to alter the world of sports in ways large and small.
Gilmore's got rebound number 17, if you can believe that.
There was Rob Griese, longtime Dolphins quarterback, winner of Super Bowls 7 and 8, and thrower of 6 touchdown passes in a single game. A 6-touchdown performance isn't all that rare in today's NFL, but it was almost unheard of in Griese's era. It's even more special because Griese did it while wearing glasses. Not athletic goggles, actual glasses. Why do Bobs so often look like they just got teleported from off the street? Regardless, Bob was a fashion innovator. Bobs, in fact, innovate quite often.
Now Bird, guarded by Tucker. Fouled on the shot and picks up 2 points, so 1 free throw coming up.
So much focus from Bird. A chance for a 3-point play now.
And a look now at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for the Celtics.
Taking advantage of what the defense is giving them, the mid-range, and they're happy to take it.
The shooting's been great, but also, how about the energy level? That's what's impressed me the most. They've been getting it up and down in transition, and that takes effort.
Feeling healthy by leaps and bounds. Making a dinner that makes their full day. And giving your best friends the best nutrients for their best life. Science with that.
He has 6. Here's Edmondson. 2
Basketball Hall of Famer Bob McAdoo was surely aware of what a center was supposed to be, he just didn't seem to care. He was determined to play the brilliant sort of basketball he knew he could play, whatever that meant. Let's look at one of his best ever performances, a 1975 playoff game while with the Buffalo Braves. In this game alone, McAdoo took 9 shots from at least 15 feet out, and he hit 6 of them. Contrast this with fellow center and total opposite Shaquille O'Neal, who only hit 4 from his distance over the course of his entire 19-year career. McAdoo was the tall guy who could shoot. By and large, there was no answer for that. His role as a center meant lots of blocks and rebounds, and his ability as a pure shooter meant lots of points. The result was a statistical footprint that was both very impressive and pretty weird. These are the times the player has scored at least 30 points per game in a season since 1973-74. It's a very exclusive club, as it's only happened 42 times in this span, but McAdoo pulled it off 3 years in a row. What's interesting is that, as you can see, these terrific scorers don't block many shots on defense, and they pulled out a fairly modest number of rebounds per game. Those duties just aren't in their job description. They're scorers, not blockers or rebounders. There are a couple outliers over here, Karl Malone and Russell Westbrook, who recorded more rebounds than the average volume scorer. But of these 4 extreme outliers over here, 3 of them are Bob McAdoo, and Bob McAdoo. The game is different now. We're not likely to see another guy average 30 points and 3 blocks a night. McAdoo didn't change basketball. He didn't blaze any new trails or redefine the position. He played like Bob McAdoo, and then he retired, and there was no one else like him.
Any game plan. Free throws can add up fast.
Decades later, another Bob would defy basketball convention. This story may not be as important, but it is a lot less important.
15 points in just the second half.
Boy, the quick release, Bird gets that shot off in an instant. He was ready and waiting to strike.
The triple-double is celebrated as a signifier of versatility. In a single game, you post double-digit totals in 3 different statistical categories, which are almost always points, assists, and rebounds. Because sports people love streaks of completely arbitrary length, Bob Sura decided he wanted to pull off a triple-double in 3 consecutive games. This happens all the time now. Russell Westbrook, in particular, has spent the last few years making a mockery of the triple-double, at one point completing 11 in a row. But he used to be really special. In fact, there was one stretch of almost 20 years in which just one guy, Grant Hill, managed 3 triple-doubles in a row. Meet Bob Sura, a 31-year-old journeyman who, in 2004, found himself on the Atlanta Hawks. Sura is a shooting guard who's fine. He's a solid player, but he's never been an all-star, and usually hasn't even been considered a starter. So, when he scrapes together a triple-double on April 9th, it's a big deal. Counting every game of his career to this point in which he played at least 30 minutes, he could reliably pick up double-digit points, but rarely made it to 10 assists or rebounds. On paper, his odds of a triple-double are less than 1%. But it's important to understand that these are the 03-04 Hawks, who are garbage. They're near the end of the season, and their game plan is to finish out the schedule so they don't have to play basketball anymore. If Sura wants minutes, fine. If he wants to go after every board, sure. The next night, he picks up his 10th rebound with about 6 minutes left in the game and wraps up his 2nd straight triple-double. 2 nights later, in a meaningless game no one cares about, Bob Sura has the chance to make history. He gets to work immediately. Just 6 seconds into the game, he puts in a layup. It's one of the quickest opening buckets in the NBA that season. Points won't be a problem. It's the easiest component of the triple-double, since you usually pick them up 2 at a time. His assists are looking good, too. By the end of the first quarter, he already has 5. His opponents, the Nets, are already locked into the playoff seed, and when a team isn't especially motivated, tough defense is usually the first thing to go out the window. Sura should be able to set up plenty of shots for his teammates, and he does. Late in the third quarter, he's clinched a double-double with 17 points and 10 assists. It's the rebound he has to worry about. At the end of the third quarter, he has only 4. Unlike with points or assists, which he can try for whenever the Hawks have the ball, Bob's at the mercy of fate. He has to wait for a miss and hope the ball bounces his way. Sura picks up a couple in the fourth quarter, but with under 4 minutes remaining, he only has 6 of the 10 he needs. There's no room for error. With 3:28 left in the game, Sura pulls in an offensive rebound, shoots, and misses, which is good, because now he can grab his own rebound. Seconds later, at the other end of the floor, he gets his ninth. 1 away with 2:58 remaining. Suddenly, the opportunities completely dry up. The Nets keep hitting their shots and rebounding the ones they don't. As the final seconds tick down, it dawns on Bob that he's going to miss this historic achievement by a single rebound. But then, The Nets' Aaron Williams hits a three with 4 seconds left, giving the Hawks the ball. Sura has an epiphany. He takes the ball, runs down court, lays it up, misses it on purpose, and catches it off the bounce. With 0.2 of a second left in the game, Sura has rebound number 10. At the last possible instant, he's done it.
You think about T-Mobile home internet only being $35 a month. You need to take your mind off of this. Come check out my new man cave.
Just keeps pouring in the buckets. Back right after this.
T-Mobile's got home internet, just $35 a month, and it's guaranteed for 5 years.
Live life unlittered with Tidy Cats Breeze. Uncomplicated odor control, unlike traditional litter. Breeze pellets and pads separate ones and twos to unstink the waste, so you can unthink the work. Unmessy pellets, unfussy cleanup. Tidy Cats Breeze, the unlittered solution.
3 straight triple-doubles. The NBA hasn't seen this in 7 years. The last 3 men to do it were Grant Hill, Magic Johnson, and Michael Jordan. And now, this club opens its gates to Bob Sura.
Ainge with the ball. Right side. Shoots from the elbow. And the shot goes in. Bird's got the fourth quarter started here with a bucket for the Celtics.
For a few hours, the league office lawyered it away from him, ruling that since he wasn't genuinely trying to make the shot, it didn't count as a shot at all, and thus no rebound. Today, if you look up a play-by-play of this game, that shot is nowhere to be found. So many men named Bob always seem to be in places they were never supposed to be, doing astonishing things they were never supposed to do. And sometimes, it's more than the governing forces of this world can tolerate. Bob Sura gamed the rules of the sport, or at least he tried. Bob McAdoo transcended the conventions of the sport. Bob Greasy wore glasses to his sport. But Bob Herrera pioneered a new sport of his own. Herrera didn't quite invent street, which originated in the 70s under the names summer bobsledding and lay-down skateboarding. But he did use his experience as an auto mechanic to build a sled so well engineered that it could approach a speed as terrifying as 90 miles per hour. If a human being is traveling any faster than that without a motor, they're probably falling out of the plane. In its infancy, this sport lacked the resources to block off the track of their own, so they just moved on California highways alongside car traffic. Herrera's custom sled rolled so fast downhill that he managed to get hit with a couple of speeding tickets. But since it wasn't exactly illegal, he just kept on racing. And eventually, he tried to legitimize the sport by founding an official street luge association. It was the right sport at the right time. See, here is my personal biased and very reductive account of the 1990s. A large portion of America, collectively and simultaneously, went insane. Our arch enemy collapsed, and we had one for so many decades that we didn't know what to replace it with. 9-year-olds were ripping people's heads off. Kids' movies started working blue.
Fight this guy.
A hobby as innocent as baseball card collecting was reduced to a hyper-monetized grift that made kids into day traders, and the brutality of mixed martial arts became wildly popular. The bourgeoisie flocked to spectacles like the X Games, where the former specter of Soviet terror was replaced by the invented terror of jumping out of a plane on a surfboard or slamming into a hay bale at 50 miles per hour. None of this was Pereira's fault, but he was able to capitalize on it with a sport that, to the casual viewer, was a bizarre spectacle, but to him was a serious pursuit. Making the sport bigger, better, and safer was everything. I've already broken my bones to make the sport safe for you, he said. He finally managed to get Street Luge legitimized as an ESPN televised sport in the 1995 Extreme Games. In addition to being the main pioneer of the sport, he was also seen as the best competitor. But, while testing the X Games track, which was squeezed into a street grid in Newport, Rhode Island, he lost control and dashed into a curve. He squared up his foot to absorb the impact, and his wheel was crushed. Street Luge event was only days away, but he lobbied to compete anyway. Street lugers grind their feet against the asphalt to brake, but Pereira could do all the braking with his good foot, he was claiming. Eventually, administrators caved and allowed him to race in the dual event. It's remarkable to watch. Pereira sits on his sled, races, then goes straight from the sled to his crutches to conduct an interview. How much of a handicap it really was is difficult to say, because Pereira, like consensus the greatest luge pilot on Earth, easily cruised to the gold medal. And I can't help but notice that he's using his broken foot brakes, which he promised he wouldn't do. Today, the Street Luge is no longer an event in the X Games. The promotion that itself has faded in popularity as the world went a different kind of crazy. Bob Ferreira did more than anybody to bring mainstream recognition to the strange, obscure sport he loved. 150 years on, people named Bob were still creating, achieving, attempting miracles, and sometimes succeeding. Each person named Bob was wildly different from the next, sharing in common nothing but their name and their ability to fascinate. Their imprint was so dramatic that it was impossible to tell any intelligent history of sports without. They were sports. It seemed as though that would never change. Why would it?
Gerald Henderson, he's checked in for Boston.
Why did it?
So he picks up just one from the line that time. Spurs trail by 21. Mike, they are desperate to find a basket.
They're having a really hard time out there.
You're right.
Nice pass, creating the opportunity. Great teamwork on that one.
Just under 2.5 minutes gone here in the final quarter.
I wanted to play football because the Niners were incredible. He was the best in the game, and I was trying to get the game on. I'm better than you.
I don't know that it isn't the best team that's ever been.
And the foul called on Larry Bird. And that'll be his third foul so far. And the Spurs making a change here. Team's checked in.
Here, we see the popularity of Bob as a baby name each year in the United States between 1880 and 2017. This figure completely disappears in the 1980s, not because there have been absolutely zero babies named Bob, but because it fell out of the top 1,000 as a popular name, and its total was left out of the census. Broadly speaking, it adds up. You see the Bobs arriving, and then about 20 years later, you see those Bobs grow up and take up the sport. This chart does, however, contain a mystery. We've already noticed this dip in athletes in the early 40s, which can be reasonably explained by the outbreak of World War II. But why this one? Why, in the early 1950s, did parents briefly stop naming their children Bob, only to pick it right back up a few years later as though nothing had changed? Why did they do this during a time when Bobs were more visible in our culture than ever? I don't have an answer. I don't even have a wild guess. But for these folks who found us, there's nothing new. Of course, these are just the people who were named Bob at birth, a relatively rare practice. Most of our Bobs left the hospital as Roberts, and we have never been lacking for Roberts. At one point, Robert was the second most popular name for an American baby boy. Even in the 2010s, there are several thousand Roberts born each year. At any moment, any of these Roberts could choose to go by Bob. Very easy. Take it from me. You don't even have to go to the courthouse. But nearly every Robert has declined this opportunity. And there's no way I can blame him. See, you can tell how we as a culture perceive a name by how we use it to name fictional characters. I looked for major characters named Bob in modern TV and film. I know I didn't get them all, but I eventually identified 22. Nearly all of these are in comedy or children's programming. Many are from cartoons. Only 4 are in dramatic roles. And as for these, Bill Murray's character in Lost in Translation was named Bob to further establish him as a washed-up actor whose best days were long gone. And Bob, a major character in entirely by accident when a set decorator, Frank Silva, was inadvertently visible through a mirror during a crucial shot. David Lynch, being David Lynch, decided that rather than reshooting or cropping him out, he would not only keep the shot, but establish this guy who had never acted before as the arch villain of the entire show. He was named Bob, perhaps only for the shock value. One of David Lynch's most outlandish creative decisions ever, it seems, was to take the name Bob seriously. It's clear that now we regard Bob as an unserious name. It's an endearing, short, funny little palindrome, and it might not be suitable for an era in which we take ourselves as seriously as we do. But I'll leave further speculation up to you. The point remains that since Bobs were arriving in smaller and smaller numbers, it was up to those already in the arena to carry the legacy of their name as long as they could. And, as we'll see in the next 5 stories, they gave what they had.
Here's Tucker. Good work defensively by Gervin.
It's tough to imagine someone who is merely casually aware of WWE Hall of Famer Bullet Bob Armstrong. Either he's a legendary figure to you, or you have never heard of him. Until a couple months ago, I was among the latter. I'm not the one to tell his full story, so I'll focus just on 2 moments. The first came in 1982, a little over 20 years into his wrestling career. He was in a weight room with Tig the St. Roberts and went to the bench press to perform a set of nose breakers. This isn't perfectly represented here, but it's close enough. Essentially, you pull the bar very close to your nose before pulling it back above your torso. The name nose breaker is, of course, the most dramatic, except for this time. The bench tips backwards. The only thing between the bar and the ground now is Armstrong's nose, which is ripped completely off. In most accounts, this is regarded as an accident, although, in one 1998 interview with the Pensacola News Journal, Armstrong claims that Ted DiBiase, known by most as the $1 Million Man, kicked the bench over. However, it happened. An extensive plastic surgery is required, but it's not enough to keep him out of the ring. To protect and hide his injury, he adopts a brand new in-ring identity, the Bullet, and wears a mask as part of his persona. He goes over huge. People love him. Yes, that is an iPhone. And yes, that injury did occur in 1982. And yes, he started wrestling in 1960. Bullet Bob Armstrong wrestled for eons. He began his career while Bob Cousy was playing in the NBA. When Bob Sura retired, he was still in the ring. It was a 59-year career. Armstrong is far and away the most tenured Bob, so I expanded the scope to anyone with any name. I could only find 4 human beings with a longer, somewhat continuous athletic tenure. 2 fellow pro wrestlers, an auto racer, and a snooker player. When Armstrong entered the world of sports, he was one of 530 Bobs. After he announced his retirement in March of this year, only 9 remained. He carried it as long as he could. The story of Bob Probert deserves to be visited in full, and it is in the recent documentary Tough Guy. It details his struggles with substance abuse and the rebuilding of his family life in retirement, and I highly recommend it. For now, we'll focus on Bob Probert, the Enforcer.
Deliver with DoorDash, you get to choose when you do it and when you don't.
Okay, I think I'll do it now.
Now works, yeah. But if it doesn't, you can also set your schedule around your other commitments.
Good, because I have a lot of those.
Tell me about it. So whenever it works well for you, you can make a few extra bucks.
I guess I do have an hour to kill.
And when earnings are your time, you can enjoy more quality time.
I really enjoy this book.
Make money on your time. DoorDash, sign up today.
I think taxes are something that makes all of us panic, whether or not you want to admit it. Being able to pass my taxes to a TurboTax expert means that I have to only collect documents, I give it away, and then they will let me know when it's ready to go. That is 1 minute of me thinking about it, and that allows me to do everything else in my life. Now taxes is filing without breaking a sweat.
Astro Henderson. Here's Maxwell. Parrish up top.
Fighting is such an NHL institution that has been represented in video games since I was a kid. In NHLPA 93, Steve Smith was my preferred fighter. The Detroit Red Wings' Bob Probert seemed to be the only guy who could beat him. He was arguably the most notorious enforcer in the history of the NHL. His job, as he saw it, was to retaliate and intimidate. He'd single out an opponent, throw down his glove, and spread. Probert would later say he didn't particularly enjoy fighting. He just saw it as his duty, and he was surprisingly tactful about it. Late in this 1987 game, Sabres Kevin McGuire bulldozed his wing goal with great step, sending his gear flying. Probert wants to send McGuire a message, but his teammates are already on top of things, and Probert's crowded out, reeled in by a referee, who waits for his mark. A full 2 minutes later, McGuire tangles with another Probert teammate, Captain Steve Eisen. Once again, Probert makes it to the scene just a little bit too late to pay back McGuire, so he keeps waiting, and tries to look busy enough for the refs not to worry about it. It works. Finally, after 3 minutes of waiting, Probert dives in and nails him. He just wouldn't stop until he got his man. This is why Probert fought, to defend his teammates and exact revenge. They loved him for it, and so did the fans. so he just kept on fighting. While researching Probert, I found the website dropyourgloves.com. This is a community-generated database of hockey fight reviews and ratings. It's a beautiful place that hasn't been redesigned since 2004. The users of Drop Your Gloves have spent the last 15 plus years beautifully preserving the history of hockey fights. I'm in love with it, and on their crowdsourced list of all-time favorite fighters, number 1, by a wide margin, is Bob Probert. From this site, we learned that Probert engaged in 337 fights over the course of an NHL career. Far more than any modern boxer or MMA athlete. He won a lot more often than he lost. And while many of these were brief scuffles that didn't result in any major blows landed, others were bare-knuckle slugfests. To hear him and at least one opponent sell it, Probert's ability to fight and intimidate owed itself in part to cocaine and alcohol abuse. While he didn't think it affected him on the ice, he did believe that it boosted his reputation as a fighter. Left-winger Stu Grimson drafted Probert more than any other man. Across an 11-year span, the two fought 14 times. The first half of his career, where he wasn't looking at you, it just seemed to be staring past you, and you were almost a non-entity in the equation, he said. He just had this baseless counter, and you were waging war with this inanimate being.
I think they've gone too long without seeing one go down, and that begins to mess with your psyche.
The role of the enforcer was somewhat diminished in the later years of Probert's career. In an effort to curb fighting, the NHL tacked on additional 2-minute penalties for fight instigators, and it seemed to have worked. By 2002, there were only about half as many fights as there were in Probert's prime. Now less good and a less important role, Probert had to rely on other skills. He was now one of the slower players in the league, engineering himself to be fast. Changes such as the obstruction rule, which hampered Probert's ability to slow down his quicker opponents. It wasn't just his age. NHL stars often play at or past their 40th birthday, but by age 37, so much of his effectiveness had been legislated away. He had no choice but to retire. In a world that never changed, Bob Probert probably could have kept playing for years. When fighting was celebrated, he gave it all he had. But once the dangers were better understood, and fighting began to fall out of favor, he was left behind. His sport had simply evolved into something that had no place for him as an athlete. While producing this video, only a couple weeks after I discovered it, DropYourGloves.com went offline for reasons unknown. This monastery had remained unchanged for a decade and a half, an eternity in internet years, and it seemed to me as though it would always be there. And then, like so much else, it seems like it'll never change. It was gone. Brazilian-American Bob Burnquist is one of the most influential skateboarders ever, and has won more medals at the Summer X Games than anybody. He already collected 4 prior to his otherworldly performance in the 2001 Vert Final. What was the greatest moment of this run? You could have 5 different answers, and they'd all be right. Now, normally, an X Games announcer's job is to sort of hold the viewer's hand here and explain what's going on, because vert skating only recently entered the mainstream, and a lot of us don't understand what we're seeing. They're not helping us here.
Oh, no! What are you doing, Bob?
Because they don't know what's going on either. This trick, in which Burnquist kicks out his board, reaches out to grab it with his hand, and then moves it back to his feet, has no name in 2001. Let's listen in and see what this one's called. Good to know. Burnquist's time is up at this point, so this trick won't count towards his score, but he decides to throw it out there anyway. There's the blunt, in which he rests the board at the lip of the ramp. Somehow, from this position, he kickflips out.
We have lost our minds!
A couple years later, Burnquist became the first person ever to complete a loop in a full pipe. You can see what makes this so difficult. The only way to build momentum is to skate back and forth along this claustrophobic 12-foot pipe. Several skaters, including Burnquist himself a year prior, have broken bones trying to do this. The quality of this footage is terrible, and I wouldn't have it any other way. It's beautifully representative of the pre-YouTube proto-internet, when you'd wait patiently for 45 minutes for the promise of a street fight, or an N1 mixtape, or a Bob Burnquist full pipe to spill out of your awful internet. It's something primitive and special that I'm afraid we're never going to get back. Having conquered the full pipe, Bob still wasn't satisfied. In 2006, he had a ramp specially constructed. At the start with a 34-foot tall quarter pipe. He would start at the top, build up speed, race up the ramp, jump, and execute a 50-50 rail grind. In other words, he would slide along this 4-inch wide rail with the trucks of the skateboard rather than the wheels. For any professional skater, this is a very basic trick. There was a catch.
Think Verizon is expensive? Think again. Anyone can bring their AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. So bring us your bill. Walk in, run in, pogo stick in, teleport if you can. Ride on the back of a rollerblading yak or fly in on the wings of a majestic falcon. Any way you can, bring your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store today, and we'll give you a better deal on the best network. Based on Network Spec overall mobile network performance, US second half 2025, all rights reserved. Specified very recent 50 T-Mobile bill and minimum person the deal. Additional terms, conditions, and restrictions apply.
Mind getting bumped while shooting. He looks at it as easy money. Shooting two.
This is the Colorado River's Hellhole Bend. While not actually part of Grand Canyon National Park, it is considered part of the Grand Canyon geologically. Bob will be wearing a parachute, but the rail grind is crucial. That's what's going to give him extra separation from the cliff face. While it's steep, it's not completely vertical. And if Bob doesn't pull off a strong enough grind, he runs the chance of colliding with the rock before he can deploy his parachute. The bottom of the canyon is about 1,500 feet below.
He hits the second from the line.
His jump looks good. He's building speed to about 35 miles per hour.
Johnson, who brings the ball,
but he can't hit the board clean. He's missed the rail entirely.
There's 1:59 left in the game. Gets it to go.
Probably out of instinct, he grabs the rail with one hand, but it's no use. He's in free fall, flailing his arms.
Loves to go to work in that mid-range area.
Ball outside. Tries it from 19. Shot by Gervin, no
Just
good.
in time, he regains his form, pulls the cord in time, and survives. Bob stared death in the face and looked to tell about it. And then he decided he'd like to do it again. His team makes a slight adjustment to the end of the ramp, making it slightly longer and slightly steeper. This will sacrifice just a little distance in order to make it easier for Bob to hit the rail. It works. He pulls off a perfect 50-50 grind, followed by a safe land. In the decade to follow, Bob remained a regular presence in the X Games and dominated the big air competition. Along the way, he populated YouTube with countless astonishing stunts, including the first ever Fakie 900. He finally retired from X Games competition at age 40, a pretty typical retirement age for star athletes, but I don't think it was just a matter of growing old. In interviews, he sounded like a man with nothing left to achieve. He won every challenge he could find, invented ludicrous challenges of his own, and knocked them down as well. When you've executed a rail grind in the Grand Canyon, what exactly was left to do? Let's spend roughly as much time talking about Bob Hamlin's retirement as he spent thinking it over. In 1994, he won Rookie of the Year and posted an OPS of 987, which is very good. The next year he wasn't good, and he was never quite able to regain his form. In 99, he was sent to the minors, and his numbers were still bad, and then he quit. What was that, about 12 seconds? That's about right. For weeks, Hamlin had been having doubts about his future in baseball, but the decision during a Toledo Mud Hens game came at some point between grounding out and jogging off the field. He told his coach, "I'm done." In the sixth inning, he left the dugout, then left the stadium, and never came back. Bob Hamlin had performed the legendary act of retiring from baseball in the middle of a game. He did this not because he had nothing left to accomplish, not because the sport had evolved in ways that diminished his value, not because he was too old, but because, when it came right down to it, he didn't want to live in Toledo.
This one almost in the books, and what a show they put on for this home crowd.
Gotta be a satisfying feeling, playing this well in front of your home fans.
Here's Paxson. Tucker with the ball.
On paper, it would seem vastly unlikely that Bob Sanders finds himself here at all. For one, he was born Damon Sanders. His mother, as mothers so often do, gave him a series of nicknames, including Boy Boy, Baby Boy, and Bobby Boy. By the time the concrete was set, he went by the affectionate nickname Bob, which was eventually treated as his given name. For another, he was shorter than an NFL safety is supposed to be. At 5'8", he's tied with 4 others as the shortest NFL safety of the post-merger era. Here, these 1,131 NFL safeties are plotted by what's called approximate value, a metric developed by ProFootballReference.com to try to condense the player's overall contributions into a single number. Bob's approximate value is 34. Now, nearly 300 safeties have finished with an approximate value of at least that, so this doesn't seem all that special until we make another consideration. Unlike every other player in this group, Bob accomplished that in just 50 career games, all while being the shortest guy in this chart. His size disadvantage did not matter. Here, the 200-pound Sanders is the only thing standing between Jaguars fullback Greg Jones and a touchdown. Jones has 40 pounds on Sanders and is running with a head of steam, and when they collide, it's like Jones is running into a lamppost. His considerable forward momentum completely evaporates. Hits like this one made Sanders invaluable to the Colts in the mid-aughts. Between 2005 and 2008, when Sanders didn't start, the Colts were good. When he did start, they were almost unbeatable. Indianapolis's fortunes on defense depended significantly on whether or not Sanders was on the field. These are the points allowed per game by every NFL defense in this span. Without Sanders, the Colts defense sat around the middle of the pack, allowing about 20.5 points per game. But with him, they were transformed into the best defense in the NFL. Only a truly great player can do that. It's rare to be able to measure a player's value in this way. We have a strong sample of Colts games both with and without Sanders. I wish we didn't.
You're ready to make an impact. We're ready to help. Introducing Walden Wayfinder, a new way to pursue your bachelor's degree. Guided by Walden University, we offer comprehensive career planning and personalized one-on-one guidance from advisors dedicated to helping you reach your goals. Wayfinder helps you find your way from start to finish because the world is ready for your impact. Learn more at waldenu.edu/wayfinder. Walden University. Set a course for change.
Certified to operate by Chef.
Purely in terms of ability, Bob Sanders belongs in the same conversation as guys like Troy Polamalu, Ed Reed, and Brian Dawkins, the best safeties ever to play the game. Players like these cemented their case for the Hall of Fame by playing at least 10 solid seasons. After being drafted by the Colts in 2004, Sanders developed a stress fracture that kept him from making his debut until Week 6. He started 5 games until a sprained MCL sidelined him for the year. He enjoyed a mostly healthy 2005, missing the final 2 games of the regular season with a back injury, and then knee issues nearly wiped out his 2006 entirely. He returned in the postseason to help lead the Colts to a Super Bowl they might not have won without him. And then in 2007, he established himself as one of the best players in the NFL. The trend is impossible to ignore. In blue, you see the Colts defense's league rank in points allowed, expressed as a percentile. In white, you see the percentage of games Sanders was able to play. I expected to see a correlation. I did not expect the two to be almost perfectly identical. Without Sanders, the Colts defense was mediocre. With him, it was the best in the league. This man was single-handedly influencing the power structure of the NFL. I might expect a great quarterback to do that. I would never expect a 5'8" safety to do that. He was incredible. And then, knee issues wiped out most of his 2008 and kept him out of the first 5 games of 2009. He played just 2 games before injuring his elbow and tearing his bicep. In the 2010 season opener, which turned out to be his final game with the Colts, he tore his other bicep. Sanders resurfaced with the Chargers, only to see yet another season end 2 games in, thanks to yet another knee injury. He never played again. On account of how many games he missed, Sanders doesn't make it into the same conversations as Troy Polamalu, Ed Reed, or Brian Dawkins. During his 8 active seasons, he was sidelined well over half the time. It's easy to wonder whether his physical style of play had something to do with it, but ultimately it was through no fault of his own. Bob Sanders played as long as he possibly could, and when he left, there were no more Bobs playing in the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, or Major League Baseball. He was the very last one in major American sports, and there are no more coming. For more than 100 years, minor league baseball offered a steady trickle of bobs that abruptly shut off just after the turn of the century. NCAA football and basketball, which used to give us bobs in the dozens, have completely moved on. The last college basketball player, Bob Bevilacqua of Canisius, and the last minor league baseball player, Frontier League pitcher Bob Wheatley, both ended their careers in 2010 without going to the pros. In college football, a guard named Bob Bradley played one game for Tulane before making his exit. Not a single Bob has walked through the door in years. There is no help on the way. The big four American sports have likely seen their final bobs. Elsewhere in sports, prospects are equally grim. Often, we're left to resort to technicalities to find any bobs at all. According to RacingReference.info, the most recent auto racer was Toyota executive Bob Carter, who entered a celebrity exhibition race in 2016. Pulling up to the starting line were notables such as Alfonso Ribeiro, who took first, as well as Adam Carolla and Frankie Muniz. Crashing 2 laps in and failing to finish was Bob Carter. It was his first, last, and only race. He never entered the arena of sports again. In the 21st century, we've received some unexpected assistance from the world of mixed martial arts, including the contributions of one person who, confoundingly, was named Bob Bob. In September of 2010, the city of Hamamatsu, Japan, hosted Deep Cage Impact. In what appears to have been an undercard fight, Bob Bob took on Akiyoshi Yamada and was knocked out halfway through the second round. It was his only fight, or at least it was his only fight under the name Bob Bob. Apart from this, absolutely nothing about Bob Bob is known or understood. I could find no more complete profile, or video, or even a mention on a message board. This fight record is the only relic indicating that Bob Bob ever existed. He appeared for approximately 7 minutes and disappeared into the vast unknown. A lot of Bobs appear to have retired in the last year, whether officially or unofficially. It's always possible that they might not be done, particularly pro wrestler Bob Orton Jr. and MMA fighter Bob Sapp. Both have been thought to be retired before, only to return to the ring. And, in fact, I have breaking news to announce. During the production of this series, 68-year-old golfer Bob Gilder returned to play yet another season on the PGA Champions Tour. So, we have a change to announce. There are not 9 active Bobs, but 10. These are the 10. They might well be the final 10 Bobs in the history of sports. British boxer Bob Ajisafe, age 34, 2 soccer players, 4 golfers, the aforementioned Bob Gilder, as well as the 50-year-old Bob Sowards, 60-year-old Bob Tway, and 53-year-old Bob Estes. Tennis player Bob Bryan, who has won 23 Grand Slam doubles titles with his twin brother Mike, is 41. Bob Evans, who has wrestled in a variety of promotions, including Ring of Honor, is 46. And cyclist Bob Jungels of Luxembourg is 26. If all these Bobs were to play for a historically long time and tie the record for oldest person to play their respective sports, we could make it past 2040. Of course, there's virtually zero chance of this happening. The best long-term bet appears to be Bob Evans. As we've seen from Bullet Bob Armstrong and Mae Young, wrestlers can stick around for a long, long time. Evans, however, straddles the line between wrestler and promoter, and it's difficult to imagine him maintaining a continuous presence in the ring for more than another few years. My most realistic forecast is grim. I estimate that by 2030, we'll be left with 1 golfer on the PGA Champions Tour. If we're lucky, Jungels, who has already found success in his cycling career, will still be riding.
Does it ever feel like you're a marketing professional just speaking into the void? But with LinkedIn ads, you can know you're reaching the right decision makers, a network of 130 million of them, in fact. You can even target buyers by job title, industry, company, seniority, skills, and did I say job title? See how you can avoid the void and reach the right buyers with LinkedIn ads. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Get started at linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply.
And then, all this will belong to the past. This story, nearly 200 years in the making, will be finished. It's staggering to behold all that they've done. Since the world was young, they conquered, delighted, and invented. They were, without waver, themselves. They were righteously uncompromising, and rejected who they were expected to be, demanding instead to change the world around them. They won with cunning, outright dominance, and terror. They fought and fought and fought, sometimes unbeatable, sometimes profoundly beatable. They did what once seemed impossible, and still seems impossible. They shared nothing but their name. If there's a lesson, it's that. There are no dull stories. People are full of wonder. No matter how you study our history, you will always, always find it. I'm about to show you the worst baseball card ever made. Some of you already know which card this is going to be. And if you've never seen it before, take it in. You only see it for the first time once. I hope it's as bad as you imagined. 1996 Pinnacle, number 289. This is Bob Hamelin. We know this because he's holding up a card that says Bob Hamelin. It's important to remember that Pinnacle actually emphasized photography when they produced this card set. They even brought on Christy Brinkley to take some of the photos. Here's Chipper Jones looking cool. Ryan Klesko got to bring a surfboard to the photo shoot. Carlos Baerga was... Point being, baseball cards around this time were all about attitude. So, what happened, Bob? How they came to choose this particular photo, no one can really agree. But it wasn't just this one. In seemingly every one of his baseball cards, Bob Hamelin absolutely refused to be cool, no matter how hard the card companies tried. They embossed his card with foil. Didn't work. They made a shiny special edition card. It had no effect. He still looked like a dad from 1976 who was trying to shoo a bird out of his garage. They cut out his likeness and teleported him into a brilliant refractive rainbow dimension. Nope. Maybe he'll look cool on the back of the card. No. He looks like a competitive putt-putt golfer. Bob Hamelin is not participating. Okay, well, let's try an action shot. Bob, where's your bat? Bob, you're making this very difficult. Applying any measure of coolness to Bob Hamelin was absolutely hopeless. It was like trying to hang your jacket on a waterfall. Nothing stuck. His energy was just too powerful. He was determined to remain himself, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. And he won. His mystique could not be defeated, mitigated, or ignored. I think part of that mystique comes from his name, Bob. This name is so generic, and yet it's so rare. How can it be both? Well, let's take a little walk through history. As far as I was able to find, the first Bob in the world of sports was Bob Toms, an Englishman who briefly played cricket in 1850 and 1851. Since 1855, there has always been at least one Bob athlete. By the 1880s, Bob had become a pretty common name, and at the turn of the 20th century, there were more than 100 Bobs in sports. This number dipped during the Great War, after which the Bobs returned in even greater numbers. It dipped again in World War II, and then the Bobs rebounded stronger than ever before. For decades, there were consistently around 500 active athletes who shared the name Bob. It was one of the most common names an athlete could have. In fact, some of the greatest athletes of all time are named Bob. And then, they began to leave. I don't think anyone noticed at first. As I built this, I kept hoping against hope that they'd return in some way, but I knew better. They just kept leaving and leaving. By the time I was born, there were fewer than 300 Bobs. The total continued to diminish with ruthless consistency. Today, by my count, there are only 9 Bobs remaining in the world of sports, and many of those 9 are just barely hanging on. They're all going away. As we'll see, Bobs are special people, and in losing them to retirement, we stand to lose more than we might imagine. The explanation for this is an obvious one. It's not a sports issue. People just don't go by the name Bob very often anymore. That doesn't make this any less striking to me. This name wasn't just a generational fad, it was popular for more than a century. In 1890, there were a lot of Bobs. In 1990, there were a lot of Bobs. It's been 7 years since I first documented the disappearance of athletes named Bob. Not Robert or Bobby or any other name. Specifically, Bob. I treated it like a curiosity back then. It seemed like a joke to me. But the more I researched the people within this completely arbitrary and unasked for cross-section, the more I realized its value. I found that Bob is a name largely independent of era, class, race, sport, and in many cases, nationality. This collection of people tugs at more threads within the tapestry of sports than any other name I can think of. It's a surprisingly complete documentation of what it is meant to be an athlete. Additionally, the name itself is special. Unlike most common names, Bob is a name that's rarely given at birth. Usually the person is named something like Robert on their birth certificate. It's only after the person becomes a person that they assume the name Bob, usually affectionately give it to them by their parents or peers once they've gotten to know them. It's what's known as a hypocorism, a term of endearment. If someone is named Bob, it's a safe bet that someone out there really loves him. These beloved people went on to play almost every sport you could imagine. After scouring dozens of databases, I was able to find 11,612 athletes who went primarily by the name Bob. This total includes 5,223 boxers, 1,599 from college basketball, 1,239 from college football, 911 from minor league baseball, 447 from the NFL, 377 from the Canadian Football League, 339 from Major League Baseball, 295 from auto racing, 213 Olympians, 212 Aussie Rules footballers, 168 soccer players, 136 from the NHL, 128 rugby players, 89 from the NBA, 61 mixed martial artists, 61 cricketers, 34 PGA golfers, 30 tennis players, 22 from Negro League Baseball, 16 pro wrestlers, 9 cyclists, and 3 X Games competitors. This chart shows us a few interesting trends. For instance, that the Eastern Hemisphere saw the Bob exodus coming before we in the States did. For the NFL, the most exclusively American of sports leagues, the Bob heyday arrived in the 1970s and early 80s. By that time, Bobs had almost completely disappeared from Aussie Rules football. Like the NFL, Australia had enjoyed a consistent presence of Bobs for decades upon decades before they disappeared into the horizon. It's just that the Aussie Bob era ended in the 1980s, whereas NFL Bobs left about 25 years later. We're about to take a look at who I consider to be the most noteworthy Bobs in the history of sports. There's a certain moment in this history that stands apart as the pinnacle of Bob achievement, and I want to take an express train to that point. But some of those in the early days are just too important to ignore. This is boxer Bob Fitzsimmons, still regarded today as one of the best strikers of all time. In this era, middleweights were limited to 160 pounds, light heavyweights to 175, and heavyweights above that. Bob won the world championships in all 3 classes, despite weighing only about 155 pounds throughout his whole career. It seems crazy to challenge for the heavier belts without bulking up, but Bob never bothered. He relied instead on his trademark solar plexus punch. This wasn't just a straight-ahead punch to the solar plexus, it was an uppercut, placed as though Bob was trying to punch around his opponent's ribcage and upwards into his chest cavity. Please, no, just knock me out instead. Bob applied this punch during what was arguably his most famous fight in 1896 against Tom Sharkey. There are differing accounts of what exactly happened here, but it seems as though Sharkey took one to the solar plexus, faked like he'd suffered an illegal strike to the groin, and fell down. The ref then disqualified Bob and gave Sharkey the win. Immediately, the press accused referee Wyatt Earp of being on the take. Yeah, that Wyatt Earp, the famous one. Earp, by the way, was arrested afterwards because he tried to officiate the fight in the ring while packing heat. Everything was a mess back then. Anyway, the man seen here with Fitzsimmons is another Bob, his frequent sparring partner, Bob Armstrong. Bob won the World Colored Heavyweight Championship, which he had to settle for because at the time, black boxers were prohibited from challenging white boxers for the so-called World Heavyweight title. Armstrong emerged from the world battle royal. Modern cultural artifacts, such as the WWE Royal Rumble, the film Battle Royale, and the game Fortnite, all trace their roots directly through this racist and exploitative promotion, in which up to 10 men were sent into a ring designed for 2 men, and expected to fight until one was left standing. It was essentially a farce. While a boxer in a conventional match would have plenty of room, a Battle Royal fighter would have barely any space to work. For the amusement of the crowd, they were often blindfolded or had a hand tied behind their back. These poorly paid fighters were almost always black, and the spectators were almost always white. But Armstrong eventually worked his way into legitimate fight cards, and in the end he would be regarded as one of the best boxers of his era. He retired at the relatively young age of 31, focusing instead on trading fighters such as Jack Johnson, who would soon become one of the most feared fighters in history. In 1907, most white heavyweights were too scared to fight Johnson. But there was one white boxer who refused to cower behind the color barrier. Our buddy, Bob Fitzsimmons. Bob was much older now, a 43-year-old man taking on a legendary 29-year-old in his prime. On top of this, Johnson was 205 pounds while Bob still weighed in at his usual 155. The fight was nearly canceled when Bob stepped into the ring with a broken arm, which he'd sustained while training. But for reasons known only to him and God, he begged the crowd, insisting that he still wanted to take on Johnson. Fight watchers said there was absolutely no chance of Bob winning this fight, and they were absolutely right. There were hardly any blows landed in the match. Bob was unable to strike, and Johnson just didn't want to, seemingly because he felt bad about it. In the second round, Bob collided with Johnson, hit the mat, and didn't get back up. Bob Fitzsimmons was a hopelessly outmatched old man with a broken arm who gave everything he had left, which, after decades in the ring, was nothing at all. Bob Fitzsimmons and Bob Armstrong were legends in their time, but there were thousands more who got clobbered in total obscurity. As you can see here, boxing accounted for the vast majority of Bobs until the late 1940s when sports like minor league baseball and college basketball arrived to pick up the slack. So many of these Bobs were average guys who stepped in a ring once or twice and never fought again. But as long as we're here, I thought it might be nice to recognize the most obscure Bob I found. A Bob who, were it not for you and I, might never be dwelled upon by a human being ever again. Florida's own Bob Cyclone, also regarded as Bob Cicalone and Bob Ciacalone, began his boxing career in February of 1952. He lost on points to a boxer named John Chaney, rematched him a couple weeks later, and lost on points again. Bob returned in May to face Johnny Guevara and suffered a knockout. Just 2 days later, he gets another match against Guevara and gets dropped again. He eats another knockout punch less than a month later, and shortly thereafter, he steps back in the ring against Johnny Ketches, a local police officer. This was the last appearance of Ketch's 2-fight career, although he'd engaged in an unsanctioned brawl with a fellow cop in which he busted his spine. Additionally, one time someone stole his pants and the newspaper wrote about it for some reason. But this is a story about Bob, and Bob quickly got his face busted up and then got knocked out for the 4th time in 2 months. After a subsequent loss on points to Don Fry, he takes a break for a couple months, comes back, and gets knocked out again. And that's it for Bob Cyclone. For a couple of months, and then he loses 5 more times, 4 of which are knockouts, and 2 of which come on back-to-back nights. And then he was never seen again. His final record, 0 wins, 13 losses, 9 of them knockouts. Aside from a couple of passing mentions in newspapers that confirmed these clobberings, I was able to dig up absolutely nothing on Bob Cyclone, which is very unusual for a post-war fighter who made so many appearances. He left us nothing but this lonely little fight record, hidden deep within a boxing database. Through it, he tells us 2 things. First, that opponents absolutely painted the canvas with him. And second, that he came back, night after night, to face his certain annihilation again and again. And we will never know why. But he was a Bob. He played a note in this symphony. He mattered. As we enter the 1940s, we see a lot more Bobs in the record books, thanks in part to all the Bobs entering college basketball. Now, Remember, I only charted the Bobs I could find. I suspect I'm missing some from the 20s and 30s, documentation of which is a lot tougher to come by. But at large, this Bob boom is absolutely real, as evidenced by the sudden spike in baseball players. There were enough Bobs, in fact, for 2 Hall of Fame pitchers named Bob to pitch on the same team at the same time.
The Portland Trailblazers. This is Kevin Harlan alongside Clark Kellogg and Mike Fratello. And we've got David Aldridge joining us from the sidelines.
First, Bob Feller, whose generational talent was so apparent that he was rushed directly to Major League Baseball at age 17 without playing a single game in the minor leagues. To this day, he's only the 3rd player since the turn of the 20th century to pitch a complete game as a legal minor. The difference between Bob and the other 2 is that he threw 5 of them. Bob Feller could throw a baseball faster than almost any other human being who's ever lived, before or since. According to eFastball.com, his 1946 fastball, which at the time was clocked at about 98 miles per hour, was actually 107.6 using an updated methodology. By this same methodology, only Nolan Ryan, who once threw an estimated 108.1, has surpassed him. Today, pitchers benefit from a much lighter workload, advanced medical science, and intense training regimens. And yet none of them can come close to the estimated 107.6 thrown by Bob Feller, who, at 6 feet flat and 185 pounds, is considerably smaller than most of today's hardest throwing pitchers. It's so startling that you would be right to question the accuracy of this estimate. I can counter with 2 things. First, the estimate is derived from the measurement taken with a chronograph, which is actually claimed to be more accurate than modern radar guns, which we only use now because they're more practical. And second, like any good scientist, they also use an alternate method to measure the speed of this fastball. You're about to see what this method is. Any guesses? What do you think it is?
He just worked San Antonio in that last game.
Yep. They raced Bob Feller's fastball with a motorcycle, which was both the best and stupidest idea they could possibly have. Bob has 3 huge disadvantages. Third, this helpful police officer ripping asphalt at 86 miles per hour actually gets a head start on Feller, who was expected to time his release perfectly with the passing of a motorcycle. And despite all that, Feller's fastball still clearly wins this race. What did we learn? Absolutely nothing. Less than nothing. That's just the way I like it.
No good from Bird.
Usually, guys, he's going to knock that
the
one down from there.
Of Bob Feller and Bob
operated in that medium range area.
Second chance effort. Kept alive.
While Feller was preordained as the next great pitcher at age 17 and allowed to skip the minors entirely, Bob Lemon was a third baseman who languished in the minors for years. He'd been with the Cleveland organization since 1937, but only made it to the majors for 2 brief stints. By the end of 1942, he had just 1 hit in 9 career at-bats. And then, like Bob Feller, Bob Lemon went off to war. Feller, a nationwide celebrity, got plenty of photos taken. Lemon, some guy, did not. When Lemon returned 4 years later, he was finally given a more permanent roster spot. And he was awful. With his pro baseball career nearly a decade old, he still just could not hit. As of May 9, 1946, his career Major League batting average was 153. For context, the batting average of the average player during Bob's career was 259. His hitting was abysmal, and he was 25 years old. So how could this guy possibly end up in the Hall of Fame? Well, something entirely unexpected happened. A couple of opposing players, specifically the Yankees' Bill Hickey and the Dodgers' Johnny Pesci, approached Bob's manager, Lou Boudreau. They played some baseball with Bob during their years in the Navy, and turns out he tried pitching a few times. They were so impressed with what they saw out of him that they thought Bob should pitch instead. Let's back up and review the entirety of Lemon's pitching experience. He pitched a few times at the high school level, but almost always played shortstop. He's made exactly 2 emergency relief appearances in the minors, the last of which was kind of a disaster once he walked 3 men. And on naval bases, he pitched a few times, but the talent level was probably pretty uneven. Some genuinely good players and some regular guys. And they think this guy should pitch in the majors. And I've already spoiled the ending. Bob ends up in the Hall of Fame, so let's compare him with other Hall of Famers. This is every starting pitcher in the Hall of Fame, arranged by how many professional innings as a pitcher they had under the belt prior to age 25. Most of these guys were already logging innings and getting valuable experience by the time they were 18 or 19. Now, Eddie Plank, who never played in the minors or the majors until he was 25, is a notable exception, but he did spend years pitching in college.
First free throw is good.
The rest of these great pitchers spent hundreds and hundreds of innings improving their craft in their early years. Most pitched well over 1,000. Bob Lemon, of course, had 2. So little experience that it's barely visible on this chart. It wasn't all that weird for Boudreau to try out Bob as a pitcher, but what's really weird is that he didn't even send him down to the minors to learn how to pitch. He immediately sent Bob out there to figure it out on a major league level. Let's dwell on that for another minute. Bob Lemon was learning how to pitch while being a pitcher in Major League Baseball. This is like entering the Tour de France because you want to learn how to ride a bike. But
on how to get this
he was
offense
awesome.
on track.
I'm sure he's got something to draw up there. Probably focusing on getting them easy shots.
In white, you see the batting average that opposing hitters managed against Bob Lemon, the pitcher. Look again at that 259 water line. They never even hit average against him. I decided to keep Bob's own batting average up here, which you see in black, because incredibly, once he started pitching, his hitting got better. By 1948, not only did Bob Lemon have a better career at the plate than the average hitter, he was considerably more successful with the bat than the guys he's thrown to. This is nearly the case over the course of his entire career. For a full-time pitcher to out-hit his opposing hitters for a span of approximately 9 years, almost no other player has ever done that. Pretty impressive hitting and pitching for a guy who at first couldn't do either. One final note. Remember Bill Dickey and Johnny Pesky? Well, just 2 years after they lobbied to let Lemon pitch, Cleveland won the World Series after barely squeaking past the Yankees and Red Sox to win the AL pennant. They beat New York by just 2.5 games and had to win a one-game playoff to beat Boston. Bob's wins above replacement that season was an estimated 4.8. In other words, this is roughly how many more games Cleveland won with him than they would have won with the replacement level player in his play. 4.8. Just enough to put them over these two teams. That was Bill Dickey's old team. And that was Johnny Pesky's team. In retrospect, it was an extraordinarily selfless move on their part. But when you see a Bob, you help a Bob. He's awesome. They'll pay us back in full.
You think about T-Mobile home internet only being $35 a month.
We need to take your line.
And we're approaching about 3.5 minutes played in the first quarter. Lever, the pass to Cooper. Lever kicks to Drexler. Back to Lever. Astonette, just 4 to shoot.
Basketball might be the greatest sport in existence, but it wasn't always that way. Unlike baseball, which has remained mostly the same in appearance since the 1940s, basketball is a total reinvention of what it used to be. Let's revisit a play from a 1930s high school basketball game. I watched it, but I'm not going to show you the video because looking directly at it is very bad for you. If you still really want to see it and you've had all your vaccinations, I'll include a link in the description. For the rest of us, let's just use a diagram. Meet our two heroes, player A and player B. They stand completely flat-footed and pass the ball back and forth 7 times. B then steps back a couple of feet and passes it back, but you haven't seen anything yet. Think there are only 2 letters in the alphabet? Well, think again, pal, because player C receives the next pass and passes it back to A. And then A and B pass back and forth 6 more times. But C is a man of action. He shifts it over a full couple feet or so. When the ball comes back to him, he tosses to B, who, for the first time, dribbles so he can move while possessing the basketball. This is an extremely reckless maneuver known as doing something. Well, hey, look, it's player D. He takes the pass and dribbles up court a few feet, and then passes back to B, who passes back to A, who dribbles and passes back to B, who passes to D, who passes to B, who, after 24 passes, finally shoots. Does it go in? Here's a more important question. Do you care? And here's the most important question. How do we get from this to this?
Here's Drexler, and it's good. The time running down to the shot clock.
About 60 years later, Allen Iverson stared down the exact same problem they did and immediately chopped it down like it was nothing. He was one of the greatest inventors in basketball history, but no one man can transform something so awful into something so great all by himself. It took decades upon decades of tireless effort from countless inventive people. And one of the most important inventors in the early days was Bob Cousy. Bob excelled at the fast break. He would push his Celtics to score before the opposing defense could even get set. Here, rather than dribbling up court, he chucks it all the way down the floor to a waiting teammate. But often, Bob didn't pass to his teammates, he passed to where he knew they were going to be. His Hall of Fame teammate, Bill Russell, isn't here yet, but Bob puts it in the mail and Bill is there to pick it up. Bob loved to show off. Often he would use his flash to actually accomplish something, like this no-look pass to Sam Jones. In this position, Bob stands between Sam and the defenders, giving Sam an open look, and sometimes it accomplished nothing, like when he goes behind his back here. But it was fun. If 1950 Bob Cousy took a time machine to play in today's NBA, he wouldn't stand a chance, which is actually a credit to him. Basketball is the beautiful game it is today because of people like Bob, who took this wretched sport and dragged it kicking and screaming into the light, 1 inch at a time. Now, Bob's NBA career came and went well before I was born, but he did perform one considerable feat at my time. In the 1994 film Blue Chips, Cousy played a director of an athletic program, and in one scene he shoots free throws while he talks to his coach, played by Nick Nolte. At this point, Cousy is 65 years old, shooting in dress shoes, a button-up shirt, and a tie. Why is Bob's always doing this? Anyway, you can't really script making a shot, but maybe Bob can get one in and make it look good. Hey, there we go. And there's 2 in a row. This is slightly impressive. In the 2017-2018 NBA season, whenever a player got exactly 2 free throw attempts in a game, they hit both of them only about half the time. 3 in a row. Same conditions. Less than half of players can make all 3. There's 4 in a row. 5 in a row. This line from Nick Nolte is not scripted.
Don't you ever miss?
There's 7 in a row. Uh-oh. An off-camera bucket? Sounds like a swish, but they could have piped in that audio. If you would like to debate this further, please join your local chapter of the Bob Cousy Blue Chips Free Throws Trooper Association. If your community doesn't have one, start one. 9 in a row. Just for fun, Cousy puts up number 10 with his left hand, almost daring it not to go in. It goes in. Only 14.9% of modern NBA players who got 10 free throw attempts in a game were able to knock down all 10. The free throw is the one element of basketball that has been preserved in amber since Cousy's time. Nothing about it has changed. And decades after his retirement, it's the one he can still dominate. By the 1960s, Bobs were everywhere in sports. Even when terms of sisters, they just kept on showing up. As soon as boxing became less popular, they arrived in huge numbers to minor league baseball, and once that surge ended, they simply moved on to college football. For decades and decades, across several generations, the Bobs had always been there. But one year stands alone as the year of Bob. There were 525 Bobs playing sports in 1968, and though there weren't quite as many as there had been 20 years prior, it was in 68 that we saw 2 of the most extraordinary athletic feats accomplished by anyone, by any name, at any point in history, and both were accomplished by men named Bob.
Excellent rotations, and really made it hard for the opposing shooter.
And their defensive prowess was fueled by effort. They were flying all over.
Here's Thompson.
We could spend hours talking about Bob Gibson, a man who, by all rights, never should have made it here. He did, because at every turn, he demanded it. Pac Robert Gibson was born in 1935. Unlike most, he chose the hyperversion of Bob himself by taking his middle name and shortening it. As a child, he grew up in extreme poverty and suffered from rickets, asthma attacks, and a bout with pneumonia. He also developed a heart murmur that nearly prevented him from playing sports at all. Entering high school, he stood only 4'10", but by graduation, he had transformed into a phenomenal athlete. He set at least one local record in track and field, but his main pursuits were basketball and baseball. Throughout most of his high school career, he was barred from baseball because the coach refused to let black players on the team. So, Bob turned his attention to basketball. He was a star in his high school team and wanted to play college ball at Indiana. When he applied, they told him explicitly that they did not want him solely because he was black. Bob ended up accepting a scholarship from Creighton instead. Once he was eligible to play, he immediately established himself as the team's star, leading in both points and rebounds. And while at Creighton, he also played baseball, though sport his high school coach refused to let him play. In April, he played what might be the best 6 innings of college baseball of all time, maintaining a no-hitter while also adding 4 hits when he played. Why they pulled him, we'll probably never know. But it was clear that Gibson could do everything. Baseball scouts wanted him, so did the Lakers, and so did the Harlem Globetrotters. Bob didn't want to have to choose between baseball and basketball, so at first he didn't. Just a few years prior, he was an impoverished, undersized kid whose health prevented him from playing sports at all. Now he was going to play for the Globetrotters and pitch in the St. Louis Cardinals minor league system at the same time. After a few months with the Globetrotters, Bob got sick of all the traveling and clowning around, so he focused on baseball, ending one of the most unlikely two-sport careers ever. Bob Gibson finished his rookie season in St. Louis with an earned run average of 3.33, which is to say he gave up an average of 3 1/3 earned runs every 9 innings. That made him better than most. The next season, he hit a brick wall. More than a decade after Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier, a sort of quiet discrimination still permeated baseball. The pitcher, like the quarterback, was a marquee position reserved for a white player. Of the 153 pitchers who started the game in 1960, only 10 were black.
Start with a song. Your music is magnetic. It pulls fans in before they even know why. But it's about more than pressing play. It's about the world you create. This is where your realest, biggest fans go deeper. It hits the moment they see it. Your music alive in motion. Your stories show fans not just what you sound like, but who you are. It builds through action. It takes fans from streaming, to saving, sharing, playlisting. And finally seeing you live. Give your fans a feeling they'll never forget. When you look closer, you can see it too. The ones who keep showing up, the ones who stay, the ones who have made you part of their story. On Spotify, your fans go deeper. With Spotify for Artists, you can take them further.
What is the function of the Supreme Court of the United States? In other words, what is its job? When the court first convened in February 1790, no one really knew for sure. Article 3 of the Constitution vested the court with the judicial power of the United States. Okay, but what does that mean? The Constitution didn't spell it out, which is why, in its first decade, the court played only a small role in determining the nation's direction. This lack of clarity ended when John Marshall was appointed the fourth Chief Justice. Marshall had a clear vision of the judiciary's role, that it was intended to be a co-equal branch of government alongside the executive and legislative branches. The opportunity to make this a reality arrived in December 1801 with the case of Marbury v. Madison. This case would produce what may be the most influential Supreme Court decision in American history. To understand why, we need to go back to the previous year's presidential election. Thomas Jefferson, the leader of the Democratic-Republican Party, had just defeated incumbent President John Adams, the leader of the Federalist Party. But Adams did not go quietly. On March 2nd, 1801, just 2 days before he left office, Adams nominated dozens of Federalists to various judicial and administrative positions across the country. He hoped that these appointees, mocked as midnight judges by the Democratic-Republicans, would keep Jefferson in check. The following day, the Senate, full of outgoing Federalists, approved the nomination, and Adams signed the commission. In the rush, some commissions weren't delivered to the appointees before Adams left office. One of those appointees was Maryland Federalist William Marbury. Adams' actions infuriated Jefferson. He felt that it was unfair to be saddled with a slew of Federalists hostile to his agenda. When Jefferson discovered that some of the commissions had not been delivered, he ordered his Secretary of State, James Madison, to hold on to them. Marbury believed that this was illegal. Adams had signed his commission. How could an accident of timing render it worthless? In December 1801, Marbury sued Madison, requesting that the Supreme Court issue a writ of mandamus, an order compelling a government official
in this case Madison, to perform a legal duty. What would Marshall do? If the court issued the writ, it would be forcing a showdown between the court and the president, one which it would almost certainly lose. And in losing, the judiciary would be further weakened, maybe even rendered irrelevant. If the justices didn't issue the writ, if they simply conceded that Marbury's appointment was null and void, it would be confirming their own impotence. It was a lose-lose, or so it seemed. On February 24, 1803, the court delivered its unanimous decision. Marshall wrote the opinion himself and read it aloud to an anxious audience. He distilled the case down to 3 questions. First, did Marbury have a right to his commission? Marshall answered yes. The appointment was valid once Adams signed it. Second, did Marbury have any legal remedy to obtain the commission? Marshall again answered yes. There was a remedy, the very writ of mandamus that Marbury had requested. Imagine the tension in the court. It looked like Marshall was determined to challenge the president. And then came the third question. Did the court have the authority to issue the writ? Marshall's answer stunned everyone in the room. No, he said, the court did not have that authority. How Marshall reached that conclusion is one of the most impressive feats of judicial reasoning in the history of law, and it changed the history of the United States. Here's how Marshall pulled it off. He went back to a law passed by Congress a decade earlier, the Judiciary Act of 1789. That law gave the Supreme Court the power to issue writs of mandamus. But it was a power, Marshall asserted, the Constitution had not granted to the court. Congress had overstepped its bounds. Do you see what Marshall did here? He gave up power to gain power. He ruled that the court did not have the power to give Marbury his remedy, and he established that the court did have the power to decide what law violated the Constitution. As Marshall wrote, it is emphatically the province and the duty of the judicial department to say what the law is in particular cases. Marbury never received his commission. Jefferson and Madison had won, but the real victor was Marshall and the court. Thanks to Marbury v. Madison, the court was now a co-equal branch of government. Equal, not superior. Our modern conception of the court as the final arbiter of all legal questions is a 20th century phenomenon. Whether that's a good development is the subject of intense debate. For Marshall, it was enough for the court to take its rightful place among the branches of government. I'm Haley Proctor, Associate Professor of Law at Notre Dame for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
I didn't realize it was a fucking PragerU video.
But Gibson's manager wasn't at all quiet about this discrimination. His name was Solly Haynes, who, to hear Gibson tell it, had mastered the art of throwing his players under the bus. On at least one occasion, yelling slurs at an opposing player, he would lazily, probably intentionally, confuse the names of black players on his own team. He would single out Gibson in meetings, implying that he was smarter than Gibson. Haynes destroyed Bob's ability to find any sort of rhythm, yanking him seemingly arbitrarily between starting rotation and the bullpen. Gibson was on the verge of quitting baseball. His ERA of 5.61 was one of the worst in the majors. It was far above the league average of 3.82. But midway through the next season, Haynes was fired and replaced by new manager Johnny Keane, who actually respected Gibson as a player and as a person. His entire life, through ill health, poverty, and discrimination, the Horsemen Man of Nature had done everything they could to stop Bob Gibson from getting to this point. They failed, and now he was here, and he seemed hell-bent on throwing it all right back.
Second quarter of basketball, just over a minute and a half played. Out of bounds, Portland takes possession. Now we get a chance to check out the standings out east already. We are in December. You look at the Celtics. They hold the first place spot in the conference just right where they want to be. They've got momentum. The Trailblazers making a switch here. Here's Paxson. He picked up 21 points in their last win against the Cavaliers.
On paper, he was terrific. His ERA stood among the best year in and year out. He helped lead the Cardinals to 2 World Series championships and was voted an All-Star on a regular basis. But he was most famous as an intimidator. It's not really about the number of batters he hit. A lot of batters, sure, but nowhere even close to a record number. It was that if Bob hit you with a pitch, it was almost certainly on purpose. He seemed to regard the strike zone as his territory, and if you as a batter crowded in on it or otherwise challenged his sovereignty, he would scramble the jet. Or he'd hit you for pettier reasons. Maybe, as Hank Aaron famously said, he'd hit you because you showboated against him or foolishly tried to say hello to him. What a lot of us tend to miss, I think, is that Gibson didn't do this just because he was mad. These were calculated, as he notes in the 2009 interview.
If there's a guy that does not like to be knocked down, and I know he doesn't like to be knocked down, I'll knock him down.
For him, intimidation wasn't an expression of anger, but a useful instrument. Gibson's teammates loved him. To this day, other players talk about how much they love him. In interviews, he's a funny guy.
Shot on the wing. That one's in there. The Boston lead is cut down now to just 5 on the bucket for Paxton.
No, that's dumb.
But he was happy to be perceived as vindictive and psychotic to his opponents and collect the advantage that gave him. His delivery didn't hurt either. On the mound, he looked unlike any other pitcher I've ever seen. It's as though he threw the ball with such intensity that his own body got taken along for the ride. They captured his iconic follow-through in a sculpture outside Busch Stadium, and I can't help but look at it without thinking, why did it fall over? Why didn't he fall over? It took its toll. In one of his books, Gibson explains that he dragged his toe against the ground each time, and his foot would be bloody by the end of the game. He did this in part to manipulate the dirt on the mound and make life slightly tougher for the opposing pitcher. So here was a man who was endlessly crafty and calculating, possessed the athletic ability that made him both a Harlem Globetrotter and a World Series champion, and was as relentlessly determined as anyone else to play the game. Without question, he remains one of America's all-time greatest athletes. In the middle of the 1957 season, Gibson took a reverse open drive straight to his leg. It hurt, but he stayed in the game. He lost a batter and forced a fly out from another, and then, while planting his right foot, his leg snapped in half. But he returned to the mound less than 2 months later and was available to pitch in the World Series. This is every World Series pitching performance within the integration era, a total of 1,245. Some pitchers finished the series with an ERA well above 10, but we'll keep the focus down here. Gibson finished the 67 series with an ERA of exactly 1 over 27 innings pitched. 3 complete games in games 1, 4, and 7, the last of which won the Cardinals another World Series. In 2018, no pitcher finished 3 complete games across the entire regular season. Gibson did it in a span of 8 days. He'd done this before in the 64 series, and he'd do it again in the 68 series.
Who do you want taking that shot?
There was no one like him.
There are a number of guys that come big in the clutch. How about the Iceman, George Gervin, 4-time scoring champ?
You think about T-Mobile home internet only being $35 a month. You need to take your mind off of it. Come check out my new man cave. T-Mobile's got home internet for $35 a month and a guarantee for 5 years.
I wanted to play football because the Niners were incredible. He was the best in the game, and I was trying to be. Game on. I'm better than he is.
I don't know that it isn't the best team that's ever been.
This story is rich enough to fill a book, but all his achievements to this point would pale in comparison to what he was about to do. When Bob was 3.5 years old, he was stricken with pneumonia so severely that his mother feared he wouldn't survive. His brother wrapped him in a blanket and carried him to the hospital, and promised him that if he made it, he would buy him a baseball glove. In 1968, Bob Gibson pitched the greatest season in the history of baseball. This is a plot of every season in which a pitcher finished with an ERA below 1.5. It happened a handful of times in the 1870s and 80s when organized ball was still in its infancy, and kind of often between 1900 and 1920. This was known as the dead ball era, a time in which pitchers dominated. They were allowed to throw spitballs, rub the baseball in mud to make it tougher to see, and scuff up the ball however they saw fit. These practices were made illegal, and in the 50 years or so that followed, no one threw below 1.50. And then Gibson did it by a huge margin, 1.12, and then no one ever did it again. Gibson's season was 1,161 batters long. In red, we see all the times a batter managed to drive in an earned run against Gibson, and in white, all the times they failed to drive in an earned run. He got off to a solid start, making it through his first 43 batters without an earned run, but it was a grueling campaign, especially by today's standards. In this stretch, he pitched 4 straight complete games, 2 of which went well into extra innings. Gibson's 1968 was the sort of campaign none of today's players will ever have to worry about because pitchers are used a lot differently now. In 2018, the league leader in complete games finished with 2. Gibson had 28. In 2 of the 34 starts, he was nearly immortal, allowing 4 earned runs. The first was on August 4th, and the second came on September 11th. As you can see here, hitters batted in 3 runs against him, not 4. So, where's the 4th? Well, in the top of the 5th, catcher Tim McCarver failed to bring in Gibson's pitch. Gets away from him, and the Dodgers' Willie Davis runs in for third to score. It's scored as a pass ball. In other words, McCarver, not Gibson, is ruled a faulty. By rule, this should not count as an earned run against Gibson. But it does, likely because the game's official scorer exercised their ability to make a judgment call. They overruled it and hit Gibson with the run. Maybe the scorer figured out that Davis would have scored from third anyway, but that's a really bold assumption considering the ball never made it out of the outfield for the rest of the inning. Granted, I didn't watch this game, and the scorer did. But I don't get it. Whatever the case, if it weren't for the scorer playing what-if games, Gibson's PRA this season would be a slightly more impossible 1.09. Regardless, throughout the rest of the season, Gibson ranged from incredible to untouchable. In particular, he pieced together this wonder, which reigns between June 2nd and July 12th, without a batter scoring a single earned run against him. This segment is what made this season possible, and it's what I refer to as the 261.
Cooper's got rebound number 7 for him tonight. Tries to keep it alive.
The red lights you see indicate whether he let him in on first, second, and or third. As you can see, they rarely made it past first, let alone the third. To prevent 261 consecutive batters from driving in a run, you can't just rely on facing a couple of weak-hitting teams or a few players who woke up on the wrong side of the bed. You have to run the gauntlet of the National League. By the time it was all over, Gibson had faced nearly every single member of the NL All-Star team several times over, and he pitched at nearly every position player who received an MVP vote that season. Granted, he did not have to pitch to the actual MVP that season, who was Bob Gibson. In 49 plate appearances against Gibson, these men had managed just 8 singles and a walk. The best of the best pitched 167 against him in the span, same as their slugging percentage, with an on-base percentage of 184. From the batter's perspective, these numbers are absolutely miserable. Which is not to say that he never got into trouble in this stretch. As you can see, he had to deal with some runners in scoring positions. He just engineered his way out of trouble every single time. At one point, the Giants loaded the bases against him. With no room for error, Gibson gathered himself and struck out the next 3 batters in a row. I think he was annoyed with having to do this because he turned around and completely shut down 24 of the next 25 batters, giving up 1 walk and nothing else. I've had to be careful with my vocabulary here because Gibson did give up 1 earned run in this stretch. It just wasn't to a batter. On July 1st, he was facing the Dodgers Ron Fairley with man on third. The ball slipped out of his hand, hit the dirt, and his catcher couldn't quite haul it in. It was ruled a wild pitch, the runner scored, and Gibson was hit with the run. The catcher said the ball was wet from landing on the grass moments prior. Gibson joked that it was the catcher's fault before quickly clarifying that he himself was to blame. Decades later, he wrote that he thought it actually was. Not really sure how much of a joke that was. Regardless, the batter had nothing to do with that wild pitch. So we can say that no batter in this span beat him. In fact, across all of 1968, Gibson reduced the batters in the National League to shadows of himself. On-base plus slugging percentage, or OPS, was perhaps the most handy measure of a hitter's performance. Combined, the 1968 National League managed an OPS of .469 against Bob Gibson, which is very, very bad. I thought it would be interesting to find a player to serve as a comparison, so I looked up the OPS of every player in the integration era with at least 1,161 plate appearances, the same number as those against Bob Gibson. Of course, .469 is miles away from guys like Ted Williams and Barry Bonds, who are all well above 1,000. To find a hitter like this, we have to reach far back into the record books and look up more than 2,000 players until we get to nothing. None of these players had an OPS of worse than 500. This is unbelievable. Bob Gibson took the entirety of National League hitting, all its All-Stars, all its MVP candidates, all its Hall of Famers, and effectively turned them into a mythical worst modern player ever who doesn't even actually exist.
You made your track list, cool, but where's the video? We built One More Shot, the app that turns your AI music into full-on music videos, on beat, on style, on your phone. You've got the sound, now get the video.
And then for the Trailblazers, Thompson is checked in for Carr. Drexler comes in for Paxson. And Lever subbed in for Valentine.
But back to Gibson's ERA of 1.12 for a moment, because that's the number he's most famous for. The closer your ERA gets to 0, the tougher it is, mathematically speaking, to cut it down further. A complete game shutout just doesn't cut into an ERA around 1 as much as it would into an ERA around 3. By the time he was in the back half of the season, he was fighting for a few hundreds at a time. On September 2nd, he pitched a 10-inning shutout, which for ERA purposes is just about the best game you can imagine, and his ERA dropped from 1.03 to 0.99, just 400. The last few starts were unbelievably tense as Gibson dialed just barely up and down, as though he was trying to open a safe. In his final start, he managed a complete game shutout to engineer his ERA down from 1.16 to a final 1.12. The difference seems microscopic, but you ever did that thing as a kid where you listen to music on your headphones, turning it up and realize the music's actually coming out of the speakers and you've woken up everyone in the house? Well,
he's got a great feel for that.
In this season, the National League's collective ERA was 2.99. Remove Gibson's contribution, and it's 3.03. One man lowered the entire National League ERA by 4 ticks, all by himself. 1968 is known as the year for pitchers. For reasons still stated today, pitchers enjoyed an unusual amount of success in this season. 6 other guys got their ERA under 2, but taking into account both ERA and innings pitched, those guys weren't even in the same category. Gibson was the one who destroyed the pitcher-batter dynamic in Major League Baseball. It was all his fault, and Major League Baseball responded by changing the rules before the next season. They're often known as the Gibson rules. To this day, Gibson dislikes taking credit. 2 changes were made. First, the strike zone was altered, as it had been several times throughout history. Instead of ending at the top of the batter's shoulders, it only extended to the batter's armpits. Second, and more permanently, the height of the pitcher's mound was lowered by 1/3, which diminished the pitcher's leverage. Despite these changes, Gibson had another incredible season, finishing with an ERA of 2.18 that nearly led the league. Throughout his entire life, absolutely nothing and nobody on Earth could stop Bob Gibson. So they moved the Earth itself, and that didn't work either. Gibson's 1968 was one of the most remarkable athletic achievements of all time. But around the same time, in the same year, another Bob was on his way towards something perhaps even more incredible. We'll visit him and many other Bobs to come. Part 2.
Maxwell goes to McHale. Anderson issues to McHale. Shots it up top. Boston again missing. Trailblazers trail by 8. Lever outside. Cooper is straight on the plate. Here's Lever on the money from 12 feet away.
15 to 18 feet. Most guys
in October of 1968, it was the greatest season a pitcher has ever had. Bob Gibson still had one miracle left in the bag. His opponent in Game 1 of the World Series was the Detroit Tigers' Denny McLain, who, like Gibson, would take home his league's MVP and Cy Young awards at the end of the season. McLain was pulled from the game after giving up 2 runs, which, against 1968 Bob Gibson, may as well have been 20. Gibson allowed just 6 Tigers on base on his way to a complete game shutout. He finished with 17 strikeouts. Delivering that last pitch, he looked like a man who could go another 3 hours if he felt like it, finishing with that signature follow-through of his that dragged him into another zip code. You can see the camera has to jerk over just to get him and the batter in the same frame. 50 years later, those 17 strikeouts are still a single-game World Series record. Of the 574 World Series starts since that day, only 2 even made it to 12 strikeouts. No one has equaled this. No one has even come close. In the same month of the same year, a man with the same name would achieve something even more astonishing. The long jump is one of humanity's most elementary exhibitions. You take a running start and then you jump as far as you can. It's also one of our oldest competitions. In 656 BC, an Olympian named Jonas of Sparta is thought to have jumped 7.05 meters, or 23 feet 1.5 inches. Whether this was a world record or for how long it stood isn't really known, but if that mark is to be believed, it's only modestly beaten in the 2,500 years that follow. In 1901, Ireland's Peter O'Connor leaps 24 feet 11.5 inches. With the return of the Olympics as an international pursuit, the record is challenged by countless track and field athletes, and in 1935, Jesse Owens extends the all-time best jump to 26 feet 8 inches. This holds for 25 years until fellow American Olympian and gold medalist Ralph Boston adds 3.5 inches in 1960. What follows is a back and forth between Boston and Russia's Igor Tero-Venezia, but the scale of their ambitions is getting smaller and smaller. They're dealing in fractions of inches at this point. In 1965, Boston beat his own mark by a patch of sand they may as well count in individual grains. If you stand far back enough to observe the entire jump, you have to squint to see the progression of the world record of the last 30 years. And it's important to note that thanks to the rise of the modern Olympics and college sports, track and field has absolutely exploded in popularity during this time. Many of the world's best athletes have dedicated themselves to the long jump at one point or another. And yet, collectively, this is the best humanity can do. What is the maximum distance that our anatomy allows us as human beings to jump? In the 1960s, it appears as though we've answered that question.
Clearly, they ran everything through him.
The boycott was among the most effective tools of the civil rights movement, utilized to challenge racist institutions and help accomplish hard-fought victories all across the United States. In 1968, more attention turned to athletic institutions, including the New York Athletic Club, which, while notorious for refusing membership to people of color and Jewish people, was more than happy to boost its ticket sales by inviting black athletes to compete in their events. One such event, on February 16th in the brand new Madison Square Garden, is ticketed by hundreds of people protesting their membership practices. Most black athletes refuse to compete, but the University of Texas at El Paso track team shows up anyway. Their star long jump specialist, Bob Beamon, leaps 26 feet 3.5 inches. Nothing special by competitive standards, but more than enough to surpass the send-out competition. Beamon and his teammates had discussed whether to join the boycott, but ultimately doubted its effectiveness. After all, UTEP's football players had organized a sit-in months prior, and it seemed to accomplish nothing. But more acutely, the 21-year-old Beamon is lonely in El Paso, and lacks the means to visit his hometown of New York on his own dime. The all-expensive paid trip to compete in front of his friends and family was too much for him to turn down. A week later in Oakland, Beamon jumps a much stronger 26 feet 11.5 inches. Someone, who is apparently angry about his appearance in New York, emerges from the stands and tells him, something could happen to you this weekend. Nothing comes of the threat, but Beamon is shaken up. Around this time, he takes to writing poetry, more for himself than for anyone else. Beamon is one of the most promising track and field athletes in America, and he's on track to compete in the Mexico City Olympics later in the year. And he is in anguish over whether to throw it all away to protest the racism he experiences day in and day out. How must I be lonely, he writes. Why can't you love me and want me until the end of time?
Pass to Cooper.
Beamon continues to jump, and in March he sets the indoor world record to leap 27 feet 2.75 inches. He's very quickly becoming the man to beat in Mexico City.
Their biggest lead of the game was 9. Here's Parrish, and good work on the boards. They pick up the second chance points. Parrish has got the first basket of the second half. That one
for Bob Beamon and his teammates, things are immediately and completely different. Any prior conflict and indecision has now disappeared within a UTEP track team that is scheduled to compete at BYU, a school that teaches that black people are inferior as a matter of policy. In protest, Demon and 7 other members of the team refused to make the trip. UTEP officials now have an opportunity to show solidarity with the athletes they're so proud of. Instead, they kicked all protesting members off the team and revoked their scholarships, essentially kicking them out of school entirely. In a further act of reprisal, Beeman's wife is fired from her job. 5 months removed from the Olympic Games, Bob Beeman's track and field career is evaporating. Lacking the resources to travel all over the country, Beeman stays in Texas, jumping in track meets as an independent. In San Antonio 2 weeks later, he posted a stunning wind assistance lead of 27 feet 4 inches. Wind assistance is an unfortunate but common disqualifier. Many outstanding jumps have been ineligible for the record books because the wind speed is greater than the maximum allowable 4.47 miles per hour. Beeman's jump was inflated by a wind speed of 8.9, but he impresses the crowd all the same. He joins the Houston Striders track team a few days later, and keeps jumping and keeps impressing. In June, he finally jumps 27 feet 4 inches with no wind assistance. It's only 3/4 of an inch from the all-time record. Beeman has 2 goals. The first is to make the U.S. Olympic team. The second, and far more outrageous goal, is to register a 28-foot jump. This would require him to shatter Ralph Boston's record by about 8 inches. In modern times, this record has never been broken by more than 6 inches. The record progression has been entirely stuck in front. It hasn't budged even a 1/4 inch in 3 years. But Boston, the veteran who's become Beeman's mentor, thinks he can do it. So does the great Jesse Owens, who suggests that the altitude will open up. Mexico City, hosted the '68 Olympics, sits nearly 7,400 feet above sea level, and high altitudes have proven to be slightly advantageous for long jumpers. After essentially punching his ticket to Mexico City with a 26-foot, 8.75-inch jump at the Olympic trials, the altitude theory is put to the test on September 14th. Beeman jumps at South Lake Tahoe, about 60 feet. On this day, he's further aided by a record disqualifying wind speed of 7.1 miles per hour. Even with both these advantages, he can only jump 27 feet, 6.5 inches. An incredible leap, but still about 6 inches away from the goal. 28 feet just doesn't seem feasible.
Looking to get it going. Pass to Thompson.
You think about T-Mobile Home Internet only being $35 a month. We need to take your mind off of it. Come check out my new man cave.
Yeah, it's out of bounds. Last touch by Thompson. Now we get a chance to check out the standings out west. Already we're in December. Look at Portland. Off to a great start this season. Currently in second.
To compete for a medal, Beeman must first pass the qualifying round, in which he's allowed 3 attempts. On his first jump, he steps just over the line, and the try is disqualified.
Bird's got 14 points for the game.
This is how automatic Bird is. All he needs is the ball, and instantly that shot is gone.
Now a timeout called by Portland.
Qualified. Disaster strikes when the second attempt is disqualified for the same reason. Especially tragic because Beeman could easily qualify with even an average jump. One sports writer later suggests that just to play it safe, he should have jumped a foot before the line to easily clear the mark. He doesn't. Despite the circumstances, Bob Beeman goes for broke. And this time, he avoids the foul. 26 feet, 10.5 inches. Still more than a foot away from his goal of 28. But he didn't. He takes a few heaving breaths and fades into his sprint. The wind is blowing within legal limits. This will be a record-eligible jump. Later, Beeman will say of this leap, "I felt alone." He hits the sand with such violence that his momentum carries him out of the pit. It's a great jump. Even though it's early in the round, he's clearly a front-runner for the gold. But did he hit 28 feet? As the officials perform the measurement, Beeman plays a series of guessing games and ultimately concedes that no, he probably didn't. He feels like he came close and ultimately settles on 27 feet, 10 inches as his best estimate. If true, this would not only virtually guarantee him a gold medal, it would shatter the world record by more than 5 inches. Given the tiny margins by which this record has been broken over the years, beating it by 5 1/4 would be monumental, probably far enough to stand for years and years. The measurement is taking a while. Beeman watches as the judges take the unusual step of bringing out a tape measure. After 20 entire minutes, the distance is officially announced, 8.90 meters. Like most Americans, he doesn't quite understand how far that is. When someone tells him the distance in feet and inches, he is no closer to
Such a
understanding.
fun player to watch. Drexler really gets up quick for these throwdowns.
And here's Anderson. He'll bring it up for the Celtics. Just 4 points. That's all they've given up here in the second half. Johnson up top. 6 to shoot. Here's Bird. Good. It's Johnson with the assist that time. Bird's got 6 here in this quarter.
Bird can get you points in just about any situation. Scores at all 3 levels, and he's determined as a scorer.
Weaver, the pass to Thompson. Good for another field goal. Number 5 in the night. 5 for 10 shooting.
That's too easy for him. You can see
Beeman
how
collapses to the ground. He'll be fine. He's experiencing what is later diagnosed as cataplectic seizure, in which one system is so overwhelmed with emotion that one's muscles temporarily stop acting correctly. He cannot physically process what has just happened. He has done something impossible.
And it's Parrish finishing it off.
The contest is over, and everyone knows it. Fellow competitor Igor Terovanez, who once held the record himself, says, "Compared to this jump, we are children." Days prior, fellow American medalists Tommy Smith and John Carlos had displayed Black Power salutes on the Olympic podium as protest against racism. IOC President Avery Brundage, who during the Berlin Olympics decades prior had no issue with the Nazi salute, was outraged. He successfully demanded for Smith and Carlos to be expelled from the Olympic Village, lest he ban the entire U.S. track team altogether. Bob Beeman and Ralph Boston didn't care. They made protests of their own on the podium, with Boston standing barefoot and Beeman rolling up his pants, revealing black socks to protest black poverty. I can find no evidence of Brundage seeking retribution against them or even commenting on the matter. Maybe he simply realized that he lost. 50 years later, Beeman's jump remains the Olympic record. It stood as the overall world record for decades until it was just barely beaten by Mike Powell in 1991. For half a century, no other human being has been able to touch it. This jump remains one of the most astounding athletic achievements ever.
Parrish grabs the board. Parrish has got rebound number 13 with that last one.
After this unforgettable year, athletes named Bob began to retire, and fewer showed up to play. The end was ahead. But there is always a party at the edge of the world. Even in this era, Bob continues to alter the world of sports in ways large and small.
The fadeaway jumper. 8 points for him.
Boy, the defense has to be right on
There was
top
Bob
of
Greasy,
that, or else
longtime Dolphins quarterback, winner of Super Bowl 7 and 8, and thrower of 6 touchdown passes in a single game. The 6 touchdown performance isn't all that rare in today's NFL, but it was almost unheard of in Greasy's era. It's even more special because Greasy did it while wearing glasses. Not athletic goggles, actual glasses. Why do Bobs so often look like they just got teleported from off the street? Regardless, Bob was a fashion innovator. Bobs, in fact, innovate quite often.
Start with a song. Your music is magnetic. It pulls fans in.
Right, Bob's the most innovative of us all.
Basketball Hall of Famer Bob McAdoo was surely aware of what a center was supposed to be, he just didn't seem to care. He was determined to play the brilliant sort of basketball he knew he could play, whatever that meant. Let's look at one of his best ever performances, the 1975 playoff game while with the Buffalo Braves. In this game alone, McAdoo took 9 shots from at least 15 feet out, and he hit 6 of them. Contrast this with fellow center and total opposite Shaquille O'Neal, who only hit 4 from this distance over the course of his entire 19-year career. McAdoo was a tall guy who could shoot, and by and large, there was no answer for that. His role as a center meant lots of blocks and rebounds, and his agility as a pure shooter meant lots of points. The result was a statistical footprint that was both very impressive And pretty weird, these are the times the player has scored at least 30 points per game in a season since 1973-74. It's a very exclusive club, as it's only happened 42 times in this span, but McAdoo pulled it off 3 years in a row. What's interesting is that, as you can see, these terrific scorers don't block many shots on defense, and they pull down a fairly modest number of rebounds per game. Those duties just aren't in their job description. They're scorers, not blockers or rebounders. There are a couple outliers over here, Karl Malone and Russell Westbrook, who recorded more rebounds than the average volume scorer, but of these 4 extreme outliers over here, 3 of them are Bob McAdoo, and Bob McAdoo. The game is different now. We're not likely to see another guy average 30 points and 3 blocks a night. McAdoo didn't change basketball. He didn't blaze any new trails or redefine a position. He played like Bob McAdoo, and then he retired, and there was no one else like him. Decades later, another Bob with a fly basketball conviction. This story may not be as important, but it is a lot less important.
Henderson dishes the ball. Thompson with the rebound. Thompson's got double-digit.
The triple-double is celebrated as a signifier of versatility. In a single game, you post double-digit totals in 3 different statistical categories, which are almost always points, assists, and rebounds. Because sports people love streaks of completely arbitrary length, Bob Sura decided he wanted to pull off a triple-double in 3 consecutive games. This happens all the time now. Russell Westbrook, in particular, has spent the last few years making a mockery of the triple-double, at one point completing 11 in a row. But it used to be really special. In fact, there was one stretch of almost 20 years in which just one guy, Grant Hill, managed 3 triple-doubles in a row. Meet Bob Sura, a 31-year-old journeyman who doesn't himself on the Atlanta Hawks. Sura is a shooting guard who's fine. He's a solid player, but he's never been an all-star and usually hasn't even been considered a starter. So when he scrapes together a triple-double on April 9th, it's a big deal. Counting every game of his career to this point, which played at least 30 minutes, he could reliably pick up double digits. He rarely made it to 10 assists or rebounds. On paper, his odds of a triple-double are less than 1%. But it's important to understand that these are the 03-04 Hawks, who are garbage. They're near the end of the season, and their game plan is to finish out the schedule so they don't have to play basketball anymore. If Sura wants minutes, fine. If he wants to go after every board, sure. The next night, he picks up his 10th rebound with about 6 minutes left in the game and wraps up his 2nd straight triple-double. 2 nights later, in a meaningless game no one cares about, Bob Sura has the chance to make history.
John denied my claim, but I'm pretty sure it was done by AI. Straight up.
It's one of the quickest opening
I literally knew Shine denied claim. There was like 50,000 results.
The triple-double, since you usually see
so yeah, I'm pretty sure it was done by a fucking robot.
He already has 5. His opponents, the Nats, are
good thing I went to my bank and also filed
a dispute. Motivated, tough defense is usually the first thing to go out the window. Sura should be able to set up plenty of shots for his teammates. Late in the 3rd quarter, he punched a double-double with 17 points and 10 assists. It's the rebounds he has to worry about. At the end of the 3rd quarter, he has only 4. Unlike with points or assists, which he can try for whenever the Hawks have the ball, Bob's at the mercy of fate. He has to wait for a miss and hope the ball bounces his way. Sura picks up a couple in the 4th quarter, but with under 4 minutes remaining, he only has 6 of the 10 he needs. There's no room for error. With 3:28 left in the game, Sura pulls in an offensive rebound, shoots, and misses, which is good, because now he can grab his own rebound. Seconds later, at the other end of the floor, he gets his 9th. 1 away with 2:58 remaining. Suddenly, the opportunities completely dry up. The Nets keep getting their shots and rebounding even when they don't. As the final seconds tick down, it dawns on Bob that he's going to miss this historic achievement by a single rebound. But then, the Nets' Aaron Williams hits a 3 with 4 seconds left, giving the Hawks the ball. Sura has an epiphany. He takes the ball, sprints down court, lays it up, misses it on purpose, and catches it off the bounce. With 0.2 of a second left in the game, Sura has rebound number 10. At the last possible instant, he's done it.
I started a business to give old folks a new life, and Chase has supported me from the beginning.
Therapy is a safe place to give you room to breathe, self-reflect, and process your own goals and your own vision.
3 straight triple-doubles. The NBA hasn't seen this in 7 years. The last 3 men to do it were Grant Hill, Magic Johnson, and Michael Jordan. And now, this club opens its gates to Bob Sura.
Basket of the night.
For a few hours, the league office lawyered it away from him, ruling that since he wasn't genuinely trying to make the shot, it didn't count as a shot at all, and thus no rebounds. Today, if you look up a play-by-play of this game, that shot is nowhere to be found. So many men named Bob always seem to be in places they were never supposed to be, doing astonishing things they were never supposed to do. And sometimes, it's more than the governing forces of this world can tolerate. Bob Sura gained the rules of the sport, or at least he tried. Bob McAdoo transcended the conventions of the sport. Bob Greasy wore glasses to the sport. But Bob Pereira pioneered a new sport of his own.
Here's McHale. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. He's getting his first free throw attempt of the night right now.
Pereira didn't quite invent street luge, which originated in the 70s under the name summer bobsledding and lay-down skateboarding. But he did use his experience as an auto mechanic to build a sled so well engineered that it could approach a speed as terrifying as 90 miles per hour. If a human being is traveling any faster than that without a motor, they're probably falling out of place. In its infancy, this sport lacked the resources to block off the track of their own, so they just luged on California highways alongside car traffic. Pereira's custom sled rode so fast downhill that he managed to get hit with a couple of speeding tickets. But since it wasn't exactly illegal, he just kept on racing. And eventually, he tried to legitimize the sport by founding an official street luge association. It was the right sport at the right time. See, here is my personal biased and very reductive account of the 1990s. A large portion of America, collectively and simultaneously, went insane.
Celtics leading by 4. Pass to Butler. Parrish up top.
Our arch enemies collapsed, and we'd had one for so many decades that we didn't know what to replace it with. 9-year-olds were ripping people's heads off. Kids' movies started working blue. A hobby as innocent as baseball card collecting was reduced to a hyper-monetized grift that made kids into day traders, and the brutality of mixed martial arts became wildly popular. The bourgeoisie flocked to spectacles like the X Games, where the former specter of Soviet terror was replaced by the invented terror of jumping out of a plane on a surfboard or slamming into a hay bale at 50 miles per hour. None of this was Pereira's fault, but he was able to capitalize on it with a sport that, to the casual viewer, was a bizarre spectacle, but to him was a serious pursuit. Making the sport bigger, better, and safer was everything to him. I've already broken my bones to make the sport safe for you, he said. He finally managed to get street luge legitimized as an ESPN televised sport in the 1995 Extreme Games. In addition to being the main pioneer of the sport, he was also seen as the best competitor. But while testing the X Games track, which was squeezed into a street grid in Newport, Rhode Island, he lost control and bashed into a curb. He squared up his foot to absorb the impact, and his heel was crushed. Street luge then was only days away, but he lobbied to compete anyway. Street lugers grind their feet against the asphalt and brake, but Pereira could do all the braking with his swift foot, he was claimed. Eventually, administrators caved and allowed him to race in the dual event. It's remarkable to watch. Pereira sits on his sled, races, then goes straight from the sled to his crutches to conduct an interview. How much of a handicap it really was is difficult to say, because Pereira, by consensus the greatest luge pilot on Earth, easily cruised to the gold medal. And I can't help but notice that he's using his broken foot to brake, which he promised he wouldn't do. Today, the street luge is no longer an event in the X Games, a promotion that itself has faded in popularity as the world went a different kind of crazy. But Bob Pereira did more than anybody to bring mainstream recognition to the strange, obscure sport he loved. 150 years on, people named Bob were still creating, achieving, attempting miracles, and sometimes succeeding. Each person named Bob was wildly different from the next, sharing in common nothing but their name and their ability to fascinate. Their imprint was so dramatic that it was impossible to tell any intelligent history of sports without them. They were sports. It seemed as though that would never change. Why would it? Why did it?
The Celtics with the lead. Now, here is Abe. Pass to Bird. Rebound by Lamp.
Really good anticipation. Got a hand in the face right there.
Really disruptive defensively. Great challenge.
To take the lead. And the rebound goes to McHale.
You think about T-Mobile Home Internet only being $35 a month. We need to take your mind off of it. Come check out my new man cave. T-Mobile's got home internet, just $35 a month and it's guaranteed for 5 years.
Bird left side. Bird's got 12 points in just the second half.
He has been in some kind of groove here lately, really cooking on the offensive end.
Yep, this is exactly what we saw from him in their last game.
Here, we see the popularity of Bob as a baby name each year in the United States between 1880 and 2017. This figure completely disappeared in the 1980s. Not because there have been absolutely zero babies named Bob, but because it fell out of the top 1,000 most popular names, and its total was left out of the census. Broadly speaking, it adds up. You see the Bobs arriving, and then about 20 years later, you see those Bobs grow up and take up the sport. This chart does, however, contain a mystery. We've already noted this dip in athletes in the early 40s, which can be reasonably explained by the outbreak of World War II. But why this one? Why, in the early 1950s, did parents briefly stop naming their children Bob, only to pick it right back up a few years later as though nothing had changed? Why did they do this during a time when Bobs were more visible in our culture than ever? I don't have an answer. I don't even have a wild guess. But for these folks to confound us is nothing new. Of course, these are just the people who were named Bob at birth, a relatively rare practice. Most of our Bobs left the hospital as Roberts, and we have never been lacking for Roberts.
That's good from Carr.
At one point, Robert was the second most popular name for an American baby boy. Even in the 2010s, there are several thousand Roberts born each year, and at any moment, any of these Roberts could choose to go by Bob. Very easy. Take it from me. You don't even have to go to the courthouse. But nearly every Robert has declined this opportunity. And there's no way I can blame them. See, you can tell how we as a culture perceive a name by how we use it to name fictional characters. I look for major characters named Bob in modern TV and film. I know I didn't get them all, but I eventually identified 22. Nearly all of these are in comedy or children's programs. Many are from cartoons. Only 4 are in dramatic roles. And as for these, Bill Murray's character in Lost in Translation was named Bob to further establish him as a washed-up actor whose best days were long gone. And Bob, a major character in Twin Peaks, was created entirely by accident when a set decorator, Frank Silva, was inadvertently visible through a mirror during a crucial shot. David Lynch, being David Lynch, decided that rather than reshooting or cropping him out, he would not only keep the shot, but establish this guy who had never acted before as the arch villain of the entire show. He was named Bob, perhaps only for the shock value. One of David Lynch's most outlandish creative decisions ever, it seems, was to take the name Bob seriously. It's clear that now we regard Bob as an unserious name. It's an endearing, short, funny little palindrome, and it might not be suitable for an era in which we take ourselves as seriously as we do. But I'll leave further speculation up to you. The point remains that since Bobs were arriving in smaller and smaller numbers, it was up to those already in the arena to carry the legacy of their name as long as they could. And, as we'll see in the next 5 stories, they gave what they had. It's tough to imagine someone who is merely casually aware of WWE Hall of Famer Bullet Bob Armstrong. Either he's a legendary figure to you, or you... A couple months ago, I was among the latter. I'm not the one to tell a full story, so I'll focus just on 2 moments in particular. The first came in 1982, a little over 20 years into his wrestling career. He was in a weight room with Jake the Snake Roberts and went to the bench press to perform a set of nose breakers. This isn't perfectly represented here, but it's close enough. Essentially, you pull the bar very close to your nose, or pulling it back above your torso. The name nosebreaker is, of course, both dramatic, except for this time. The bench tips backwards. The only thing between the bar and the ground now is Armstrong's nose, which is ripped completely off. In most accounts, this is regarded as an accident, although, in one 1998 Armstrong claims that Ted DiBiase, known by most as the $1 Million Man, kicked the bench over. However it happened, his nose is broken, and extensive plastic surgery is required, but it's not enough to keep him out of the ring. To protect and hide his injury, he adopts a brand new in-ring identity, the Bullet, and wears a mask as part of his persona. He goes over huge. People love him. Yes, that is an iPhone. And yes, that injury did occur in 1982. And yes, he started wrestling in 1960. Bullet Bob Armstrong wrestled for eons.
Without seeing one go down, and that begins to mess with your psyche.
He began his career while Bob Cousy was playing in the NBA. When Bob Sura retired, he was still in the ring. It was a 59-year career. Armstrong is far and away the most tenured Bob, so I expanded the scope to anyone with any name. I could only find 4 human beings with a longer, somewhat continuous athletic tenure. 2 fellow pro wrestlers, an auto racer, and a snooker player. When Armstrong entered the world of sports, he was one of 530 Bobs. After he announced his retirement in March of this year, only 9 remained. He carried it as long as he could. The story of Bob Probert deserves to be visited in full, and it is in the recent documentary Tough Guy. It details his struggles with substance abuse and rebuilding his family life and retirement, and I highly recommend it. For now, we'll focus on Bob Probert, the enforcer.
Here's one more shot.
Here's Buckner. Here's Wedman.
And I highly recommend it. For now, we'll focus on Bob Probert, the enforcer. Fighting is such an NHL institution that has been represented in video games since I was a kid. And in 1993, Steve Smith is my preferred fighter. The Detroit Red Wings' Bob Probert.
Ain't no way you do a financial investigation in 2 days.
He was arguably the most notorious enforcer in the history of himself. His job, as he saw it, was to retaliate and intimidate. He'd single out an opponent, throw down his gloves, and scrap. Probert would later say he didn't particularly enjoy fighting. He just saw it as a duty, and he was surprisingly tactful about it. Late in his 1987 game, the Sabres' Kevin McGuire bulldozes Wings goalie Greg Steffan, sending his gear flying. Probert wants to send McGuire a message, but his teammates are already on top of things, and Probert's crowded out, really vibrant. He waits for his moment. A full 2 minutes later, McGuire tangles with another of Probert's teammates, Captain Steve Eisenman. Once again, Probert makes it to the scene just a little bit too late to pay back McGuire, so he keeps waiting and tries to look busy enough for the refs not to worry about it. It works. Finally, after 3 minutes of waiting, Probert dives in and nails him. He just wouldn't stop until he got his man. This is why Probert fought. They loved him so. So did the fans. Who just kept on fighting. While researching Probert, I found the website DropYourGloves.com. This is a community-generated database of hockey fight reviews and ratings. It's a beautiful place that hasn't been redesigned since 2004. The users of Drop Your Gloves have spent the last 15-plus years beautifully preserving the history of hockey. I'm in love with it. And on their crowdsourced list of all-time favorite fighters, number 1, by a wide margin, is Bob Probert. From this site, we learned that Probert engaged in 337 fights over the course of his NHL career, far more than any modern boxer or MMA athlete. He won a lot more often than he lost, and while many of these were brief scuffles that didn't result in any major blows landed, others were bare-knuckled slugfests. To hear him and at least one opponent tell it, Probert's ability to fight and intimidate owed itself in part to his cocaine and alcoholism. While he didn't think it affected him on the ice, he did believe that it boosted his reputation as a fighter. Left-winger Stu Grimson strapped with Probert more than any other man. Across an 11-year span, the two fought 14 times. The first half where he wasn't looking at you and just seemed to be staring past you, and you were almost a non-entity in the equation, he said. He just had this faceless countenance almost, and you were waging war with this inanimate being. The role of the enforcer was somewhat diminished in the later years of Probert's career. In an effort to curb fighting, the NHL tacked on additional 2-minute penalties to fight instigators and his team to award. By 2002, there were only about half as many fights as there were in Probert's prime. Now less good and a less important role, Probert had to rely on other skills. He was now one of the slower players in the league, engineering himself to be fast. Changes such as the obstruction rule, which hampered Probert's ability to slow down his quicker opponents. It wasn't just his age. NHL stars often play at or past the 40th birthday, but by age 37, so much of his effectiveness had been legislated away. He had no choice but to retire. In a world that never changed, Bob Probert probably could have kept playing for years. When fighting was celebrated, he gave it all he had. But once the dangers were better understood, fighting began to fall out of favor. The sport had simply evolved into something that had no place for him as an athlete. While producing this video, only a couple weeks after I discovered it, DropYourGloves.com went offline for reasons unknown. This monastery had remained unchanged for a decade and a half, an eternity in internet years, and it seemed to me as though it would always be there. And then, with so much else, it seems like it'll never change. It was gone.
And he makes the first.
Brazilian-American Bob Burnquist is one of the most influential skateboarders ever, and has won more medals at the Summer X Games than anybody. He already collected 4 prior to his otherworldly 2001 first time. What was the greatest moment of this run? We could have 5 different answers and they'd all be right. Now, normally, an X Games announcer's job is to sort of hold the viewer's hand here and explain what's going on. Because vert skating only recently entered the mainstream, and a lot of us don't understand what we're seeing. They're not helping us. Because they don't know what's going on either. This trick, in which Burnquist kicks out his board, reaches out to grab it with his hand, and then moves it back to his feet, has no name in the US. Let's listen in and see what this one's like. Good enough. Burnquist's time is up at this point, so this trick won't count towards the score. He decides to throw it out there. There's the blunt, in which he rests the board at the lip of the ramp. Somehow, from this position, he kickflips out.
I love sports commentators, man.
A couple years later, Burnquist became the first person ever to complete a loop in a full pipe. You can see what makes this so difficult. The only way to build momentum is to skate back and forth along this claustrophobic 12-foot pipe. Several skaters, including Burnquist himself a year prior, have broken bones trying to do this. The quality of this footage is terrible, and I wouldn't have it any other way. It's beautifully representative of the pre-YouTube proto-internet, when you'd wait patiently for 45 minutes for the promise of a street fight, or an N1 mixtape, or a Bob Burnquist full pipe to spill out of your awful internet. It's something primitive and special that I'm afraid we're never going to get back. Having conquered the full pipe, Bob still wasn't satisfied. In 2006, he had a ramp.
Brother, I remember peak addicting games. That's all. If you remember addicting games,
build up, race up the ramp.
Holla if you remember addicting games.
In other words, he could slide along
Newground,
wide rail
at its peak, was more than just a fucking community website. There was glory.
Chevy people who drive them.
Now there's
take the lead, trying to get open.
There was a catch.
We got smiling friends because of that shit.
Not only is he skilled, he's one of the hardest working guys in the league too. He's tough to deal with.
A wide open look for Bird. And a kind roll that time off the rim as that one falls. Bird's got 9 points now in the quarter. Brings up the ball for the
this is the Colorado River Hellhole Bend. While not actually part of Grand Canyon National Park, it is considered part of the Grand Canyon geologically.
The putback. Rebounded by the Celtics.
Bob will be wearing parachutes with the rail grind. That's what's going to give him extra separation from the cliff face. While at peak, it's not completely vertical. And if Bob doesn't pull off a strong enough grind, he runs the chance of colliding with the rocks before he can deploy his parachute. The bottom of the canyon is about 1,500 feet below.
Lever kicks to Drexler.
His jump looks good. He's building speed to about 35 miles per hour. But he can't hit the board cleanly. He's missed the rail entirely.
Boston shooting under 40% all in all for the game. Henderson passes to Johnson.
Probably out of instinct, he grabs the rail with one hand, but it's no use. He's in free fall, flailing his arms.
Not gonna go that time.
Oh shit.
And for Portland, they're shooting here in the fourth quarter around 41%.
Just in time. He regains his form, puts the court in time.
Thompson up top.
Bob stared death in the face and looked at celebrating. And then he decided he'd like to do it again. His team makes a slight adjustment at the end of the ramp, making it slightly longer inside each speed. This will sacrifice just a little distance in order to make it easier for Bob to hit the rail. It worked. He pulls off a perfect 50-50 grind, followed by a fadeaway. In the decade to follow, Bobber made a regular presence in the X Games and dominated the Big Air competition.
Who the fuck thinks, yo, I'm gonna grind the Grand Canyon?
Countless astonishing stunts, including his first ever Fakey 900. He finally retired from X Games competition at age 4. A pretty typical retirement age for star athletes, but
Bob,
I don't think it's just a matter of growing up.
Fucking
In
Bob.
interviews, he sounded like a man with nothing left to achieve. He won every challenge
TJ
at
don't
the
think
time,
that.
invented ludicrous challenges.
TJ say hell no.
Them down as well. When you've executed a rail grind,
nah.
what exactly is left to do?
Bro, TJ go no.
Let's spend roughly as much time talking about Bob Hamlin.
Let me tell you, TJ say hell
In
no.
1994, he won Rookie of the Year and posted an OPS.
TJ got his own chaos to worry about.
The next year he wasn't good, and he was never quite able to regain his form. In 99, he was sent to the minors, and his numbers were still bad, and then he quit.
Speaking of which, we got about 15 hours.
Hamlin had been having doubts about his future in baseball, but the decision during his season came at some point between rounding out and starting the field. He told his coach, "I'm done." In the 6th inning, he left the dugout, then left the stadium, and never came back. Bob Hamlin has performed the legendary act of retiring from baseball in the middle of the game. He did this not because he had nothing left to accomplish, not because the sport had evolved in ways to diminish his value, but because, when it came right down to it, he just didn't want to live into the old.
Pass to Drexler. Here's Matt over Bird. And no good. Had a chance to take the lead there.
The defense willing to concede the mid-range. That's a little lesser of evils. It paid off there.
On paper, it would seem vastly unlikely that Bob Sanders finds himself here at all. For one, he was born to Mom Sanders. His mother, as mother,
Bob.
a series of nicknames, including Boy Boy, Baby Boy, and Bobby Boy. By the time the concrete was set, he went by the affectionate nickname Bob, which was eventually created as his given name. For another, he was shorter than an NFL safety is supposed to be. At 5'8", he's tied to
Honorary Bob. Okay, I see.
Here, these 1,131 NFL
Honorary
Bob. Approximate value, a metric developed by ProFootballReference.com that has tried to condense the player's overall contributions into a single number. Bob's approximate value is 34. Now, nearly 300 safeties have finished with an approximate value of at least that, so this doesn't seem all that special until we make another consideration. Unlike every other player in the league, Bob accomplished that in just 52 years old, all while being the shortest guy in his club. His size disadvantage did not matter. Here, the 200-pound Sanders is the only thing standing between Jaguars fullback Greg Jones and his touchdown. Jones has 40 pounds on Sanders and is running with a heavy lead. And when they collide, it looks like Jones is running into a landslide. His considerable forward momentum is completely irrelevant. It's like this one made Sanders as valuable as the Colts from there on. Between 2005 and 2008, when Sanders didn't start, the Colts were good. When he didn't start, they were almost unbeatable. Indianapolis' fortunes on defense depended significantly on whether or not Sanders was on. These are the points allowed per game by every NFL defense. Without Sanders, the Colts defense sat around the middle of the pack, allowing about 20.5 points. But with him, they were transformed into the best defense in the NFL. Only a truly great player can do that. It's rare to be able to have Bob. We have a strong sample of Colts both with and without.
I can't derail the stream with Trump. No.
You think about
T-Mobile. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Thank God. Oh. Oh. You know you want to.
So neither attempt will fall that time for him. What a huge trip here. Absolutely.
Purely in terms of ability, Bob Sanders belongs in the same conversation with guys like Troy Polamalu, Ed Reed, and Brian Dawkins, the best safeties ever to play the game. Players like these cemented their case for the Hall of Fame by playing at least 10 solid seasons.
I did everything right.
After being drafted by the Colts in 2004, Sanders developed a stress fracture that kept him from making his debut until Week 6. He started 5 games until a sprained MCL sidelined him for the year. He enjoyed a mostly healthy 2005, missing the final 2 games of the regular season with a back injury, and then knee issues nearly wiped out in 2006 entirely. He returned in the postseason and helped the Colts to a Super Bowl they might not have won without him. And then in 2007, he established himself as one of the best players in the NFL.
I ate 15 cheeseburgers today.
The trend is impossible to ignore.
That ain't perfect,
In
but I'm
blue,
not
you
going
see the
for
Colts
perfect.
defense
I'm going for
points
offensive.
allowed expressed as a percentile. In white, you see the percentage of games Sanders was able to play. I expected to see a correlation. I did not expect the two to be almost perfectly identical. Without Sanders, the Colts defense was mediocre. With him, it was the best. This man was single-handedly influencing the power structure of the NFL. I might expect a great quarterback to do that. I would never expect a 5'8" safety to do that. He was incredible. And then,
So they had to foul him. There's a little luck there.
JD Vance.
Wiped out most of 2008. Kept him out of the first 5 games of 2009. He played just 2 games before injuring his elbow.
Pictures that'll go on the White House, the Oval Office.
Turned out to be his final game with the Colts. He tore his other bicep. Sanders resurfaced with the Chargers, only to see yet another season end 2 games in, thanks to yet another knee injury. He never played again.
Wasn't that a beautiful show, folks? The West Wing. Oh, Martin Sheen and Jebediah Bartlett. Oh, wasn't that a wonderful show? A beautiful show.
During his 8 active seasons, he was sidelined well over half the time. It's easy to wonder whether his physical style of play had something to do with it, but ultimately, it proved no fault of his own. Bob Sanders played as long as he possibly could, and when he left, there were no more Bobs playing in the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, or Major League Baseball. He was the very last one in Major American sports, and there are no more coming.
It's on podcast because it's 2 in the morning. Shut up.
For more than 100 years, minor league baseball offered a steady trickle of Bobs that abruptly shut off just after the 10th century. NCAA football and basketball used to give us Bobs in the dozens have completely moved on. The last college basketball player, Bob Double Ackles, and the last minor league baseball player, Frontier League pitcher Bob Weasley, both ended their careers in 2010 without going to the
I think we're going to go on
college football. A guard named Bob Bradley played 1 game for Tulane before making his exit. Not a single Bob has walked through the door in years. There is no help on the way. The big 4 American sports have likely seen their final Bob. Elsewhere in sports, prospects are equally rare. Often, we're left to resort to technicalities to find any Bobs at all. According to RacingReference.info, the most recent auto racer was Toyota executive Bob Carter, who entered a celebrity exhibition race in 2016. Pulling up to the starting line were notables such as Alfonso Ribeiro, who took first, as well as Adam Carolla and Frankie Muniz. Crashing 2 laps in and failing to finish was Bob Carter. It was his first, last, and only race. He never entered the arena of sports again.
That's the Bob in sports. The Bob emergency. Bobby. Bob! Remember when Shaq fought Oscar De La Hoya?
They went for it on 4th and changed the whole game.
Go with the parlay.
This video is sponsored by... Even though Shaq has this fun, bright personality, he also has been intimidating his entire life. There's a time where he brought down an entire backboard. Actually, he did that so many times that they had to make new Shaq-proof baskets in the NBA. There's a time where he almost dove for a loose ball and the entire team got the hell out of there.
Somehow, though, it ends up in the hands of Rudy Gay. He can't finish because Shaq is there. And one of the Superman flying inwards is coming up again. And you saw the sunset clearing out.
Shaq did get into a couple of fights in his NBA career, One, ironically enough, was his inside the NBA counterpart, Charles Barkley. But I'm very curious as to how good Shaq can be at fighting. And he'll need it because he's going up against Oscar De La Hoya. And in the first episode, it's usually someone in Shaq's camp on the plane, but this time it's Oscar De La Hoya himself. Oscar is at least a 10-time world title winner in 6 different weight classes. Some websites say 11, so I'm not sure which one to believe. What I do believe is that Oscar is one of the best fighters that Shaq could find.
Oscar De La Hoya is a living legend. Pound for pound, one of the greatest fighters in history. 30 professional knockouts.
Nothing like a boxing knockout highlight reel to make one consider even setting foot in a ring with them. I don't care if you are Shaq.
Now, the Golden Boy is coming out of retirement, and he's ready to rumble.
Ooh, I did not know that he was retired. You know what this changes? Absolutely nothing. We're in Las Vegas here outside of the Planet Hollywood Resort, which still exists, by the way. Some Vegas hotels on the Strip can change names and whatnot and get renovated and rebranded, so it's good that Planet Hollywood's still there. So Shaq is set to take on Oscar De La Hoya. So to have their initial setting, the scene meeting, Shaq and Oscar meet at one of his favorite restaurants in the city.
Never in my wildest dreams did I think he would want to box against me. I've been boxing since I was 4 years old. Can we kick? This box? No kicking. No kicking? No kicking. No headlock? No. Strictly boxing. Strictly boxing. All right, good.
You've been boxing since you were 4? Oscar was around 36 years old when this was taped, so he had to have been boxing for like 32 years. Shaq, that is a dangerous individual. Now, it seems like Shaq has seen enough boxing movies and is a fan of boxing, but doesn't really have a clue what the technical aspect of boxing is, and that's going to be interesting to take into account during this entire episode.
I know how to negotiate well. I wanted to present it to Oscar like, hey, I don't really know much about boxing.
No biting? No biting.
When they start deliberating about the conditions of the fight, Shaq wants a smaller ring, obviously, while Oscar doesn't, so they compromise on the ring size. Oscar gets to bring in his cornerman, Bernard Hopkins,